Okay, good morning. It's 9 o'clock. I think we'll get started. I am going to call this Nevada Board of Wildlife Commission meeting of Saturday, May 7th to order. Could I have Steve Robinson lead us in the pledge this morning? We're changing things up a bit. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Missy, will you please call the roll of the commission?
Chairwoman East,
Here.
Vice Chair Caviglia,
Here.
Commissioner Perini,
Here.
Commissioner Rogers,
Here.
Commissioner McNinch,
Here.
Commissioner Keel,
Here.
Commissioner Olmberg,
Here.
Commissioner Barnes,
Here.
Commissioner Wise,
Yeah, she's absent. She's not on Zoom this morning. No, okay, thank you. Could we have the county advisory board members please stand and introduce yourselves?
Malarkey, Washoe, Fort Nelson, Lander, Craig Burnside, Douglas, Steve Robinson, Washoe, Bill Crane, Bergen.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 13, the approval of the agenda. Chairwoman East for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. I don't have any changes to today's agenda. Does anyone else? It does not appear so. Okay, so with that, any questions on the agenda? Okay, well, this is an action item, so we'll take it out for public comment. Do we have any public comment in Washoe County on the agenda? Come on down. Please identify yourself when you get to the podium. And this pertains to the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Good
morning.
morning. My name is Chad Platzmeyer. I'm from Washoe Valley, Nevada.
okay.
So I'm going to try to read quickly here, so I know I have 3 minutes. So hello, good morning. My name is Chad Platzmeyer. I wanted to comment quickly about our deer numbers in Nevada. Firstly, I saw the proposed big game quota numbers for our deer. Thank you for proposing, in what my opinion is the right step to bring back our deer numbers to Nevada. As a Nevada native, I urge you to hold fast on this issue and do not succumb to pressure by the public to increase those numbers. I understand people want to hunt, trust me, so do I, and often become frustrated when they don't draw tags every year. However, this is a necessary step in maintaining a healthy deer herd. I think we all can agree that one of the most important things in maintaining a healthy and successful deer herd is to present our future generation with the same or better hunting opportunity that we grew up with. This opinion is both stated and supported by some of NDOW's content put out to the public. However, the many ongoing issues such as drought, fire, predators, horses, burros, and overhunting are putting that goal in jeopardy. I am by no means claiming to have a degree or be a professional in this field, but I spend a substantial amount of time in our Nevada mountains and have witnessed firsthand the decline in deer numbers and success. I know I am not alone on this topic, and many other fellow outdoorsmen feel the same way I do. Our point is simple. Our deer herds have been in constant decline for several years now. And because of that, something drastic must be done to get us headed back in the right direction. As you are aware, this will be a multi-year battle to bring our deer numbers back to what is both wanted and needed. A couple of things I wanted to put in your guys' ear. I know that the northeast portion of Nevada appears to be doing better as far as numbers compared to eastern and southern Nevada, but what is the logic of drastically increasing the tags up there, such as area 10 and area 6? I ask because I believe our outlook on deer numbers should be a preventative approach and not a reactive one. It would be frustrating to see overhunting take place as it has in other parts of the state. This coupled with the battles with vegetation loss, drought, predators, and wild horse issues puts the northeastern part in the same position as eastern and southern Nevada are now. If budget monies are concerned with reducing tags, why not just increase the cost of deer tags? Lower tag numbers could easily sustain the same needed revenue stream with an increase of tag price. Next is mature mule deer harvest. Could our state look at a maturity standard in some of the struggling units, 3-point or 4-point or better harvest, and also better educate the public on why this is important? Next is predator management. What is NDOW doing to manage predators? What weight does this consideration carry in assessing tag numbers moving forward? That was it. I appreciate your guys' time and work for our great state. I feel that it is important to work together and listen to the public. I encourage fellow sportsmen to not sit quietly, but speak out and invest in our future wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment in Washoe County on the agenda? That wasn't necessarily an agenda item topic, but it is later, so we'd welcome your comments later as well. No other comment. Okay, anybody on Zoom, Missy? For public comment on the agenda? No, okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for an approval of today's agenda. I have a motion. Vice Chair Cavilla?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Perini. So we have a motion to approve and a second by Commissioner Perini. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 8-0. Member items, announcements, and correspondence. Chairwoman East, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. I have some correspondence, but I'm going to wait until we get to those agenda items. And then I wanted to just let you all know that Tina Nappy sent a nice note this morning thanking us for our work on policy 51, which is the Kirch Award. So that was the only correspondence I had received since yesterday. Secretary Wasley, do you have anything? No? Anybody else? Okay, we'll move on. Agenda item 15, county advisory boards to manage wildlife member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items by raising their hand in the virtual forum. Well, we're here today, so they can also do it in the virtual forum. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Do we have any CAB comments today? Okay, Mr. Malarkey.
For the record, Matt Malarkey, Chair of Washoe CAB. Thank you, Chair West, and the rest of the commission. I've been serving on the Washoe CAB for 8 months now, so I'm admittedly green. I missed our CAB's March meeting and was informed shortly thereafter that I was voted in as the new chairman.
Never miss a meeting.
The first meeting that I presided over was quota setting, which subsequently was also the first quota setting meeting I'd ever attended. So needless to say, things escalated quickly, and I'm sure that Robert would have been appalled by my ignorant of salt on his rules of order. Our meeting was well attended by both sportsmen and the department, and I appreciate all that showed up. Afterwards, I was speaking with some of the sportsmen, and I heard a common sentiment from them that bothered me. They were supportive of the decisions that our CAB made regarding quotas, but were concerned that the recommendations would fall on deaf ears from the commission. As a person volunteering my time and energy to try to make a difference in a hunting, fishing, and conservation space that I love, those admissions were unsettling. I had to ask myself, does the commission take the opinions of the CABs into account, or do they just take NDOW's recommendations lock, stock, and barrel? The department provides a wide swath of scientific data with regards to quotas, and I believe that their data is well intended and takes a massive amount of work, which I'm thankful for. However, it is subject to bias, and there are few places in the scientific community where a single entity creates data and then mathematically interprets that data to drive policy decisions that financially benefit that entity. Sportsmen have their own data, but it's all anecdotal. And it's driven by a large number of people in the field and a community of conversation that has been amplified in recent years by the internet and social media. It is not scientific, but it does have validity. However, it has weaknesses as well, primarily egocentrism, exaggeration, and conspiracy. The point is, if it is safe to say that sportsmen, myself included in this group, are not always right, then it is also safe to say that NDOW is not always right. It is the CAB's responsibility, and by extension, the commission's responsibility, to suss out these discrepancies. All of our game species in northern Washoe County are being drastically impacted by predation, wild horse numbers greatly exceeding AML, drought, and fire. The California bighorn sheep populations are in decline, and the department did a good job assessing this and making tag recommendations that our CAB agreed with. With regards to antelope, we're in general agreement with NDOW's recommendations, but are asking for a slight decrease in ALW tags and a slight increase in primitive weapon tags to maintain opportunity. Mule deer, however, in a number of northern Washoe County hunt units are in real peril. NDOW's data support this, and the sportsmen see this, but the quota recommendations in hard hit units do not seem to be in agreement. In the units that are most impacted, our CAB took steps to drastically reduce tags, and we are asking the commission to support these measures. We're also asking that the junior tags be reduced on a percentage basis to match the reductions in any illegal weapons tags recommended by NDOW. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Malarkey. Any other CAB comment in Reno? Okay. And anybody on Zoom, Missy? Yes? Okay. Is it CAB? Yes. Okay, Clark CAB. Okay.
David, can you take yourself off mute?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. My name is Dave Talaga from the Clark County CAB. I'm substituting for Dan, who's substituting for Dan is our vice chair, and he's substituting for Paul Dixon, our chair. Just want to point out that I'm online. I missed the introductions, but while I'm online, I would like to give a hearty head nod to the Washoe County CAB's comments that preceded me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Okay. I think we're moving on. I didn't see any other CAB comment in Reno. So we'll move on and jump right into business. Number 16 on the agenda is Commission General Regulations Workshop, public comment allowed. 16A, Commission General Regulation 501, NAC 502.385, Tag Transfer Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for possible action. The commission will hold a workshop to consider amending Nevada Administrative Code NAC 502.385 that would allow the transfer of a game tag to a nonprofit organization and determine the status of the tag if the department is notified of the tag holder's death. This regulation was created after the passage of Assembly Bill 89 of the 81st legislative session. So it should be read.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
There you go.
Members of the commission, management analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. So as Chairwoman just summarized, in 2021, the state held its 81st legislative session. From that came Assembly Bill 89, which allowed for the commission to establish a program allowing a successful tag holder the ability to transfer their tags to a qualifying organization who would then facilitate that tag being awarded to a person with a life-threatening medical condition or a youth 16 years or younger whose household income is at the desired level, signifying poverty. Along with establishing this program, the bill allowed for a big game tag to be transferred to another individual if a death to the tag holder occurred. The tag allocation application hunt committee had multiple meetings containing discussions on how to establish such a program. And the proposed regulation language before you is the result of those meetings. The department did send the language to LCB for drafting. These changes are noted in red and blue, but a few minor changes were made at the last committee meeting. These changes are noted in orange and green. I wanted to differentiate these two for the members of the committee to see, and then the participating members of the public to know that they were incorporated. But with that, I will give the floor back to the commission for any discussion or questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this regulation? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Megan, on the under section 2, number 2, at the end of the sentence there, it's referencing a subsection. Is that supposed to be referencing a specific subsection? Because I kind of danced around. I think it might be referencing a subsection that's not part of our proposed change here, but I don't know.
Are you talking about in number 2 when it says and section 1 of LCB file number? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so on section 2, and then there's number 1, and then on the next page, there's a number 2 under section 2. And it starts with the person who applies for a big game tag may designate a beneficiary of the tag. Upon the death of the holder of the tag, if the designated beneficiary provides a death certificate to the department, the designated beneficiary will be treated as if he or she were awarded the tag pursuant to subsection.
Oh, yeah.
And I tried to see if it was part of this packet that we're looking at that it would reference, but I didn't see where that existed in there. So I'm thinking that it's another subsection somewhere else that we would need to reference there.
Yes,
as well, so.
there is a missing subsection there. It just says pursuant to subsection.
Yeah.
And I believe I'm hearing a whisper that it's on the next page. So
It is on the next page.
The last page.
The last page, okay.
Pursuant to subsection.
I wasn't sure if one of these applied or not, so.
So on the last page, I believe it should be referencing they're treated as if they drew the tag, and I believe that's what it should be. The beneficiary will be treated as if they were awarded a tag, and that should be the subsection that it's
Do we need to
pointing to.
reference a subsection?
I'm not positive.
I would think so.
I would think so as well, but that is an LCB question, but it is an oversight, and
Okay.
there should be a number reference there,
Okay.
and it's not.
I was having a hard time figuring out if what we had here, if it was in one of those or not. I just didn't see something that fit very well. So I'm thinking it might be somewhere else, but I'll let you guys take a look at it.
Okay. We'll set that on the back burner for the moment, and maybe as we take other comments, they can figure that out for us. Anybody else have comments on this CGR? Questions? Okay, so we'll come back to that, Megan. Okay. Do we have any public comment in Washoe County? And I'd like cab comment first. Hang on one second, Mr. Johnson. Is there any cab comment on CGR 501? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry. We try and take cab comment first. I'm going to get you your exercise today.
Madam Chair and Commission members, thank you. My name is Larry Johnson. I was one of the founding directors of Nevada Outdoorsmen in Wheelchairs. We take handicapped people into the outdoors. In fact, last week I just had a wheelchair-bound young lady on a turkey hunt up in Paradise Valley, and We're approximately 14 years old. We have taken dozens of hunters in the field. This year, we'll be taking at least 4 antelope hunters, 1 elk hunter, 2 deer hunters, and then in the wintertime, we do pheasant hunts and so forth. We were the force behind AB 89, essentially kind of co-authored the bill, obtained a bill sponsor for it, and the legislature lobbied for its passage through. It is tremendously gratifying to see these efforts culminated in this policy, and I urge your passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Do we have other public comment in Washoe County?
Rex Flowers speaking for myself. I would urge you to go ahead and pass this. I did attend most of those TAC committees on this, and I think it was very well thought out. I believe everybody looked for any loopholes that were available. I think it's a solid piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay, we'll go to Zoom. Any comments on Zoom? Nope. Okay, I'll bring it back. Did you maybe figure that out?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Management Analyst Megan Manfredi, for the record. Again, that subsection should be pointing to subsection 6. So the new subsection 6, where it reads, if a tag is transferred to another person or qualifying organization pursuant to this section, both the original tag holder and the new recipient of the tag will be treated as if he or she drew the tag in respects to applicable waiting periods and bonus points.
Thank you for that clarification. Does that answer your question, Commissioner McNinch? Okay, other thoughts, questions? We did vet this a lot in the TAC meeting. It's a really good piece of legislation. Okay. I don't see any other comments. Do we have a motion to approve CGR 501? Vice Chair Cavilla?
And I guess we're just looking to forward to a future reading, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a motion to forward Commission General Regulation 501, NAC 502.385 tag transfer for a future reading with the following change on section 2, number 2. The last sentence there, we're going to add subsection 6 as discussed.
Okay, do I have a second? I have a second from Commissioner Rogers. So we have a motion by Vice Chair Cavilla and a second by Commissioner Rogers to forward to the next meeting, Commission General Regulation 501 with the noted change. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay, moving on to 16B. Commission General Regulation 505, NAC 502.4215. First come, first serve prevention of unfair advantages. Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for possible action. The commission will hold a workshop to consider amending NAC 502.4215 that would allow for the suspension of a person from the first come, first serve program for attempting to create an unfair advantage to obtain a big game tag.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Management Analyst Megan Manfredi, again for the record. The regulation change you see before here will look familiar, as is very similar to the language approved in the Tag Application and Eligibility Commission Regulation 2202 that was approved in January's meeting. 2 things I would like to point out is that the department is requesting to change the word shall to may in the first section. The reasoning for this is that situations do arise where it would be disingenuous for the department to reissue a tag in the first come, first serve program. An example of this was last year that the game division staff did helicopter surveys in the southern region and noticed that in some units, there were little to no mature RAMs. The department then did issue letters to the tag holders, telling them about the situation and offering for them to return the tag if they so wished. Those tags did not then be reissued in the first come first served program. So situations like that do arise where we theoretically went against our regulation. But in the new, there is a new subsection 4 and 5 that relate to suspicious activity in the first come first served program. Suspicious activity is defined and suspensions for the suspicious activity are outlined. There are 2 changes from the original LCB drafted language. That change may to shall that were designated in orange and green. And these changes were made based off of the commission's previous decision in January to change the same mays to shalls in the commission regulation. So with that, I will take any questions or comments.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Manfredi? Vice Chair Cavilla?
I guess not necessarily a question, but I mean, I do like adding some teeth in writing that we're gonna penalize people. I mean, you guys have heard me on the first come first serve. Not a giant fan of the whole program, but I do like adding teeth to it. I mean, I think there's even people online that are offering to let people know when they return tags, so that people could start watching. I mean, this hopefully keeps people from gaming the system. I mean, and I mean that section 5 will absolutely, people should really look at section 5 because there's some massive teeth in section 5 there, you know, so I do like it. But while we're on the first come first serve, I do have to bring up one thing, you know, when we did season setting, the department brought the information regarding last year's first come first serve to us at the meeting. And we had like a few minutes to consume that information before we made a decision on it. And I think it was wrong. I think we should get that ahead of time. I don't think we should be making a decision on information that we look at, you know, at the meeting like that. We could have without a doubt got that ahead of time. We would have without a doubt had a different turnout from the public, had the public known what we were going to look at ahead of time. So I just ask in the future, you know, while we're on it, we're on first come first serve. I ask that we get that ahead of the meeting so we have time to consume and look at that information before we're asked to make a decision on it. And that there's other items too that the public has asked that before. And I mean, this one, obviously, this one's one I really gets me. So, and it did bug me. So I just wanted to bring it up.
Are you referring to the summary of the first come first served program where tags were sold, or are you referring to the suspensions?
No, the summary itself. It's not related to while we're on first come first serve, I wanted to bring it up because we even got more information after the meeting, right? We did. And I would have really liked to had all that ahead of time. I would have spoke up way more. And I think the public would have spoke up way more. So I just ask in the future, stuff like that, we get to look at ahead of time. You know, it's in the commission, you know, not in a PowerPoint that we didn't get to see till that meeting.
I hear what you're saying. I do I see a difficulty because the meeting before January's is in November where the seasons are still open. So I guess the first come first served program is still running at that time. I'm
just asking the 2 weeks when we set the agenda out and we put all the commission information out in that period, we absolutely could have got that information and we didn't. And we've had the public on different items complain about that. And I have to agree on some stuff when we go to make a decision on something that we look at it flashes across the screen and then it's gone, you know, and we sit here and try to make a note on it.
No, absolutely. So I do understand.
And in the future, we don't.
In the future, we can provide that as support materials.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cavilla. I think that bodes for everybody, not just for your department, Ms. Manfredi. Okay, other questions, comments on this particular item? Okay, I don't see any. We'll go out for cab comment in Washoe County. Do we have cab comment on CGR 505? Okay, any public comment? No, Zoom? Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or a motion to approve. Anybody? Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, same story here. We're just moving to push this forward to a second.
Yes.
reading. All right, with that said, I'd make a motion for approval of Commission General Regulation 505, NAC 502.4215, the first come, first serve, prevention of unfair advantages. Make a motion for approval of that as written and presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Olmberg. We have a motion to approve Commission General Regulation 505 as presented, moving it forward to the next commission level or meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay, we're moving on to 16C, Commission General Regulation 507, LCB file number R045-22, petition process, management analyst Kaylee Musso for possible action. The commission will consider adopting changes to NAC 501.195 recommended by the Administrative Procedures, Regulations and Policy Committee. The regulation was approved by the committee at their March meeting and will be considered by the commission for their first workshop.
Thank you, Chairwoman East, Kaylee Musso for the record. Again, CGR 507 is our petition process regulation. This regulation did come out of the revision of Commission Policy 4 that the Administrative Procedures, Regulations and Policy Committee took on. This version that you're seeing in front of you is the version the department submitted to LCB, so it is the draft version. I did receive the version back from LCB last week, but it was not in time to notice it. Fortunately for us, they are actually very similar. So this regulation really is just making the petition process more clear to the public. In number 3, you'll see that we added language stating that we would review the petition considering the statutory authority of the commission. LCB's version changed that language to state taking into consideration the legal authority of the commission. So essentially the same meaning. And then on number 4, it says within 30 days after a petition is submitted or as soon as the petition can be scheduled on an upcoming agenda. The LCB version has the same language except that it would state or as soon as the petition can be practicably scheduled on an upcoming meeting agenda. And I am available for any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So those are the two areas that I had some proposed language. So, but I think that I didn't know if we'd had anything back from LCB. So I think that what they propose makes kind of clears up, especially under number 4, the 30-day or as soon as practicable. I think that takes care of it because that opens the door for the department to ask, hey, are you able to put this off for another meeting or 2 even? And I think that opens that door. So under number 2, Kaylee, at the end of that, we have the same comment, a recommendation whether to deny the petition or initiate rulemaking procedures. Is that a place that we should include what LCB proposed, taking into consideration the legal authority of the commission like we did below in 3?
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch, for the question. Kaylee Musso for the record. I do think that would be appropriate to place at the end of section 2 as well, if the commission pleases. I would just seek guidance from Deputy Attorney General Burkett to make sure that he's all right with that, as well as I did have him approve this language previously.
Oh, yes, I love it. It's great language. This is a great help for our petition process. It clarifies it greatly. And that language would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
I love the regulation is what I'm trying to say.
Good. All right.
Okay. Anybody else have questions for Ms. Musso? Comments on the regulation? Okay, seeing none, we'll go out to cab comment here in Washoe County. Do we have any cab comment on the petition process? Any general public comment? Nope. Okay, on Zoom and nobody. So we'll bring it back to the commission for a motion to move forward. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we, and I'm sorry, are we moving this or we?
It's a first workshop.
It's our
so yeah.
first still, okay.
Yeah.
So that we move Commission General Regulation 507 to a second hearing with the changes provided by LCB and to incorporate the language at the end of paragraph section 3 into the end of section 2 as well.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Barnes. All right, so we are going to move Commission General Regulation 507 forward to a next workshop. All in favor, please raise your hand. I'm sorry. Gosh, autopilot. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take just a minute break. Let everybody get ready for agenda item number 17, because I think it's going to be a little bit of a long one. So why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll come back at 9:45 and we'll get started on tag quotas. Thanks. Okay, I got the green light to go. So we are moving on to agenda item 17, Commission General or Commission Regulations for Possible Action Adoption, Public Comment Allowed. 17A, Commission Regulation 22-11, Big Game Quotas for the 2022-2023 season. Wildlife Staff Specialist Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, and Cody McKee for possible action. The commission will establish regulations for the numbers of tags to be issued for mule deer, pronghorn, antelope, elk, bighorn sheep, and mountain goats for the 2022-2023 seasons. Director Wasley, did you have any comments initial? Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
This is always our most well-attended and most engaging commission meeting for the year. I just kind of wanted to kick it off with a few comments, and then I'll turn it over to Game Division Administrator Mike Scott to share some comments as well before we dive into some of those recommendations. And the first thing, I just wanted to acknowledge the process. So we have a Board of Wildlife Commissioners. We have the State Department of Wildlife that makes recommendations, biologically based recommendations to the commission. The commission also takes input from the county advisory boards around the state and the general public in attendance, and ultimately renders that decision. There's a couple narratives that I'd like to try to address at the outset. One is the narrative that we've already heard a little bit about this morning, and a portrayal of NDOW versus sportsmen. And I don't see this as an adversarial process. I think that this is a process where there is input from a variety of sources, and then it falls upon the commission to consider all that input and make a decision. As I look around this room and think about that portrayal as NDOW versus sportsmen, and I look at the NDOW employees in this room, and I look at Alan Janae and Mike Scott, Cody McKee, and Mike Cox, John Ivonic, Hunter Burkett, Cooper Munson, Joe Bennett, Matt Jeffers, Kyle Neal. What these guys all have in common before they began working for NDOW, they were all hardcore, dedicated, passionate sportsmen. And so I hope that we don't fall prey to an adversarial mindset that portrays the passion and purpose that's embodied in NDOW employees versus anybody else, and particularly sportsmen, because we're in this together. And when we look at hunting license sales in the state of Nevada, and we look at the population estimate for our state at 3.14 million in 2021, and we look at the number of hunting licenses that we sold to residents in this state in 2021, it was 74,133. That's 2.35% of our population. And so as we dive into quotas and we talk about opportunity for relevance, opportunity to hunt, we're losing the relevancy battle. We would never, as an agency, put the stability, the safety, the health, the security of our populations in harm's way. Certainly not for revenue. Last year, our agency, when we look at tag revenues, resident, non-resident combined across all species, all gender, all weapons, 2.36 million, resident and non-resident. Less than 5% of our agency's budget comes from tags. That's never part of the discussion. So the notion that somehow there's some nefarious action going on because NDOW collects the data, summarizes the data, analyzes the data, and then benefits financially couldn't be further from the truth. So I worry about the future of hunting and fishing in Nevada when 2.35% of our 3.14 million citizens buy hunting licenses. And this isn't a short-term fix for revenue for the department. It isn't a short-term fix for relevancy for what we all hold near and dear. But certainly looking at tangible sources of mortality, which is hunting and predators, there's far more mortality that occurs on the landscape. when we look at primarily male only hunting, which is the majority of the tags are for male, removal of males from populations is not reducing these populations. And what we're going to hear about in a little bit here is the current state of the habitat conditions in Nevada. So please understand the purpose and the passion and the professionalism that comes from our sportsmen, both within the department and within the cabs and the broader community. And please try to keep in mind that there is negligible benefit financially to the agency from tag quotas. And please keep in mind the current habitat conditions that we're contending with as we hear from Alan here very, very soon in terms of a update on the conditions of Nevada's habitat. So I just wanted to start there, Madam Chair. Thank you for that opportunity and turn it over to Game Division Administrator Mike Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Mike Scott, Game Division Administrator. We're facing some real challenges with big game and big game habitat in Nevada. I believe habitat is the foundation for our wildlife. My intention with the mule deer enhancement program was to focus mule deer enhancement subcommittees on habitat stability and enhancement. I realize there's numerous issues with particularly mule deer, and we need to focus on reducing all those limiting factors. But this morning I've asked Habitat Chief Alan Janae to give a quick PowerPoint presentation on current status of habitat, and then we'll get back into the quota process. So Alan.
Good morning. For the record, Alan Janae, Habitat Division Administrator. As Mike said, we just thought it was really good opportunity. Why we're sitting here talking about quotas is try to consider the condition of the habitat and where we're at currently and kind of the trend as what we've seen, because it definitely has impacts on populations. One of the things that we've been moving through recently in consideration and preparation for trying to do a sagebrush habitat plan for the state was we looked around and we're trying to get an assessment of the vegetative communities and what their trends are in the state. Oregon to the north of us has a process, it's the SageCon. And what they did is they went through and they used remote sensing products to actually go back to 1986 to current. And they use a multispectral satellite imagery that basically is at 30-meter resolution, and they can portray to the major functional vegetation groups like annual grasses and forbs, perennial grasses and forbs, shrubs and trees. And they can break them into these 8 different categories with rule sets that kind of dictate or classify them into certain categories of ecological condition. And so as we looked at this, it's a really great way to look at the state in a very thorough analysis that oftentimes when we try to go out and we try to use vegetative sampling that's on the ground, it's so labor intensive. And it's such a small area that you really can't make predictions about the state. And so what this gives us is this ability that we can actually go up to a satellite level, use this imagery, take it down to the ground. It's down to a 30-meter, coverage. And then it's verified by BLM AIM vegetation plots. So there's about 75,000 vegetation plots across BLM lands. And so they ground truth the products that come out of this modeling. And so when you look at the state of Nevada over time, and I wish the colors on this showed a little better, but what you can see is you can look at those eco states down on the legend on the left-hand side of both of those maps. The dark green is the good condition shrubland. The lighter green is the intermediate condition shrubland. B is good condition grassland. BD is intermediate condition grassland. C is poor condition shrubland. D, which is the red, poor condition grassland. And then the two browns are juniper low mid cover and juniper high cover. The bar down at the bottom, and I apologize that the numbers are so small, but the bar down at the bottom basically depicts, and you can see it just coarsely looking at it, is that dark green in that 1986 to 1990 period. That good shrub and intermediate shrub, good shrub was about just shy of 30% of the current state at that time, with intermediate shrub being 40%. If you take and you go over and you look at 2016, 2020, that compares to 18% that's good shrub and 28.1 that's intermediate shrub. But another significant change that you see in there is that poor shrub went from 8.9% to 25.2, and poor grass in 1986 was only 1.5, and in the later year 2020 it was 7.9. So when you contemplate that is that sagebrush historically occupied about 3.7 million acres, or 44.8% of the state. From 1986 to 2020, good to intermediate quality sagebrush habitat declined by 70.2%, and of the potential habitat to 35.5%. And at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, is the poor condition grasslands have increased fourfold. And to anybody that's lived in this state, I don't think it's any surprise. As a native Nevadan that drives up and down I-80 and contemplates, things like the condition of our habitats, I've long recognized it, and I've witnessed the loss over my lifetime. But this map really brings it home. It really pushes and when it becomes such a long-term problem, people lose sight of what it used to be. And this map really represents and brings to the forefront of your mind of like what has happened just literally in this short amount of time from 1986 till now. So why are we seeing this convergence or this conversion? You think about this, recent study concluded that this is the driest 22-year period that we've seen in literally the last 12 centuries. So you've got drought that is this major factor in the backdrop that is opening up this opportunity for annual invasive grasses because it's decreasing the competitive ability of some of the preferred species. And so you look at it and you think 2020, if you remember back, I was up here talking about water hauls for bighorn sheep. That was the driest period. Las Vegas went the record amount of days without water. But that was 2020. 2021 wasn't any much more rosy. And 2022 doesn't really look, this is the prediction of the drought index, or, as of April 21. So it doesn't look good for the state. When I look at the snow-tail sites, most are below 100%. So you consider that, and looking at the wildfire predictions for this year, hearing their long-term forecasts as they predict it to be much like last year, where you've got these lower elevations that are going to be drier. You'll see that cheatgrass headed out much shorter than during those wet years. So what you're going to see is not as much fire on the lowlands and more fires on the uplands, higher up on the mountain. And so when you translate that back to wildlife, to big game, to the things we love and are considering here today, is you can expect that winter range conditions are not going to be good going into the winter period. This is some of that most important growth, setting the tone for the year. And so we'll probably see low elevation vegetation being in a dry condition and not nearly as productive as usual. So again, another thing that's in the backdrop and driving these conversions is this annual cheatgrass. And I apologize, but I do have to get my notes to remember all the numbers. But cheatgrass, just, there's been recent science that says just cheatgrass being in the understory doubles the risk of wildfire. So just its presence, they've said literally 1% cheatgrass, because it's that fine fuel that lies underneath the sagebrush that creates that fuel that carries up into the sagebrush. But basically, in this representation, in this map on the side, there's a total in this state, there's like 77.8 million acres in Nevada. Annual grasses, as depicted on that map, there are 61.3 million acres that are 1% or more. And so you've got this annual grass load that is laying underneath much of our habitat, ready to carry a fire and bring it up and convert it from what we see on the top, which is great winter range conditions for mule deer, to what you see there, which is basically the Eisenhoods, which on good years can winter thousands of deer, but it's a constant battle with this cheatgrass to try to convert this. 25 million acres of this is kind of what you see in that lighter red, which is 1 to 5%. So we will most likely see that continue to increase in its dominance, and it's because of wildfire. 25-year total on wildfire, we've burned in this state approximately 11.3 million acres. We've had huge years that have been in 1.8, 1.3, 1.2, but our average over time is about 434,000 acres annually that we see lost. When you think about that, this is using much of that same imagery that I was talking about earlier. Is you can see that black line there. That's the Little Den fire in the Desatoyas. That's an area that burned in 2016. This is an image of it afterwards. And you can see that bright red. That went from a case where annual herbaceous cover was 8 to 10% before the fire, and literally 1 year growing season after the fire, it went to greater than 30%. You can see it on the bar graph represented there. It literally, the blue lines in that graph are precipitation. That line that blows up is the annual invasive grasses. This is this is a picture of that fire. That one on the left is the south-facing aspect that is also in the picture on the right that you can see adjacent to the north-facing aspect. We tried to get the approvals to use some non-native preferred species that can compete with cheatgrass for the south-facing slopes. We were denied that opportunity, and this is what resulted, is they went with a native plant seed mix. We seeded this north slope, it took great. It's better conditions, but that drier south-facing aspect went to cheatgrass. And so this is a driver in the background of why we're seeing so much of the state convert. But you think about that a historical number of acres burned over time, and you think about 11.3 million acres. And even if we're just converting 50% of that, we're losing, and we continue to lose every year. And it's places like this. This is basically the south end of the Eisenhoods, and we went in there and we did some restoration, and we've been doing as best as we can with what we've got for the last 5 years. And we've done a lot of work even prior to that, but in the last 5 years, over 500,000 acres that we've treated, which equates to about 780 square miles. And we do have successes, but they're limited on the landscape. They don't even represent 10% of what gets burned annually that BLM and NDOW and other partners can get to. And so just wanted to kind of put this in the back of your mind as you're considering where we're at this year. It's not rosy. We're continuing this long-term drought, and it's probably going to be pretty similar to the last couple of years that we've seen. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, if anybody has any.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Janay? Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Janay, for that. Just curious, I don't know if this is for yourself or Mr. Scott, but knowing where the state is at as a whole with habitat and everything that you just outlined, and we see specific to mule deer, I think the estimated population this year is 78,000. Is there any idea on knowing where the habitat is, what the carrying capacity is for mule deer?
And these are definitely discussions that Mike Scott and I have, and we toss things back and forth, and I'll throw this question to him. But I will say these maps that we're putting together, and I apologize for clicking so fast, but we're actually going to send these maps down to the mule deer enhancement teams, and this will help. We'll have them broke out by hunt units so that we can actually portray, where the conditions are good, where the conditions are poor, to help people verify how they perceive the landscape and, the wildlife's use for it. So it'll be pushed down to that level to help in that discussion, but I'll let Mike Scott talk about the carrying capacity because I stick to weeds and seeds and he deals with live things. Furry things, I'll say.
Furry things.
Thank you, Alan. Commissioner Rogers, Mike Scott for the record. The carrying capacity is a moving target, and it moves weekly, monthly, depending on where storms hit. But one of the challenges with carrying capacity is that it can be seasonal, and we have certain areas of the state, particularly I would just throw out Area 6, where we can probably have the summer range can probably support, I don't know, 25, 30,000 deer, but the winter range can only support roughly 8,000. And so carrying capacity, it's really, really complicated and varied. So I can't give you a really good answer. It's really challenging for us to identify carrying capacity. But when we measure things, particularly body fat on mule deer, and they have zero body fat like they did in northern Washoe County, that is an indication to me that we can be either approaching or over carrying capacity. There's a lot of things I don't understand. And we have sportsmen that believe that we're nowhere near carrying capacity. And they may be right, but the science is telling me something different. And when we see zero body fat on animals, that means they're not getting enough nutrition. So I'm not saying that I'm right, but I just have to rely on the science.
Okay, other questions for Mr. Janay or Mr. Scott? Okay, thanks.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Janay.
You bet.
I'd like to say that was great, but it wasn't.
All right, again, Mike Scott for the record. Now for today, one thing, a couple of things I want to address is that I will never try to circumvent the CAB process. I will never contact you and say, you should ignore their proposals. I want you to consider their proposals and then look at our recommendations and consider the metrics that we're looking at for why we propose the numbers that we propose. So I just wanted to spell that right now. You will never hear me say, don't listen to them. I want you to. I support the CAB process. I've been involved with it for a long time. And I believe that they should be listened to, and we listen to them as well. We may not agree on everything all the time, but again, we're sportsmen too, and we want to see what's best for the species, the habitat, and sportsmen. The other thing I want to address, and Director Wassley already addressed it, we will never increase the numbers of tags as a means of increasing revenue. It's not in my 32 years in the game division, we've never done that. So in January, we presented you with the big game season prescriptions and management objectives for quota recommendations. To quickly summarize the management objectives for mule deer, we have 3 management objectives, which are standard hunt units, where we manage for $30 per 100 does, alternative hunt units, which are managed for $35 per 100 does, and then the non-standard units, which are managed by success rates. And so when you see our quota recommendations, generally, that's what we are referring to when we are providing you with those recommendations. Some of the challenges we face is that some of our really large areas in the state for numbers of mule deer have exceptionally high buck ratios right now. And we are trying to trend those down. I'm in particular, I'm talking about area 6, area 7, and area 10. And those areas are doing well. That northeast kind of corner of the state has received moderate precip, and we can see that those areas are doing well. And we see it with our sage grouse numbers, we see it with our mule deer numbers, and we even see it with our bobcat numbers. So there is some bright spots in the state, despite what you just heard from Alan. So when you see some of these quota recommendations and areas where we're trying to trend it down, we just don't want to eat that whole elephant in one year. So we're trying to trend some of these areas down to where we said we would manage for, but we aren't there. And most areas of the state, a lot of them in the state anyway, are above the numbers that we said we would manage for. So we're trying to get there, and we're trying to get there with those buck ratios. And so anyway, that's why you see some of the recommendations that you see from us. And we're gonna, what I would ask this morning is that instead of starting with antelope that we normally do, I've asked Cody Schroeder to prepare to start with mule deer, so we can get through mule deer while everybody's fresh and not worn out by this afternoon. So I would be happy to answer any questions, but otherwise I will turn it over to Cody Schroeder.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Scott before we get started? Okay. Let's go.
All right, take me just a second here.
And if everybody's okay with this, I think what we'll do is we'll start with the juniors and make all of our recommendations on juniors, and then we'll jump into the others. And I know there's some recommendations to take some tags from one one of the adult hunts to the juniors, but I'd like us to start with juniors and get through that first.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Are the juniors based on a percentage of the other total?
I believe they are.
And the reason I asked that question is that if we start with the juniors and then we make some other recommendations,
We have to go back to
and
juniors.
then we have to come back to juniors.
Yeah,
That's why I asked the question.
okay. That's a
I
good
mean, it
point.
doesn't make any difference really, but
Yeah. Okay. Secretary Wasley?
You aren't under any constraints, policy, regulation, statute. It's just, I think we use that percentage to make that initial recommendation. So if it is your preference to start there, you're not constrained. You don't have to go back and adjust those based on any kind of percentage. So it's a starting point. If you choose to do that, you can.
Okay, I think we will start there, and then if we have to, we can. I know at times we've had Cody come back up and refigure and tell us where we're at, so. Okay, good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. Members of the commission, Chairwoman East, happy to present to you mule deer quotas this morning. I can get to Commissioner Barnes' question real fast right off the bat before we even get started, but
Okay.
It is, the juniors are calculated into the any legal weapon, the other quotas. The way that we basically deal with it is we treat them as a different demand category. So they're almost treated like a weapon class, if you will. So, we have any legal weapon, muzzleloader, archery, and then we have our juniors. And so we've been taking, for as long as I can remember, we've taken about 25% of the demand, trying to push those to juniors. That's what we use for our recommendations. Of course, they often change and sometimes the demand shifts a little bit, and some of the cabs even would like to shift them into the different weapon classes. And we've done that the past few years, but it's about 25% of the demand. And then of course you got to take into account the success rates too. That's what varies the quotas. And then it's even more nuanced than that when you start talking about does, because we have to factor in that they can hunt does as well. So I can talk more in depth about that here when we get to some of the quotas.
Okay.
So I won't be too redundant on this, but I just, I have some drought maps as well. This one is very bleak when I look at it. This is the state of Nevada going back to 2000, kind of looking at it in a historical perspective. And what we see is these periods of drought cycles lasting anywhere from 4 to 10 years, followed by these very periodic, non-drought cycles. So the white space is basically where we have zero drought conditions throughout the state. The darker colors, of course, as most are aware, are the more extreme examples. And what you see through time is you see this amplitude increase, the magnitude increase, particularly in the darker regions, the dark red and the red. And we've coming out of about a 2-year cycle here. It was actually looking promising, through December of 2021. We had a bunch of storms. We had a bunch of rain in October and some snowstorms. And then we had, I think, one of the driest January, February, and Marches on record. And so that's what you're seeing. We're actually bouncing back into that severe category. So it's hard to predict what, the future is, obviously. But this drought is persisting, and you're going to see that reflected in some of our quotas. You already have this one Alan already touched on. I'll just briefly reiterate that, it's not ubiquitous across Nevada. Certainly this big blob here in Nye, parts of White Pine and Lincoln County is the most troubling. But 100% of the state is in severe, and I don't know what the percentages are off the top of my head, but a good chunk of the state is in extreme to exceptional. I think this one is a little bit, I wanted to present this map because this is total precip for the water year from October to May. And it's hard to tell a little bit from my slide, but here's Nevada. This has a little bit more granularity to it that I like. And the reason I wanted to point it out is that, as I just mentioned, it's not ubiquitous across the state. We have had poor snowpack in some areas, but in terms of total precip, including rain, the yellow is approximating 100%. The green is actually above 100%. And what you see is there's parts of Humboldt County, Washoe County, some of the other, counties around, particularly around Reno, that are actually, at or even above precip. But we still see this sort of troubling areas here. This big blob still shows up in, Nye County, Lincoln County, and on this map, Clark County is actually probably the worst in terms of total precip for the year. And the reason I wanted to point that out is just because some of these quota differences you're going to see today reflect this. I mean, we're looking at drastic drops in our recommendations in many of our counties, particularly Nye, White Pine, Lincoln. In some other areas, such as Elko County, we're actually looking at increases, and Tony touched on this as well. Some of our herds are actually doing fairly well, and we've seen maintenance or above maintenance recruitment. And that's reflected in our quota rationale and all those forms that we gave you and the numbers that we're looking at. So just getting kind of some of the standard stuff that I've done in the past, this is not a good picture either. And it probably actually reflects well on the maps that Alan showed with changing in range conditions. But Last year, 2021, we were, close to our historic low on tag numbers and total deer harvested. So we were just slightly above 6,000 deer. That includes juniors, bucks and does, everything combined. But we've been on this downward trend since 2012, essentially. Our recommendations that we have this year are going to put us even below that level. Our targeted harvest will be below, and that reflects our population. Populations are declining. Many people have hit on it. We're certainly concerned about it. We're trying everything we can do to come up with innovative, creative ideas. As Mike mentioned, that's why we came up with the mule deer enhancement team concept to try to do something. It's not novel, like it just hit us this last year or two. We've been thinking about this for decades, really, and trying to put money into restoration. But the trends we're seeing on the landscape and the conditions that Mother Nature have given us are causing this decline. Our recommendations are really just following what the trends in the deer herd are doing. When we look at hunt success, just the past 3 years, so we use a 3-year average for our quota recommendations. We're actually right at average. We're sitting at about 40 for any legal weapon. Muzzle loader was slightly down last year compared to the year before, but it's really in line with the long-term average. And then archery sitting right at about 17% last year. Again, slightly down from the year before, but it's really in line. It varies between about 15 and 20% if you look at it on a long-term scale. Of course, this is on a statewide level, and what we see when we use our quota recommendation forms and our quota recommendations is on hunt unit level. So we have seen reduced success in certain hunt units, and we definitely take that into account. And that actually, all things equal, actually causes more of an increase in quotas when you have a lower success rate. And I'll talk about that when we get to the actual specific quotas. Looking more at the harvest, we do track 4 point or better, just kind of our index of maturity. Again, this is on a statewide level. Last year, we were just barely below the 10-year average, which is 40%. I think it was 39. It's fluctuated here, but we are coming out of 5 years in a row, actually, of above 40 for a 4 point or better. So our maturity level in our harvest is actually fairly high, even though we see those declines in quotas and we've reduced quotas. Again, we're using a buck to doe ratio and we're targeting, certainly some of our sportsmen are targeting older age class animals, and we're pretty much maintaining that even though we've had declining trends in recruitment and populations. Mike mentioned this. I won't dwell on this. This is just our management objectives. Again, for standard units, $30 per 100 does, alternative 35 per 100. We do have these added criteria of hunt success and 4 point or greater, the alternative management strategies to try to provide a little bit more quality experience. And I've just listed the hunt units up there. And then again, we have this non-standard category where we're just using percent or hunt success in the harvest to guide our quota recommendations. So this is our just summarized quota recommendations, all the weapon classes. So I did want to point out, because we definitely get questions about the restricted, non-resident, guided. So these tags, 332 are actually already sold. We already had our draw, and they are subtracted from the regular non-resident quotas in calculating this 90-10 split. And so they are factored into our quota recommendations. Just wanted to have that out there so we can be a little bit more transparent. In terms of the 90-10 split, this is about as close as we could get. Policy 24, has a little bit of leeway to say approximately 90-10. It's extremely difficult to get to exactly. And I also want to mention, we look at that on just kind of an overall antlered deer perspective, not on an individual hunt unit basis. Some of our hunt units, you'll see our quota recommendations have, 5 and 2 or 2 and 2. They're not 90-10, obviously. But we can talk a little bit about that more, but that definitely affects why we can't get to the exact 90-10. These are based on our recommendations, not including the antlerless deer tags, since we don't have a corresponding non-resident tags for those. Okay, that is all I have for mule deer.
Let's see if anybody has questions based on your presentation.
Sure.
Any questions? Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Cody. I thought that was a good breakdown and presentation, but just curious on you were talking one slide on there about hunter success. And, you know, certainly as we've seen, the drought and all these other conditions are a contributing factor, but is that low hunter success that we've seen, is it also a factor of the significant increase in tags that we saw in 2012 with a dwindling deer herd over the last decade?
Yeah, for the record, Commissioner Rogers, or Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist. Commissioner Rogers, I don't think it's reflective of what our tags were in 2012. I mean, there's certainly been time for things to adjust. I mean, they're largely reflective of conditions that are out there on the landscape. You know, certainly deer numbers can affect that, but there's a lot of other factors that can affect hunt success. I mean, hot, dry conditions are notoriously bad for deer hunting. It tends to lower the hunt success. In the past few years, we've seen things like wildfire smoke have a significant effect, at least anecdotally, and just even from personal experience out there hunting in thick smoke when we've got these fires, especially in the archery and some of the muzzleloader seasons, it can affect hunt success. I think if you're to get to the point of what you're asking is if, you know, essentially too many tags or what's perceived as too many tags on the landscape can affect hunt success, maybe like a hunter crowding effect or something like that. We definitely, I don't see it in the data. I mean, I'm sure it can affect people if they get discouraged because they see too many people out there or something, maybe they go home. But, you know, these numbers, and if I had the long-term success, I could show you it's been pretty high and static since going back to at least 2012 in terms of like when you look at it on a statewide level. When you look at it on an individual hunt level, yes, some of them have dipped. And I don't know exactly what's going on in there. It could be a hunter crowding effect. It could just be that there were abnormally hot and dry conditions or not snow, you know, the animal's distribution could have affected hunter success as well. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Kind of, sort of. It wasn't necessarily an issue or perception of overcrowding of sportsmen or hunters out in the field, as much as it was, again, a question of a large number of tags for fewer numbers of deer as the populations have gone down. So clearly that there would be, you know, a large number of tags, less deer, therefore potentially less deer being harvested, which would lend itself to a lower success rate.
I think I see what you're getting at. I mean, I'll go back to this one. I wouldn't say we had a large number of tags. I mean, the gray bars are tags sold.
Mm-hmm.
So we've, you know, reduced the quotas since 2012 significantly. As I mentioned, we're below. I think that's the lowest we've seen since 2005 was 2011. And we're pretty close to that in terms of the total number of tags. So I think as the deer herd has declined and our harvest numbers have declined, it's really proportional. If you look at the blue dots, that's the number of deer harvested, and the gray bars are the tags sold. They follow very, very closely. Not exactly, of course, there's variation there. But that to me lends itself to the fact that success basically has stayed the same. Even though we have fewer people out there and we've had fewer tags and fewer deer harvested, the success rates have roughly stayed the same when you look at it on a statewide level.
Madam Chair, if I might, in 2011, the then commission made the decision to cut the recommended quotas from the department by 25% across the board. What that did was that resulted in a big increase in the buck ratios in the subsequent year. So if you think about that opportunity as a ratio of hunters per bucks rather than hunter per total deer, it might be easier to understand that that jump. And so what happened by cutting the recommended quotas by 25% across the board, buck ratios were considerably higher. So the availability of bucks in that subsequent year drove those quota recommendations. So it was the same objective, but because so many bucks were saved from the previous year, the ratio of hunters to bucks was virtually unchanged compared to historic level. So that jump that you see from 11, that dip you see in 11 was based on the commission's action to reduce the recommendations 25%. There was turnover in the commission. The department made a recommendation, again, based on observed ratios, real data in the field, which with the same objective, and the then commission acted accordingly. And so that's why you see that uptick. And then you can see that several, 3-4 years following that was sustained. So if that 1 year subsequent, if 2012 would have resulted in impacts to those populations or availability of those bucks, you wouldn't have expected to see that sustained level for those subsequent, 3 or 4 years.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Schroeder? Okay.
Okay, so if we want, we can just jump into the quota table and, or I'll leave it up to you how you want to go forward. We can definitely start with juniors. I don't know if you want to take cab comment first and then let us respond, or, how you want to do that, but I have the table ready to go.
Okay, let's look at the table, and is there anything that you'd like to recommend on this or point us to?
Well, there were quite a few alternative recommendations.
There were.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I have them all. I think I have them all.
Okay.
But I don't want to mess them up. So
Yeah.
I would prefer if the
Okay.
cabs
Sure.
provide theirs, and I
Okay.
can talk about a few of them afterwards.
Okay, Vice Chair.
I
Cornelius?
will say real quick that they are tied to, as I mentioned earlier, the any illegal weapon, and there's some proposals from the cabs to shift tags to the juniors from the others. So I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but we might want to tackle it all at once.
Okay.
As painful as that is.
Okay.
I have a handful of questions. So, and it's going to be over the whole deer thing, because they are tied together. But to begin with, so just going through the numbers, and these are just general numbers. And every year I've been on the commission, now it's my 4th year, I keyed in on southeastern Nevada. You guys heard me every year. The cabs keyed in on it, and we asked for reduced numbers. We never got them. But like in 120, in 12, we have a 54% cut in tags from last year. In 13, we have an 85% cut in tags from last year. 16, you have these are ballpark numbers, 60% cut in tags from last year. 22, you have a 59% cut in tags from last year. 23, you've got a 68% in tags cut from last year. Again, ballpark. 24, you've got a 62% cut in tags from last year. And again, the cabs and myself have been in here every year trying to reduce those quotas in southeastern Nevada, because they didn't agree with the department's recommendations. And 13 was one of the ones we really keyed in on. And for me, when I see, I'm not a biologist, but when I see an 85% cut from one year to the next, there was no natural disaster or anything where I could see that we should have a drop like that. There's the drought's been down there we've seen the charts for multiple years. I don't understand how we could have these drops. And then you see this, my confidence level looking at these quotas. I mean, obviously I think we did something wrong there. It makes me question some of the other stuff. And what do you guys think happened here in southeastern Nevada?
Yeah, Commissioner Caviglia, good questions. So I don't know that it's hard to kind of, broadly generalize with those units, but I think what you're asking is you know, did the conditions just change overnight and now we're trying to react to them? That's probably not true. You pointed out the drought map. In some cases, we probably overshot what we should have been, you know, maybe literally overshot. Like we probably had too high of quota recommendations and we're trying to make up for it now. I mean, every year we look at the data, we're basing it on past 3 years data, and we use our current survey data. You know, we've had some instances where we didn't get to fly. So maybe we missed a year to true our buck ratio, like in 13. This definitely happened. We've had, you know, some turnover and weather. I mean, there's a million things that can affect why we can't survey or how good of a survey. So we may have overshot in some cases. But again, we're still using our management recommendations the same that we have in the past. But we have seen pretty dramatic declines in recruitment rates in Southeast Nevada. In some of those areas that were hardest hit by drought, we've had back-to-back years of low fawn recruitment. And we use our buck ratio in the calculation too. So when we have low fawn recruitment and we have low buck ratios, we know we're out of balance. And that's why you're seeing some of those dramatic decreases in area 13, area 16, area 22, area 23, some of those units. I don't know if that answers your question, but in other areas, again, you know, where we're increasing and things like that, if you're asking about the disparity, again, we still use recruitment, buck ratio, all of our metrics to come up with our quota recommendation. And so, you know, all the areas haven't seen those drops. And in some cases we're, you know, even above our objective on our observed, you know, flights and things like that. But those areas in particular, we were below. When we flew, we didn't see the bucks that we should have had on the landscape based on our previous year's quota recommendations.
I mean, you just have to understand, like looking at it, I don't think you should have year to year without the natural disaster drops that big unless we were our estimates wrong, right? And I just wanted to point that this is my opinion, right? But that just, I think they were wrong. And then we talk about the kind of transitioning to, we'll go to 10 now. We talk about the harvest success is down, tag numbers go up. That was part of the justification back in Southeast Nevada when we kept the tags where they were. That like 13 was a prime example of it. Harvest rates were down per the formula. I get it. We drive more tags in there. Now we're at where, you know, now we're at where we're at with 13. So you look at 10 and 10 harvest rates were down. And then I have to ask the question because I've never seen it in any of the, I mean, I've only been here 4 years, but in the quota rationale, we want to bump the tags up because of lower success rate. You guys use some verbiage I've never seen reported to get to the same reported buck kill, you know, and it's like, are we repeating the same problem again? You know, and the previous years we did have like 2020 and 2019 in October during the bulk of the any legal weapon deer hunt, we didn't have conducive weather to hunting, right? Last year we did. October was good for deer hunting. So that excuse is out. So they had good conditions to hunt, right? So I'm concerned that we're going down the same path. I guess like this 10 hunt, we're chasing our tail with let's dump more tags in there because last year the guys did poorly, you know. And I mean, we even said we've had the lowest 4 annual antler deer harvests 4 years of since 1976, but let's just keep piling tags in there, you know. I guess that's my concern with that one.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying, Commissioner Caviglia, and I, you know, a few things, I guess. So it's not a perfect system. I will be the first to admit, you know, it's not exact. We're trying to use a 3-year average, but if you have a declining trend, sometimes a 3-year average doesn't get you to where you want to be. But this is what we're operating under, you know, policy 24 that we recently, you know, updated. But that process has basically been the same. You can overshoot using that system for sure, to your point. You know, with regards to area 10 though, I mean, we have been above objective for going back at least 3 years. This last year, we didn't get an observed postseason ratio. I'll give you that. But the prior 2 years with really good sample sizes, we were above objective, 32 and 33 in our buck ratio. And our model is saying we have somewhere around 35, 36 bucks. So we have way more bucks on the landscape per dose than we would like. That's why you see the increases in the quotas. And yes, it does have factor in the low success rate. It was poor, as you can see, the last 3 years. It's on the form, averaging about 25 for the any legal weapon early success. So that's why that is an increase. But again, that's our system that we're using. I don't think with these quotas for 10 that we're at any risk of drastically overshooting and getting to a really low buck ratio the next year. I just don't see it based on these numbers.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Caviglia, if I might, just a couple of things. To Cody's point about the formulas, the demand success, the 3-year average, it isn't as discretionary as maybe portrayed. It isn't as though we're just deciding to dump a bunch more tags. We're looking at the data, and we're using commission policy on demand success. We're using those objectives in terms of buck ratios. And so I just want to take that discretionary aspect, that certainly there is some discretion, but we have commission policy that's driving, we have harvest objectives that are driving where we land. Similarly, the 85% decrease in quota that you mentioned in 13 in particular doesn't, whether it's area 13 and it's 85% or 12 or whichever area, whether it's 50%, that doesn't necessarily reflect a commensurate decrease of the population. It isn't an 85% decrease in the population. The factors that are really driving that quota, the available bucks, which is buck ratio and the size of the population, but it's really the demand success formula. So it's the demand by weapon class in part, but hunter success, and then the buck ratio. So I hear your concern, and anytime we see those fluctuations up or down, it gives us cause to reevaluate those populations, look at the data, do a little bit deeper dive. And it certainly 85% change in quota warrants some evaluation, but there are certainly a myriad of factors that drive that. So that 85% shouldn't be viewed necessarily as an 85% decrease in the population. And it isn't as discretionary as certainly as some people think. We're using commission policy and data to drive those recommendations.
Yeah, and I would just like to add to that, we have built-in conservatism all around. And I know that it may appear that we're coming down a lot on quotas and we may have overshot. I stated that earlier, but if you look at our buck ratios, we're still within biological means of having an appropriate number. We're actually well above what other states even manage for. If you just look to the east to our neighbors in Utah, some of their buck ratio objectives are lower than what we're observing on survey, even in the areas that you mentioned where we may be coming a little bit lower. But in regards to area 10 in specifically, our quota recommendations aren't even trying to get us to 30 right now. If we were, you'd see much higher numbers. We're already being conservative on the quota recs that we're bringing to you guys. We're trying to stair step it down to get there with the quota recommendations that we have. But even our target, it says right there in the form, we're trying to get down to 35, which is already above our objective, in the hopes that we can move the needle in the right direction with our recommendations.
Any other questions?
No, and I just maybe for it's just the commission in general too. I like Southeast Nevada is where I'm from, but we had multiple cabs had asked us to adjust those numbers. We didn't do anything the last few years, and then now we're at this. I just wanted to point it out, and then like I said, it just kind of my confidence level in some of it drops looking at that. But
one thing I did want to add to speak to, because I forgot the reported buck kill, and this I think speaks to your point, is we try our best every year to evaluate what happened the year before too, and did we meet our target? And if we are off, that is something we factor in, and that's what you're seeing in some of these. If we had a quota recommendation and we still didn't get to targeted buck kill, or maybe we overshot on our buck kill, then that will factor into our quota recommendation to reduce that. And so we're taking all that stuff into account. But in general, yes, to receive the same number of bucks, dead bucks on the landscape, if you have a lower success rate and nothing else changes, you got to have more quotas to get to the same number last year based on our current process.
And again, to confirm, you like 10, just keying in on 10 again, you guys did not fly it in the fall. So that modeled buck, that is a purely modeled buck ratio, right? You had nothing to go off of in the fall last year.
That's correct. But we flew it in the spring. So, and again, I didn't mention this earlier, but 2 years in a row with 35 fawns per 100 on a really good sample and one of our larger populations. We also, that's what you got to factor in coming into the buck quota, as well as, young bucks being recruited into the population. And so, the age structure may be a little bit lower there, which you definitely see in the 4-point or better, and maybe even the success rates, but we have to factor that in when we're talking about our buck ratio.
Okay, other questions for Mr. Schroeder? Nope. Okay, so yeah, I'm hearing that maybe we don't want to start with juniors. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and start with our resident antlered mule deer. So right now, it looks like we'll be opening it up for cab comment. So if you've got cab comment, please approach and get ready to go. So I think we're going to have quite a bit. So if you can come on down and take turns at the podium, that would be fantastic. And just to make sure that we have everybody's recommendations, if you have a recommendation, don't rely on us having the right information. We think we have it, but it would be great to hear from everybody.
Okay. Madam Chair and Commission, good morning. Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. I'm again coming to the commission with concerns about the status of mule deer in Washoe County. I know it sounds like a broken record, but we're at a tipping point, not just for our deer herds, but between the relationship of sportsmen and the department. I apologize about the January meeting. Our agenda was not posted in time, so we did not meet and give our recommendations for seasons. I take full responsibility for that. If we had met, we would have recommended closing 014 for mule deer hunting in total. So our recommendations are based on the decreased deer herds and the department's lack of willingness to take action to improve the situation. Due to a complete lack of action, we are recommending 2 tags across the board in 014, except for non-residents, then it would be 1 tag. And until which time we can take proactive action to protect our herds. The rest of our recommendations are only a reflection of the decreasing deer herds. And I believe you have that on that spreadsheet, so I don't have to go over those. Our muzzle loaders, we increased pretty much to last year's numbers. The department decreased all resident muzzleloader tags to equal to the non-residents. It was going to be the equal opportunity for non-residents and residents. So for the most part, except in 014, we bumped those back up to last year's quotas. The one thing that I have a question on is how can we make recommendations as cabs or commission if we don't have accurate numbers? Pat Jackson at our mule deer team told us that the past biologists were giving us false numbers, kind of cooking the numbers to give us their recommendations to support their quotas. And if you look at our mule deer, our quota forms that we're going off, which I do like the spreadsheet form. And if you look at just the first one, 011, 013, it says that in 2019 to 2020, there's 1,200 deer. In 2020 to 2021, there's 1,000. But if you look at our big game status book from last year, those numbers are 1,200 and 1,400. That goes down the board on every single mule deer recommendation, all the population estimates for all of Washoe County. So I don't know which is right. Were we going off wrong numbers? Maybe that goes to Commissioner Cavilla's comments earlier that we're not getting right numbers. Maybe that's why these aren't getting, but we don't have right numbers for Washoe County. So I don't know how we can make really good recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. I'll start with the any legal weapon hunt at 1331 and 041 and 042. That unit is not modeled or surveyed. And with a success rate last year of 15%, we think that those deer on that side just aren't really there. So we'd like to lower that the quota down to 8. The department was recommending 15. We'd like to go to 8. And now for the 043 to 046 unit, that population is 50%, 57% down from 2013. So we were at about 3,500 animals in 13, and now we're down to 1,500. We think that the deer on that side, there's in some areas, there's some good deer, but most of that unit, there's not any deer there. There's one mountain range in the whole unit that's good and the rest is bad. So that whole unit takes a hit because one small area. The statewide fawn production is 47%. That's a statewide average. Right now, the average on that side is 29%, but it's also got a factor of 25% for a winter loss. That puts us down to about 23 fawns per 100 does. That is not a sustainable amount of deer to keep that population going. So we'd like to lower those quotas. I know it's a drastic cut, but we've lost 50% of the deer in 9 years. So we'd like to cut the quota in the 043 to 046 early to 55 and the 043 to 46 down to 22. I know the department's not going to agree with this, but that's what we'd like to see just to try to protect those deer on that side of Persian County. Thank you.
Did you have other recommendations in other categories?
Oh, I only had one other one. That was the lower, that was in 046, I mean 043 to 046 in the non-resident hunt to take it from 8 to 6. That was the only other one that we had in that.
In the non-resident. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Who's next? Mr. Cooney.
Jim Cooney, Elko Cab, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. We always are anticipating this particular meeting every year. We've heard several concerns. I would like to echo those concerns, especially the ones that Commissioner Cavilla was just talking about. We didn't get a fall flight, so we've got some skewed numbers. Up in Elko County, we had Area 6, didn't get a spring survey, didn't get surveyed 1 year in the last 3 years. Area 10 didn't get surveyed. I'd like to push that the commission, as well as the department, look at ensuring that those flights, especially in those deer herds for Area 6, Area 7, and Area 10, are a priority because of the size of those deer herds, and we can't afford to lose basically any more animals. As we went through, you may be surprised at what the Elko Cab recommended, but as we looked at an alternative hunt in 081, sportsmen have been asking for a reduction in tags with that particular herd. The quality of that hunt has been reduced. We have several sportsmen that came to us with concerns. So we'd like to recommend in unit 081 that we have a 10 tag reduction. So they've been going in the neighborhood of 60 to 65. We'd like to recommend a 10 tag decrease. Following with that, in the muzzle loader, that was all legal weapons for that reduction of 10. In the muzzle loader, we'd recommend a 5 tag decrease for that.
Okay.
And I believe the other in units 101 through 109, late archery, that we add 10 tags to take that hunt up to a quota of 30. We had a significant jump in the number of archery tags from 500 that the department had recommended to, I think, 600, 690. I've got paper scattered all over the place over here and I'm trying to juggle that. But we had requested a 10 tag increase there for that late archery hunt. I do have other recommendations, but they're in the other areas for antlerless and the youth. So we'll wait until that particular time.
Okay. Actually,
right.
give us your antler list and then we're going to come back to the juniors,
Okay.
if you wouldn't mind. Just be more efficient. Antlers.
Okay.
I think
Mule deer antlerless, any legal weapon hunt 1181. In hunt units 071 through 79 and 091, which we're recommending 105 tag decrease. In units 101, 102, 109, which we would like a 50 tag decrease. So going from 100 to 50, reduced to 105 from the 210. And with that, I think that
I believe that's it.
yeah, I think
According to
so.
my notes. So we'll come
Yeah.
back to juniors. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Green?
Good morning, Gene Green, Carson City Cab for the record. We only have two. We tried to keep this within the scope of our area. And the first one is antlered muzzle loader. What we've done is we actually had some discussion with Carl Lackey. The discussion revolved around mostly whether these changes involved the success rate in the past. And using the success rate in the past, we would like to change. This is for antlered muzzleloader resident in 1371 on your list. In area 192, it was 10 last year. We would like to make it 10 this year instead of 7.
Okay.
And jumping over here to resident mule deer antlered archery hunt, 1341 in area 192, late, the late hunt. They lowered it from 20 to 15. We would like to push it back up to 20.
Okay.
And that's all we had. We could have gone on for hours, but we chose to stay within our area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Other cab comment?
Hi, Chrissy Pope, Nye County. We were definitely scratching our heads at unit 16, 17, 21, 25 in our area. These are huge reductions and it's unfortunate, but we've been asking the department for years to, reduce those tags. We're out there on the ground. We're not seeing what their model's been showing us. It's a disappointment that we've gotten to this point, and it's such a dramatic reduction in tags. But This is what we've recommended, in area 161 to 164 early. The department requested 120 tags. As you can see, a huge reduction, 290 tags last year down to 120. We are on the ground. We are out there hunting. We want to even decrease that even more. We need to start somewhere. So we recommended 110 tags for 161 to 164 early. And that's for the all legal weapons hunt. For the muzzleloader hunt in 161 to 164.
Ms. Pope, can I ask you to go back real quickly? I have down for area 211 to 213 that you recommended a reduction as well.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
For the all legal weapons class, we did.
Right. Okay.
Down to 25.
Yep. Okay. I just want to make sure we catch everything.
Yep.
Okay.
And
then muzzleloader.
The muzzleloader hunt for 161 to 164. For resident, we would like to increase that to 15.
Okay.
For the archery hunt, we would like to increase that from 45 to 50. And that's just the 161 to 164 hunt or unit.
Okay.
Area 17, we were good with NDOW's recommendations.
Okay.
Moving on to unit group 211 to 213. This area was not surveyed, so we do have to rely on the hunters. And we would like to reduce those tags in the early all legal weapon hunt from 40 to 25.
Okay.
For resident.
Okay.
From non-resident, we would like to reduce that tag to 5 or from 5 to 3.
That's the 211 to 213. Okay. Non-resident. Okay.
And then we do understand it's really hard to survey that area. So we rely on the hunters to give us feedback. And then we were good with NDOW's recommendations in area 251 to 254. So that was all the changes that we had. And like I said, we just want to make note that we're not happy that it happened like this. We've been, like I said, asking for a reduction for a long time. The deer just aren't out there, the drought, the predators. It's unfortunate, but we got to start somewhere. So this is where we want to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Steve Marks, White Pine. I'm gonna keep it even shorter than her. All we are asking is in 111 through 113 to drop the tags to 200 and the early hunt tags to 200, the late hunt tags to 20.
Okay.
And just to reflect 11 or 1332, the non-resident, and the 1107 juniors to reflect accordingly.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, huh, for you?
That's it.
I think that's all I had for you too. All right. Thanks, Steve.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. In our meeting, we questioned the biologist. I said, we have a 68% success ratio. And so with that kind of success, average 60 to 50 to 40, why did we take the cut? And he explained that in their success, majority of the animals taken were 3 points, and he had recommended the cut. And I said, well, we're not a migrating herd, okay? And a lot of times the people who are taking animals take the first one and call it good. So what we were recommending is let's go back to what we had last year in 1331 to 40. And then on hunt 1371, take it back to 10 from 5. And on the 1341 hunt, they would like to have it 10 tags, 201 to 202, 204 early, the 201, 204 late, the 202, 205, 208 late, like those to go to 10 because the success was like minimal on those. We don't know why their success was down because theirs is after everybody else, other than I'm not an archery hunter, so I can't tell them how to do it. Okay,
Thank you. Other cab comment in Washoe County?
Thank you, Craig Burnside, Douglas Cab at our meeting. So it just saved me from getting up later. Across all species, all sexes, all hunts, we voted to support staff's recommendations for all hunts.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any other cab comment here in Washoe County? Okay, we have cab comment from Clark on Zoom, so we'll go to that and then we'll open it up to, we don't? That was previous. Oh, we have one more cab. Oh. Now we do have cab. Okay.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, Worth Nelson, Lander Cab. We were informed by our biologists there in Battle Mountain that our deer herd in this year is doing pretty well. And the things that they've done the past couple of years, the herd looks good. Everything else is going well. So we kind of took that as, why don't we stay where we're at? We have what mainly increases across the board have been recommended by NDOW. We would like to just stay with last year's numbers. For the most part, that is down. Like let's say in the archery, they're recommending 80. Last year was 60. We're saying let's just go with the 60 again, you know, with a little bit of consistency. But there's actually a couple of them that like the non-resident muzzleloader hunt went down to 2 this year, would actually go up to 4. So there's a little bit of up and down in Lander County. Or actually areas 151 through 156 is what I'm talking about.
Okay, that helps us.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That helps me. I don't know about everybody else. Okay, so 151 to
151 to 156 mule deer. In all hunts, the junior, the muzzleloader, the archery, the non-resident, the resident, we'd like to just kind of stay consistent and see what that does for our herd out there.
So go back to last year's
Yes.
quotas. Okay.
Some,
so-
like I said, some are up and some are down.
Yep.
We just want to kind of stay where we're at and see what happens.
Okay, so can I walk through this with you?
Absolutely.
151 to 156 early in any legal weapon hunt, 1331 would go back to 160.
Yes,
And then the late would go to 15.
yes.
Okay, and then in non-resident, that would be adjusted. And then muzzle loader, we'd go from 9, we'd go to 9 from 15.
Yes, for
Sorry,
resident.
Okay, 9.
The non-resident would actually go up to 4 instead of
Okay.
being at 2.
Okay. And then antlered archery,
Archery resident would be back at 60 instead of 80,
60 instead of 80.
and
Okay.
non-resident archery at 6 instead of 10.
Where am I at? I have 9. Okay, so it goes 6. Okay. Okay. All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I just really need to be specific. Okay, any other cab comment in Washoe County, Reno? No. Okay, we are going to go to Zoom real quick for cab and then we'll come back for public comment. And this is Clark. Maybe?
Sorry about that. This is Clark County, Dave Talaga. I do want to say that the Clark County Cab voted to accept the recommendations as is, although they did have some discussion on Area 10. However, I don't have the notes going to it. I apologize. But I just thought I'd let you know that that was our vote at the cab. I would like to say that the data that has been presented here by NDOW is very interesting. And I know that our cab would appreciate having that data in hand before we discuss the things in our meetings. I appreciate that the other cab members are very aware of what's going on in their particular hunting units, but Clark County, there's just not a lot of that. So we don't have the anecdotal data. So the official data from NDOW would be a great help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is anyone here from Humboldt County? Okay, no. All right, because we have recommendations from Humboldt as well. Okay, I think that concludes our cab comment. We'll open it up to public comment, and we're talking about mule deer.
Good morning, Mel Building for the record. Steve Robinson touched on it a little bit. I want to take it a little further. You guys all got these sheets. This is kind of in the same discussion we had with policy 28 yesterday. Let's just take a look at 11, 12, and 13. You read the numbers 1,200, 1,000, and 900. If we look at the last year's big game status book, you'll see that those numbers were 1,200, 1,400, and 900. That number of 1,400 last year means we lost 500 deer. 5 times what the department gave you for your support material. The same can be said in 014. Those numbers in here, 500, 470, 250. We have a 50% loss in 014. What were they in this book? 550, 500. Why the change? Steve touched upon it. I'm not going to go there. I'm really not. 014 has lost 1,350 deer in just 8 years. Started a population at 1,600. It's now at 250 in September. At no time, when you look at the graphs, if you'd like them emailed to you, I will. At no time did we see a loss of 36% in 014, like we did in 011, 12, and 13 this year. It is unethical, in my opinion, for the commission to take action on these numbers in Washoe County. The legality of it, that's a question for somebody else. We just want transparency. We want honesty. We don't want numbers changed to make it look just a little bit better, maybe. And I'm not saying that is what happened. What I'm saying is they changed, and they should not have. I believe this is a federal document. I believe this was sent in to the Aid for Wildlife. Those numbers can't be changed, but you guys haven't changed. What's going on? We need some answers. We deserve them. I'm not here for opportunity. I don't do what I do for opportunity. I'm here for the resource. This resource is imperative. We got to stop it. I don't care if we have 5,000 or 50% bucks and 100% at 100% dose. I don't care. We cannot afford to lose any more deer.
Hey, Mel, we need you to wrap it up. Thank you, Mr. Belding. Any other public comment on deer in Washoe County? If you're going to speak, can you come on down and sit in the front? We only give you 3 minutes. So come on down and get ready to go.
I'll be short. Sean Shea, Washoe County. There's just a couple things to go back to Alan Janae's graphs. I thought they were great. I mean, I'm for everything that works around habitat. It really does. I would like to see in his drought habitats, though, I would like to see the population of horses from 86 up to follow that. Let's just see if it's all tied together, which I would probably believe it is. The other thing, actually, before I hit to the point, is on Cody's, I believe it was Cody's graph. It starts to talk about 4 or better for maturity. I think that is, we need to go something different on that. We need to go, if you're going to go look at maturity, you've seen 4 points that are 2-year-old 4 points that are 10 inches wide, and that's considered a mature buck. I think we need to start looking at something different. We need to take like a mass measurement and a beam length. That's going to give you more maturity than points. Then to get to the point, actually, I'll come back to the junior, sorry, because that's my next
Okay.
part. So thank you.
Okay. Next up.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Larry Johnson for the record. I'm a member of the Washoe County Mule Deer Enhancement Subcommittee. And so we have looked at all of the Washoe County numbers here in depth now for over a year. Quite frankly, the entire year's experience on this subcommittee is disappointing. Subcommittee reached conclusions, gave direction to the department to formulate projects. One of them was a habitat project improvement. One was a collaring project. One was a predator management project. The predator management project got completely rewritten beyond scope, what we recommended, watered down to nothing without our knowledge and presented. Again, extremely disappointing, was brought back to us under the guise of reporting to you that it was a miscommunication. It was not a miscommunication. It was a lack of following our conclusions and our guidance. We have a wonderful habitat project. I want to commend the Habitat Division of NDOW. These guys are doing their best. They're working as hard as they can. They put as much money on the ground as they have people who will administer. Okay. But all of a sudden, when we come to predator management projects, those projects have to run through 3 different committees for approval. All of a sudden, it's like we got to reprove that the world is round and E = MC squared and mule deer are on the brink of extinction before a predator project can make it through this system. Okay, completely unacceptable. 50 years ago, you couldn't find a mountain lion in Washoe County. Our director of the Department of Wildlife was the area biologist for Washoe County and never saw an evidence of mountain lions in Washoe County. We have an abundance of those animals and we refuse to take action. Again, the whole process almost has been a waste of my time. We will continue though to work. We've got another meeting here in about 10 days. I do want to take the area biologist on a little field tour, just one-on-one. And
Just be nice.
and again, field biologist, by the way, is a fine professional. Okay, John is. And I want to show him the top of the granites and Fox and 49er Mountain. That is the Garden of Eden following our April rains. Guides in area 014 have reported that the bucks they have taken were a hog wall of fat last fall. In contrast to the animals that were captured during the collaring process. We can't make the blanket statement that these deer are starting to death.
Okay, I think you are out of time. We need a buzzer. Can we please have a,
Turn my alarm on.
thank you. Okay.
I apologize, but
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next up.
Joe Subel, I'm on the Washoe County Mule Deer Enhancement Committee. It's been about over a year with Larry.
Can you step closer to the mic,
Yep,
please?
sorry.
Thanks, Joe.
I do feel everything we've looked at the data in the past year, every time I've been up to Northern Washoe, it's really hard to find any deer. And I don't sense any kind of urgency coming from NDOW to do anything. We just keep hearing, drought, can't do much because of drought, can't do much because of horses, and then predators. It's a huge taboo, polarizing topic. I feel just something needs to be done. Something needs to be changed. We need to go in a different direction. Because, I mean, we need to have some kind of a drought plan, like we are in a very arid state. It's going to happen again and again. We just need to do better. Because I do feel sportsmen are crying out. We're trying to even reduce the number of tags. If sportsmen are trying to reduce the number of tags, there's obviously a pretty big problem. And we just feel there's no real sense of urgency. And I don't know when that's going to happen because I already feel it is much too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Good afternoon, Todd Jackson for the record. Maybe it's still good morning. Good morning
Todd.
still. Okay. Yeah, I second everything that a lot of these guys have said and I appreciate their time and effort that they're putting into their statements that you're saying are accurate. And it's not just habitat. We're having issues with predators without a doubt. And it's a significant problem and something needs to be done about it. You know, we're sitting here as kind of the sportsmen out here. We're hopeful every single year that the department and others are really working on this deer population issue. And every year it's just disappointing. And every year you get out there, it's less and less deer. And I just think we're at a point now where the deer herds are so low in northern Washoe County that either you should shut down the seasons until the problem is corrected, or you should shut the numbers down to where there's just a few tags like were recommended in 014. I don't see any reason why there should be any more deer tags in 013, 011, or 012 for that matter. I mean, to be able to say that in the units 11 through 13, there's only 900 deer in those 3 units. Those are huge units. And I mean, in one area that my dad had a ranch or still has a ranch just south of Bahia. It's about a 10 by 7 mile area. I mean, we used to have those kind of numbers just on the one ranch alone. And now you can hardly even find 50 deer. And we're not having any of the problems that you guys are talking about when it comes to fire, comes to horse impacts, deer getting killed on the highway. We've got a significant cattle operation. We probably overgraze every single year. And we've done that historically for 40 years. It's not that. It's in an area where we get consistent precipitation. But we're seeing the dead deer being killed by the mountain lions, and we're seeing the dead deer killed by the coyotes. It's not too difficult to figure out that's what's going on where we're in the snow and you can see their tracks right there with the dead deer. It's really disappointing to see what's going on and to hear that even people that you're counting on to try to increase these deer herds think that just a few weeks ago, they stated in a meeting we were at that if all the predators were gone in northern Washoe County, it would have no positive effect on the mule deer. And I just think that we owe it to the mule deer population and our kids and our kids' kids to do something about this. And I think we're the deer herds at a point now in Washoe County that if you don't do something and do it right now, it's going to be too late. Trying to bring a herd back that's at 900 for those 2-3 units or 250 in the granites. It takes a long time to bring a deer herd back like that if you're really managing it properly. So my recommendation would be to either shut the seasons down completely or leave it where there's just a handful of tags in each unit. And I would really hope that, you know, maybe some of you folks and others could not count on the helicopter flights as being the sole method of determining what these tags should be. You should count on the sportsmen's annually, and you should have every person should have to bring their animal in and check it in the NDOW every year so they can communicate what they're actually seeing in the field.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Jacek. Next up.
Hi there, Chad Platzmeyer again. Just wanted to get up real quick and apologize. I realized that my comment earlier was misplaced, so I won't read it again, obviously. But I'd like you guys thank you guys for listening to that. And I wanted to add, listening to Vice Chair Cavilla, I can't agree more at looking at all the numbers and the decreases of tags in 13 and 22 and 23. And looking at how drastic those are, I think it's questionable that when you want to increase 10 and 6, I think the public questions that. And, you know, we look at those numbers at 13 and 22 and all those other Southeastern units. We've obviously failed those units, and I would hate for that to happen in other parts of the state as well. So thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Rex Flowers for the record. I would hope that you would go with Washoe County
on their recommendations. I did not attend their meeting. I had to be out of town, but I did send in my thoughts. I think they very much aligned what they did. Definitely in 014, we have a tragedy going on. There is no doubt about it. In fact, you guys heard me speak at the January meeting that I really thought we should consider shutting it down. That would be the biggest travesty, I believe, that ever happened to this department, to close a unit completely. So at least let's get the numbers down to where they're at an absolute minimum. The other units, 011 through 013, last year, I thought we were making great success based on what we were given for information. I mean, our population had jumped up to 1,400 animals, and things were looking up. We'd had good hunter success a few years. We'd had good 4 points or better in our reports. And then turn around this year and find out that we have 900 deer. Something is happening all over. There needs to be a real consideration given to doing something that's short-term that can have an immediate effect. I believe in habitat. I listened to Director Wasley when he first became the mule deer specialist. And he spoke very strongly about deer numbers and populations being dependent upon that, on habitat, and it was long-term. He spoke highly about how things that we were seeing happening had been the results of perhaps the wool growers and their grazing, the cattlemen and their grazing from 40 and 50 years prior, the disturbance to the land and stuff. Our deer in Washoe County don't have 40 or 50 years left. We need to do something much more immediate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers.
Ash Caselli. Just want to give a quick reminder. By statute, the commission is charged with establishing broad policies for the protection, propagation, restoration, transplanting, introduction of management of wildlife in the state. It also oversees the Nevada Department of Wildlife, which implements those policies. Wildlife managers and biologists at the department can make recommendations, but the commission bears ultimate responsibility for wildlife management in the state. Please listen to the CABs. They're the voice of sportsmen. They are your most accurate survey.
Can you repeat your name, please? I didn't hear it.
Ash Caselli.
Thank you.
For the record, Joe Blakesley, and I'm not speaking for myself, I'm speaking for the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. I've been requested to say that we would like to see a legislative audit of the predator management program, specifically on the lethal amount of management that's been done. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blakesley.
Ryan Brown. I would like to echo or re-echo what everybody's been talking about. It's the commission's responsibility to accurately judge the wildlife. We all know there's multiple problems with the mule deer herds across the state. Seeing the drastic changes means that there's been a longer problem that's now being addressed. To see those earlier would be helpful, and you guys please consider everybody's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we get to the next one, I'm going to read a couple of letters into the record that I received by email. The first one is from Tom Green from Sparks, Nevada. As a Nevada resident since the late 1970s, avid sportsman and outdoor explorer, I have spent significant time in the wilds of northern Washoe and Humboldt County, as well as the Eureka area. I have seen droughts, floods, fires, loss of habitat due to building, grazing, and horses. I have seen wet years and many dry ones. I have hunted deer in Elko County, Eureka County, Washoe, and Humboldt counties. I have been on antelope and elk hunts with others. I have trapped in Washoe County, and I have dialogued with biologists and wardens. We have a problem. There is a serious loss of deer in Nevada, and the time has come for NDOW to return to their core mission. It seems NDOW has lost their way, beholden to big budgets and special interests. Protecting and promoting healthy herds should be the number one priority. Of course, that is done in a variety of ways, and the complexity of managing Nevada's game animals and those who hunt them is not easy. My last deer hunt in 2019, Unit 034, was dismal. I saw one mature buck, and he was not something I was interested in harvesting. I saw tons of wild horses. Sadly, even the areas within the 2,000-acre exclusion zone of the cutthroat trout natural area seemed devoid of deer. I trapped in Unit 022 last season. The only deer I saw in my trapping season were 3 does with a buck, and they were on private land in 021. The previous year, I never saw one deer on the Winnemucca Ranch after trapping there. I saw plenty of lion tracks and even accidentally trapped a big tom lion. When I have suggested that NDOW is not doing enough to remove lions from the range, I was told by a warden they aren't the problem. Then what is? Why am I seeing lion tracks more than deer tracks? We know California isn't regulating lions, so it is a stretch to think we are getting some of their residual. Why is the department wasting time and resources messing with coyote calling contests? Why can't I take a lion like I can take a coyote? The department has wasted man hours going after sportsmen who didn't use the right caliber on a lion. Are you kidding me? Why did it take Oregon's decline in sheep to remove lions from the heart? Why hasn't the Sheldon followed suit? NDOW should never cooperate with any of the horse advocacy groups. The horses are not native, they are not a game animal, and we know they damage habitat, especially water sources. NDOW should be working to remove horses whenever and however they can, spend time on that versus trying to pander to the antis and the horse advocates. Given the sheep declines in deer populations, I would support a ban on hunting in units most decimated. Give it 2 years with heavy predator and horse removal, and let's see if we cannot bring some of those units back. This continual sale of tags absent animals to harvest is a money grab. Close the unit for 2 years. Let the deer make a comeback. Tom Green. I have another one, but I'll go ahead and take the next public comment.
Matt Malarkey for the record. I think as a sportsman, listening to the numbers that were just presented by Mel Belding, that's concerning. And I think as a CAB member, if we would have had that data, I believe our recommendations in 011 through 013, 014, 015, all the Washoe County units for mule deer would have been drastically reduced from the recommendations that we provided today. And so I think that and as a second point to that, I think that it's the commission's responsibility to follow up to figure out why those numbers changed. And I think we'd like to hear that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Malarkey. Do we have any other public comment in Washoe County? Okay. Oh.
Worth Nelson for the record. Area 6 is not a part of the Lander cab, something that we have a say-so in other than the sheep right there on the north rim. But Area 6 for mule deer is right our back door. A ton of people hunt out there. I do it all the time. We spend a lot of time out there. I've been told in the past that it's up to capacity, which is impossible to tell because nobody can say what that means, what capacity is. I mean, it's all part of the science and data and stuff like that. But there's not very many deer out there or quite the numbers that we're used to having out there. And I'm just a little concerned. And all I did was total up numbers. As far as being specific for what hunt, I don't know. There's 2,867 deer tags in Area 6 alone. That's a lot. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Nelson. All right, I'm going to read the next letter, and this is from John M. Edwards. Doesn't say where he's from. To whom it may concern, I am a lifelong resident of Nevada and have been hunting here since I was old enough to keep up with my father, who showed me the ropes. In the early years, my dad bought his deer tag at the local sporting goods shop, and we could hunt whenever we wanted in the state. Of course, that changed way back, and we've been applying by unit since. I have hunted deer all over the state from the Spring Mountain Range all the way to the units bordering in Utah, Idaho, and Oregon. I've also hunted antelope, elk, sheep, and every variety of upland game and migratory birds here in Nevada, and been fortunate enough to harvest 2 bull elk, a desert ram, and a California bighorn ram. My best Nevada mule deer buck earned me a listing in the Boone and Crockett all-time records of North American big game. I list these facts to only illustrate my experience and historical hunting endeavors in our state. I have seen things change over the course of a half century of hunting experience. I remember days back in the 1970s when it was difficult to find any buck in the Ruby Mountains. I also remember days in the 80s when I counted 100 bucks in central Nevada. These past 20 years or so, my deer hunting has been primarily in northern and northwestern Nevada. Specifically, I have hunted the Sheldon Unit 033 several times in the past 15 years. In 2006, I hunted there and I remember seeing dozens of mature bucks each day, including some pushing the 30-inch mark. I hunted it again in 2006 and things had deteriorated drastically. I had trail cameras spread out over a wide portion of the unit for a month and captured only one photo of a mature mule deer buck. I also captured photos of 5 different mountain lions, several bobcats, and countless coyotes. My hunting partner and I never filled our tags that year and only saw 2 mature bucks in 10 days of rigorous hunting. In 2019, I drew an antelope tag for Unit 022. I scouted 16 full days and covered the entire unit, which is historically known for big muley bucks. I saw only 2 after covering hundreds of square miles with my boots and my binoculars. To add insult to injury, although I was able to harvest a fine pronghorn buck, it was not the largest one I saw during my days in the field. The largest one had been killed earlier the morning. I found its carcass covered in gravel and grass by a mountain lion that killed it. I placed a trail camera on the kill and captured photos of a female lion and 2 yearling cubs feeding on the kill later that evening. See the attached photos. I later talked to a lion hunter who told me he treed a dozen lions within 5 miles of that kill site over the past year, a dozen. It goes without saying that when a hunter sees more lions on his trail cameras than he does mature deer, something is drastically wrong. Finding the biggest antelope in the unit freshly killed by a cat is also indicative of a problem. If there are a dozen lions treed on one mountain in a season, the predator-prey ratio is FUBAR. For the sake of all young and upcoming hunters in our beautiful state, I hope the commission will take the necessary steps to turn the pendulum back and help our deer herds recover. The situation today and the future is bleak without action. Sincerely, John Edwards. And I'll give these to Missy for inclusion. Okay, do we have other public comment?
Ladies and gentlemen, for the record, my name is Stephen Kellers, and I came up here to reiterate what Larry Johnson and Joe talked about as far as the predators go. I think that something should be done with the predator situation we have in northern Washoe County and throughout the whole state. The other thing I want to mention is troubling what Mel Belding's talked about as far as 2 different sets of numbers. I don't know why there's two sets of different numbers for the quotas that we have. Anyway, that's all I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kellers.
Brad Pillsbury for the record. I just wanted to reiterate what Steve just talked about with going back to Mel Belding's numbers and the discrepancies in those numbers, and would like to second the Washoe County CAB's decisions to lower the tag numbers for Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pillsbury. Any other comment in Washoe County? Okay, I don't see any. Do we have any on Zoom? Yes. Okay, we'll go to Zoom.
Hello.
Hello, Jeff. Go
Oh,
ahead.
hi. Yeah,
Hi.
not sure how this works, but yeah, I just had a few concerns in regards to all the tag allocations. It seemed like there's a lot of discrepancy between the archery tags that are greatly reduced and the rifle tags that are very minimal reduced. Example, antelope. They're reduced 39% for archery residents, only 1.5% for rifle. Seems like, and that's across the board, I almost all categories. Cow elk archery, area 161, reduced from 20 tags down to 4.
Hey, Jeff, I
yes.
hate to interrupt you. Could you focus on mule deer? Because we're on mule deer right now, and then come back to us on the other species.
I can do that.
Thank you.
All right, we'll contact them. Thank you. All right.
Thank
thanks.
you.
All right, bye now.
Do we have anybody else, Missy? Yes, okay. Fred Volz. Fred Volz, okay.
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning still, I guess it is. For the record, Fred Volz. The proposed reduction in total killing tags statewide is insufficient and does a disservice to the struggling statewide mule deer population. We have no presented information indicating that habitat or drought conditions will be improving in the coming hunting season. Let's also acknowledge that the population numbers are at best educated guesstimates, not precise numbers. Those hunters, cabs, and commissioners whose primary concern is hunter convenience, opportunity, success, and hunt quality, to the detriment of your responsibility to preserve our struggling wildlife species for future generations, run the risk of having nothing to kill long range if current conditions last for years into the future. It is worth adding that cabs dominated by hunters have no unbiased and precise knowledge of wildlife numbers in their counties. They also lack scientific expertise and analytical capabilities since they have no staff. All cabs rely on are their subjective opinions, not science. Their zest to demonize and kill all predators and wild horses is irresponsible and biologically untenable. Underlying all of this is a hunter desire to have more deer to kill, not preservation or balance. And these comments apply to each of the big game species quotas that will be set today, including mule deer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz.
Joseph, and if you'll state your last name, please.
This is Joseph Terry for the record. I just wanted to say all the mule deer quotas I'm concerned about, especially with the numbers, but I'm especially concerned about the antlerless tags that is proposed for the recommended quota. My understanding is that we don't want as many bucks per does because it throws off some scientific things with NDOW. But I think we should be keeping as many antlerless deer around as possible since they're producing. So that would be my recommendation, to keep the quota for last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. And that's it. Okay. Okay, we'll bring it back. I have a question for Mr. Scott. Could you pop up to the podium, please? So we've heard some feedback about the book versus the quota recommendation sheets that we all got a couple of weeks ago. Can you talk to us about the population estimates being variable on in both of those documents? And is that book, status book, a federal document?
Madam Chair, for the record, Mike Scott. Yes, we turn that status book in as part of our federal aid package to the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay.
We have an explanation for that. Cody, do you want to address it? We'll let Cody address that.
Okay.
For the record, Staff Specialist Cody Shorter. I think I would have to, I didn't quite fully get which numbers, but
I think it was,
is it
if I can
011?
help you, it's 011 to 013.
Yeah,
And what
so-
they're saying is that the population estimate in 2019 to 2020 was 1,200. And then in the book, it was listed as 1,400 in 2020 to 2021. And we have 1,000 on the quota sheet.
Yeah, so I think what that is just that we model that with the Sheldon herd 033. So we included the population estimate in the book in there. So that would have included 033.
Why would you do that?
Well, we've
Just
several, probably a decade ago, we started
Okay.
combining the survey numbers. So we model it as one population. So we have a population estimate that includes 033.
Okay,
And
so this.
I
year's-
don't know, I don't have the old status book in front of me,
Yeah,
but
I don't either,
we might not have,
unfortunately.
Does
somebody have it? Okay, so 033 then last year was 400.
Yeah, so
And
that-
this year it's 320. I just want to get to the bottom of this, just so we can figure out where we're at on the population estimate.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, so, well, sorry.
If I might, a couple things that happen. So population models are continuous. They model populations through time, and at any particular year, there's a confidence interval around that estimate. And so when you look at past years and you run that model to a point for this year, the way that that model's trued up and what strengthens that model and adds accuracy to that model is running it through those previous year estimates. So what can happen is to model the current year in the most accurate way possible. It can adjust previous year's estimates within the confidence interval for those years. So as we, if there was a population estimate that's 1,100, there's a confidence interval around that. It's not exactly 1,123 animals. And so to run it in the current year as continuous data, the longer those models run, the more current they become in the current year, but sometimes that results in adjustments to past years. And so and I don't know the exact data and the exact issue here, or if this applies, but it is important to know that as we model the current year and it's continuous data, and these models may have 20, 30 years of data in them, it sometimes results in adjustments to previous year estimates in order to derive the current year estimates. In speaking to some of the modeling and quota setting in northwestern Nevada, there's a fairly lengthy and complicated history in terms of how the populations have been modeled and then how harvest has been regulated. Historically, a number of units that are now set apart had a single quota for all of those units. And it was the desire, primarily the Washoe Cab, probably starting about 15 years ago, maybe more, to begin to manage that harvest more specifically to management areas. And so 015, 014, they started to gradually break up into smaller units, but that didn't mean that the population was resident only to those units. The population was still larger and contiguous, but we wanted to be able to adhere to the recommendations from Washoe Cab primarily and manage that harvest according to those specific units. And so the population was modeled contiguous as it existed in time and space, but quotas were distributed, allocated, and managed based on hunt units to ensure the quality of experience so that not all the hunters would go to one unit that maybe had all the big bucks. And so there is a formula that's in play that looks at the proportion of those populations according to those units, and the tags are distributed, but many of them are still consistently modeled with their distribution on the landscape, which is in concert. So hopefully that helps some of that too.
Okay. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I
Cody?
just,
Okay.
Steve gave me his book. I mean, we have it listed out separately, but and this is probably my fault. Honestly, I'm the one that puts the status book together, or at least the pop estimates. I think in the past we've included it and it was just a typo on my part. Or maybe we changed the way we did the forms so that we're not. Previously, we were reporting it with combined, as Tony stated, we do model that one together. So we have an estimate
Okay.
that includes the Sheldon. We just have it listed separately in the status book.
Okay.
So, and to Tony's point, I mean, what we publish in the status book, yeah, that we have to live with that estimate, but we constantly change the models to better reflect, hopefully, when we see changes on the landscape. So our population estimates do change. I mean, it is our best, I wouldn't say guess, but it's, there's a variance associated there. We don't have confidence intervals on our population models. I wish we did, but there's uncertainty around those estimates and we change them year after year. You can look at the granites as an example, 014. I mean, last year, I think we published, according to this book, 500. And, we've made some adjustments to that model. Now we're down to 250. So 250 is hopefully what we'll put in the book this year.
Okay.
But it could change next year,
Okay.
But we We modify all of our models every year and they change because the recruitment changes, the harvest changes, the populations change every year. So
Okay.
I'll apologize if we had a typo and I'll take full responsibility for it. But if you read in there, it does say we have a star. Our confidence in limits may be plus or minus 20%. So
Okay.
they're not exact numbers. They're just the best we can do.
So you're confident that in 014, the population estimate as of September was 250 for this year for us to determine the quota?
Yeah, that's what we use for our
Okay.
recommendation.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Schroeder? Or go ahead and start diving in. Comments? Discussion? Commissioner Allenberg?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment, I thought it was a really good idea when they brought up maybe having carcasses inspected for condition of the animals. I have participated in the chronic wasting when they've set them up, trying to get people to bring in so we can test for that. It's a vital test to determine if and when that chronic wasting disease comes within our border. But I would hope that a lot of the sportsmen would volunteer to bring in or at least record and report the body conditions, because I think sometimes we do all see different things, and that all the data that we can collect is all extremely valuable to me.
Okay, other comments or discussion? We have some significant changes on the table. So Vice Chair Cavilla, then we'll go to Commissioner Perini.
Are we gonna look at the antlerless hunt too? I guess are we gonna go wholesale over all the deer? Or are we
I
gonna do-
think so.
So I do have, and every year I gotta bring it up, but like we've got the increase in, it's 125% increase in the doe tags in area 6. And I get it and I go read the rationale, and it's the way I'm reading this, we're gonna go kill all those does for the concern that they should heavy winter conditions or wildfire return, right? So we're gonna go kill those does because, I mean, if they get a bullet, they're dead. But you have the opposite of that, right? We might not have wildfire, we might not have a bad winter, and those does might live, and I guess I have that concern every year. I have to bring it up again,
Mhm. Yeah, I think what we'll do is have discussion about all of this, but the juniors, and then we'll take it piecemeal by any legal weapon, and then muzzle loader and archery, and then we'll go back to antler, or we'll go to antlerless and then juniors. So, okay, any other discussion? Oh, Commissioner Perini, you had something. You had a question or a comment? Are you Commissioner Perini?
I didn't say anything, but I think there's a
Okay.
lot of things in my mind, what I've heard from all this tonight and some of the people that actually communicated. And sometimes I'm not really understanding. I've only been doing this for a couple of years, and what I've heard is a very difficult one. There's a lot of people in here thinking how they can make it better for what we can do. And I look at the community itself, and especially the people who work here are doing outstanding jobs. There's not millions of people that can go out there and find out how many animals each one, they're doing the best they can. And I think a lot of people wants to work with us. That is wonderful. And I like to see that. I like to see people talking about in certain areas. I think it's very important to do that. But I think you need to go back and look at some of the community. It's not, I should say, the agency right here who does so much work and so much ideas of how they have numbers and everything else on that. I think we need to work with them instead of being away. If that makes sense, that's what I'm trying to say. You put a lot of work on it tonight, as the other ones are today, and you're going to be working at every day that you have to do all the time. I wish we had more people to be able to communicate with other people to say, how are we doing? How can we do it better? What are we going to do tomorrow? And I feel a little bit different again. Because the fact is that this department does a great job. There's a lot of people working extremely hard. And some people were shaking their head and saying no, but I think they are. And we need to work with it every time we can. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. Anybody else? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, maybe just to follow up to Commissioner Cavilla's point on the doe tags. I think I heard there was maybe a recommendation out of the Elko cab that if the antlerless tags were adjusted to increase some of the doe tags to boost that buck to doe ratio. And I just want to know if that was true, because I don't see it in the actual recommendation form that was provided to us.
What I see that they recommended was, or that they asked for on the antlerless is in the 071079091, that they asked for 105 tags. And then 101, 102, 109, they asked for 50. I believe that's what they've, yeah, okay. Cody's got that. So based on our public comment and our cab input, where are we at, Cody?
Where are we at?
I see you've got your,
Oh, yeah, I just have it on the any legal weapon antlerless. So
Okay.
I can scroll. Here's the doe right here.
okay,
These are our recommendations right here.
right,
These are all the alternative ones.
yes.
Although some of these, like these came from the Humboldt cab. They weren't actually from the Elko cab. The Elko cab was fine with our recommendations. Here's theirs. Humboldt.
Yeah, those are Humboldts. That's
And
what I heard.
Elko was recommending reduction of
Mhm.
area 10 tags as well by
Mhm.
50.
And based on your recommendations, what do
So,
you?
yeah, so I guess to touch on the area 6 a little bit, that's probably the one that I would stand the firmest on, because we really are targeting a population there. I know it sounds like we're betting on something bad that might happen, but it's not just anticipating a heavy winter that might happen. We've seen in the past that, if that population, and we saw it in 2018, 2019, when we had a heavy winter, we were right at about a 9,000 in our estimate, and we lost a lot of deer. We lost a lot of does on winter range that year. And we're trying to keep that population as lean and mean as we can, given it's on compromised winter range. I mean, we could take a field trip out to area 6 and look at some winter range and, look at the Dumphy Hills, and, you tell me if it looks like prime winter range. It's been burned and compromised. We've tried to reseed it, but it can only support a certain amount of deer. I know there's other areas where they can winter. There's, some of them winter in Idaho, but we're really trying to keep that population between 8,000 and 9,000 to prevent a population crash, but also to keep the herd healthy, to have healthy does that will hopefully have fawns that are, healthy, higher twins. It will improve horn quality, antler quality, because we know from research that fawns born to does in good condition produce superior antlers down the road. So those quotas are basically designed to, yes, limit growth in the area 6 deer herd, and we want to keep those at 270. Some of these other recommendations, they're probably inconsequential to the population. I mean, we're not talking about a large number of tags. I think we're generally okay with the reduction in 5, 7, and 10.
And so you're okay with 7 and 10's reductions, but you'd prefer to stay a little higher in 6?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my
And 5. Okay.
preference. But yeah. I mean, the Elko cab was okay with our recommendations. It's primarily in their county, so, and our biologist went to, he explained it himself at their meeting, and they eventually recommended accepting our recommendations for
Okay.
270 for doe tags in area 6.
Okay. Okay. So why don't we take the antler list right now, the 1181, and make a decision, and then we'll move into an illegal weapon. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes, Commissioner Barnes?
Okay, I just want to make a quick comment on the antlerless. I did sit in on the Elko cab just because I wanted to listen to the discussion that went on, because when I looked at these numbers, they obviously jumped out at me a little bit. And, we're talking about mule deer, but I don't care what kind of a population you're talking about. You build your numbers through your females. We're not going to be building numbers through our males. That's almost a different kind of a discussion. But so I looked at these, and after I listened to the discussion at the Elko Cab, I think they kind of had the same thoughts too. But as the discussion went on, and there were some really knowledgeable people, hunters that know that Area 6 unit really well. And when they went ahead and agreed with this, I didn't know if I agreed with them or not, but I support what they're thinking. And I'm hearing the same. I heard in this Area 6, I heard the same thing from sportsmen that I'm hearing from the department. So
Okay.
I guess I'm kind of in agreement with where we're going right now.
Okay.
Had the sportsmen been a little different, I think my opinion would be different right now. But when I listened to what those sportsmen, those knowledgeable people said that know that hunt unit, and they went along with the department on those doe quotas. I guess I'm good leaving them there. I agree with the recommendations that they made on the other does. It's not really gonna make any significant herd impact really when you look at the numbers and success rates and the total amount of animals that are gonna be harvested. It's not that significant, but I support those. But that Area 6 herd, that is a machine. That thing will produce when it's going. And that's part of the reason I think the guys in Area 6, or the sportsmen in this Area 6 herd said, okay, we're good with it because when conditions are right, that will produce. And so that can be a machine. So.
Okay, thanks for that. I appreciate it. Anybody else? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Cody, I just want to confirm that going with the Elko Cab's recommendations in Area 7 and 9 and Area 10 on the antler list, that's not going to cause problems.
Commissioner McNinch, for the record, Cody Schroeder. Yeah. So one of the things I was hoping to discuss about that too is we probably should look at the junior quota for Area 10. It was quite high, and I don't even know if we're going to sell that many tags. In fact, I know we probably won't sell that many. So we were going to recommend less tags in Area 10 for juniors, which would, because they can harvest does and bucks, it would probably reduce the doe harvest. So I'm in agreement with the Elko Cab here on the 100 to 50, because I anticipate that we'll reduce that junior quota a little bit too. At least that's what I'm going to recommend when we get to juniors, is a reduction of from over 800 to around 600 for juniors. And that will.
So you're thinking that there's a balance that can be struck there.
For does, yes.
For does. Okay.
Yeah.
Because, I hear what Commissioner Barnes is talking about. I understand it seems real simple. The more females you have on the ground, the better your deer herd's going to be. But we've sat right here and watched predator projects, and I'm going to draw a little bit of an apple and orange comparison, but I think that the point is the same. We had a sage grouse population that was in really bad shape. They weren't laying very many eggs. So we went out and we removed as many predators as we could. So we removed everything from badgers and skunks to ravens to the whole 9 yards. And what we got were 10 eggs in the nest, but we weren't having any recruitment into the population. And the reason for it is that the 2 eggs that were in there initially were poor eggs because we had poor hen health. So now we put 10 eggs in there and we had 10 bad eggs in the nest because we still had poor hen health. We weren't addressing the issue of what was really causing the problem, which was hen health. Doesn't say that I'm not implying that predators don't cause problems. I'm just saying that we have to be careful. So we could remove, we can bank, does, but if we have an unhealthy doe population, we've talked about it here with the fat and what we're seeing, the 0%, we could just put more unhealthy does on the land and maybe even exacerbate an existing problem that was really the focus. So that's why I ask. I've been an advocate for dealing with, supporting the department's antlerless hunts. It's every year it's getting closer and closer to going away. I feel like this year there's actually a little compromise that might be struck here. But I hear what you're saying, and I do appreciate the sportsman. We might have some disagreement. I just have a different way of processing the information, just like everybody else. It makes sense to me what the department says. I went to school for this stuff, so it doesn't make me a biologist. I just have that confirmation bias in my mind, just like everybody else has. And maybe I'm just focused on other ways to manage the problems. I don't always look at it as just a predator problem. I understand how things can exacerbate. We have poor animals, poor health animals, they're probably going to be taken by predators more often. It'll exacerbate. I get that. So I just wanted to ask the question, Cody. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, any other comment on Hunt 1181? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Barnes?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at a motion, but what was the, I've been looking to see what the recommendation, wasn't there a change to 051?
It was a drop from
25.
30 to 25, yeah. That was from Humboldt.
Okay, then I'm going to make her move on CR 22-11, resident mule deer antlerless, any legal weapon, Hunt 1181. Recommend as presented with the following changes. In unit 051, quota of 25. In unit 071 through 079091, quota of 105. In unit group 101, 102, 109, a quota of 50.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve antlerless mule deer, resident mule deer, any legal weapon hunt 1181 with the noted changes. Any discussion? Are you good with the noted changes? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay, let's move on then to our any legal weapon. And I think we've got all then we'll go to muzzle loader and then archery and then back to junior. So any questions on Hunt 1331 and 1332? Commissioner Cavilla, Vice Chair Cavilla, sorry.
I do have one more question for you, Cody, on the non-resident hunts. I see a lot of these, we went to 2 tags, and if you go to it, and realistically, they'd probably go down to 1. I'm assuming that's because of the party aspect of that. I mean, we're not married to a party of 2 though, right? You could have a bigger party. I guess why did we just stick with 2? What was the logic behind that?
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla, I'm glad you brought that up because we did receive quite a bit of public comment on that at some of the cabs and I just got phone calls. There isn't anything in policy that I can find that we have to have a minimum of 2 tag. Well, I shouldn't say that. There are policy 24, I believe. Our objectives state that we should have a minimum of 2. There's nothing like an NAC or NRS that I know of that there's a minimum. We've done that in the past. You're right, to supposedly cater to parties that could apply, so you'd have at least some chance of drawing a tag if you applied as a party. Now, granted, that would only be a party of 2. If you had a party of 3 or 4 of, you're still out if you have 0 chance, even if you have 2. So that's what we're going with. We're trying to be consistent with what we've been doing for the past, 2 decades, I believe, on that as kind of an internal policy on the minimum of 2 rule. That's why we have 2. And because our deer quotas are so low in some areas, that's why we can't achieve that 90-10 split. As I mentioned earlier, they're basically as low as they can go, with our 2 tag rule. So yes, we could have 2 and 1. There's, again, I think legally we can have that. It would just be against our policy 24. And then we probably should be looking at possibly, reducing or maybe even eliminating some of these non-resident seasons in the future.
Mhm.
And we wouldn't have that conundrum. But I'll leave that for maybe Dag Burkett to interpret or decide for the future.
Okay, no, you're good. Okay,
No, I mean, we do it on deer and or antelope and elk and that when we get that low of tags, you're right? And that's just because this question, I heard it quite a bit about the two, but I appreciate your explaining that.
Yep.
okay. Any other comments or questions on antlered mule deer? Do we want to move forward with recommendation, a motion? How's everybody feeling? Wait, Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, maybe just a quick question for Cody, like if we could scroll down and see what in totality, if we just went wholesale.
With cab
with the cab
recommendations.
recommendations, how
Okay.
drastic that is. While
Okay.
you're looking for that, I mean,
Yeah, and I apologize if I might not have every single one on here. I tried to get them from the spreadsheet,
Do
but
you want me to walk through them?
I mean, I have them written down.
Yeah, 15, okay, and then 38, 55 for 043 was 55. Early. Yeah, early, that's 55. And then 22 is what I have. And then if you pop down to 06, it's early. I have 800. Late, I have 95. 081 goes from 50 to 40. 111 to 113 goes to 200 early and 20 on late. 141 to 145 early is 270. 151 to 156 early is 160. 151 to 156 late is 15. 161 to 164 early is 110. The 202, 205, 208.
I lost you there.
I'm sorry, go back up. Which word did you lose me? 141, okay.
141.
Wow, sorry, I'll slow down.
270. Oh, yeah. 160.
Yep, okay, 270, 151 to 156 early is 160. Then 15 and then 110 right there. Okay, then pop down to 202. And the 202, okay, is 40. And then 221 is 20, I'm sorry, 211 is 25.
Yep, I got that.
Okay, so what does that look like for us? Can you do a quick summary?
Oh.
so it'd be
1900.
short. I guess we don't have the delta, but.
That would be the difference, not the sum. You want the total sum of what the
The
tag
reduction.
would be with. not
Yeah,
the
that's what I
recommendation.
was going for, and I'm not suggesting we go that route. Maybe if while you're trying to pull that, I can kind of give you my thoughts. I mean, everybody
course.
knows we're in, a drastic situation and we should respond accordingly to Commissioner Barnes's point. Reducing buck tags is probably not going to drive the objective of more deer on the landscape. There's been a lot of discussion around the Washoe unit 014 and cutting to 2. In my mind, that's probably too drastic. We need some hunters out there that will continue to carry on this tradition, but we've also got to have the deer to be able to support that. But in general, I feel that up in that area of the state, it's probably too drastic of a cut, but I do support cutting those areas.
Okay. Okay, so he's gonna throw in the other numbers. Any other comments while Vice Chair Cavilla, while Cody's doing that?
I guess I kind of like all the cab stuff myself, but the one that, like in this area 6 hunts, I mean, that's a massive cut from the department's recommendation. And, if we're that herd is doing well, I don't know if you want to make that massive of a cut in 6 to the buck hunt.
Okay. Do you have a recommendation?
No, I mean, even that one, I would go with the department.
Go with the department. Okay.
I mean, that's my thought, but.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam
Sorry, I
Chair.
don't
So
know if
Cody,
I'm
what I'm hearing is that there's some tolerance for, I'm really trying to process the Washoe stuff. I understand the concerns. I hear people. But in the only area that you've really expressed a major concern for is in area 6. And I believe that when Tony did his mule deer bulletin several years ago, one of the pictures that he had in there was after a fire had burned. Wasn't that the area where there were pictures of pretty good sized herd of mule deer, 30, 40, 50 animals, literally had full bellies. They were eating what was available, but there was no nutrition because it was the habitat was so poor, and they literally laid down and died with their bellies full. Was that from area 6, Tony, that picture? Yeah. So, I mean, it can't be overstated, the importance of that habitat and that wintering habitat. So, I heed the department's concerns. I mean, I hear that concern. So I agree with you, Commissioner Cavilla. I would lean away from the recommendations on that one for that reason alone. I mean, it's an ugly picture. Not very fun to watch.
Okay. Commissioner Barnes and then Commissioner Allenberg.
Okay, just a couple things. The one thing I want to mention is that in the area 6, we do have conflicting cabs suggestions.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, Elko went along with the department.
Yep.
Humboldt wants to cut. So just
Right.
so that if we start looking at all the cabs recommendations, we do have a couple cabs that aren't in agreement. And I too am kind of trying to get my head wrapped around the what Washoe County has to say. I mean, I hear what they're saying, and if it wasn't such an issue, they wouldn't be here like they are today.
Yep. So
I'm still trying to figure out where to go there. I don't know. We're not going to build numbers with bucks, but they still want to have obviously want to leave something there on the landscape. So.
Okay, Commissioner Allenberg.
Along the same lines there, I was just wondering if there's any biological concerns with these reductions like in Washoe. Is there any concerns with that or?
Commissioner Allenberg, for the record, Cody Shorter. So biologically, no, I don't think there is. I mean, I'm okay with most of the proposed changes in Washoe County, honestly. The one that I would probably stand the firmest on is 014. And again, this is based on our guidelines and what we saw. That's an alternative unit, and we're meeting the metrics, albeit at a minimum. We're on the lower end, but a reduction of 2 it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know where the numbers came from. That's not based on a projected harvest or a buck ratio or anything like that. Our recommendation is based on, what we saw in survey and what our model says is out there and what we could have for sustainable harvest. I mean, I admit it's only 13 tags, so it probably doesn't make any difference, but we're above our objective on buck ratio. That herd is well down from what it used to be. We've recognized that as a department. We were already cutting tags from last year, and we've cut tags in the past. The Washoe Cab has recommended a lower quota pretty much every year. And we've gone with those. I don't think 2 is, that's just putting it at a minimum, it seems like. We could certainly look at, eliminating the season next January. We can have that discussion.
Well,
But we're going to change drastically what we do there in terms of collecting data, surveying, predator management, everything, if we talk about getting rid of a unit.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Alberg, and then we'll go down to
Yeah,
Roger.
just one more, and I just know how the rest of the commission feels about this, but I really don't have a problem with reducing the non-resident from 2 to 1 based on the party. They still have time to change their applications from when we set the quota to when it's due. It would appear to me that it would be not a very high percentage of people applying for it in the first place, and their draws are pretty minimal. So, I wouldn't, because there are some of these areas that it was a lot of negative, there was a lot of discussion about the resident versus non-resident, and some of those are very premium areas, and they were almost the same. So anyway, that's my thoughts. I wouldn't.
In the Washoe cab recommendations, they are adding tags to some of the primitive weapon classes, not all of them, not for 014, but they are trying to
Right.
shift some of the demand away. So
They are.
I mean, I'm okay with those. Again, I'm pretty firm on the 014. But yeah, if we're just talking Washoe right now,
Okay.
I have thoughts on some of the other ones.
Why
as
don't
well,
you,
but
let's hear Commissioner Rogers, and then we'll come back to you and we'll ask for your thoughts.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you. I was just curious, and I don't know if I missed it or not. I know there was a significant increase in tags in that area 10 from last year. Was there not any cab recommendation for any reductions in area 10?
Yeah, they supported it. Mhm,
the only recommendations were for the antlerless.
mhm.
Oh, actually, there was an increase in the late archery. They wanted actually an increase from 20 to 30 in the late 101 to 109 archery.
Yeah, they went up to 30 in archery. Okay. Okay, any other questions for Cody? And then we'll ask for his feedback. Okay. Nope. All right, go ahead, Mr. Schroeder.
Where am I again? Sorry.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
We're on any legal weapon hunt.
Okay.
1331. Why don't you give us your feedback on the recommended changes?
Yeah, so I think overall, we could definitely live with some of these
Okay.
from the cabs. We haven't got to the junior yet, but that was kind of, I think we're overprescribed on the juniors in all honesty so I think we should be reducing down somewhere around 600 for juniors. And that would probably give all the juniors the opportunity that wanted to go hunt anyway, to be honest. Those tags probably would go to the second draw, maybe even first come, first serve. But we would be not getting our harvest objectives there if we reduce those, at least on our projections. So that's why I was okay with the doe. I would ask that we look to add the tag somewhere else, either the any legal weapon or perhaps the muzzle loader would probably make the most sense. Maybe 100 tags to the muzzle loader season. That's for area 10. Going down the list, the Lander County cabs recommendations, just to go with last year's, don't make sense to me from a management perspective. Again, what we're seeing on survey, what we use for our projections and our model. I mean, I understand their logic, but that's going to put us, well over our objective. We're shooting, this is a standard unit. We're shooting for 30. That's going to put us, I think, over 40 in our projected buck ratio if we go with
Okay.
last year's quotas. There are a few increases in there, but it's the any legal weapon tags that are the primary one there. Again, there's a Washoe County recommendation for juniors, I think, for 194 to go from 20 to 8. And we're already coming down there in the any legal weapon by quite a bit. And that herd is, not doing great, but the harvest metrics are pretty high. It's on the top end of an alternative unit already. So I don't think we need to go down on juniors. I'm okay with we're coming down already on any legal weapon, but
Okay.
same thing with the 195. That one I'm okay with. That's a minimal reduction from 15 to 10.
Okay.
That's juniors that are interrelated with any legal weapon. Pershing cab is recommending quite a substantial cut.
Mhm.
And again, that's going to put us over objective with cutting them in half. I didn't really get the rationale there, why to go to half, other than the population had declined from, 10 years ago. But I mean, we manage these on a year-to-year basis. So that would probably put us over objective too. That's a pretty drastic cut. Somewhere in the middle would probably be better. 80 and 35, I think would be a good middle ground on 043, 046.
80 and 35.
And 041, 15 to 8. I'm okay
Okay.
with that. It's pretty inconsequential.
Okay.
And that herd what's there is definitely struggling. We were okay with the Elko cabs recommendations for area 8.
Okay.
They're pretty minimal changes there. They want to decrease, all the weapon classes, I believe. Here we've got 50 any legal weapon down to 40. It's an
Okay.
alternative unit. It's technically meeting the metrics, but the success was poor last year. So, cutting is not going to make a biological difference in this case. It's an interstate herd, and it's already pretty conservatively managed.
You're okay with 111 to 113, the White Pine County?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you give us an alternative for the lander? Maybe go to like 180 or 200 in 141?
141.
I'm
Or
sorry.
Are you talking Eureka?
151, sorry.
151.
Yeah. They had reduced it by 100 tags, 100 tags. They wanted to go back to last year. Do you have
Yeah, I
any-
mean, again, way over objective with those recommendations. If it plays out like we think, probably somewhere around 200.
Okay,
I feel like I'm trading horses at this point.
I know.
Um,
Me too.
But that would, we'd still be on the upper end of our guidelines, I guess,
Okay,
for the early.
could we go to 20 on the late?
Yeah, probably around 20.
Okay. Nice seems fine.
So the NI, they kind of shifted tags, which
Uh-huh.
is, I'm okay with that too.
Okay.
It's probably not going to be a net change much from some of the other primitive weapon classes.
Okay. And then let's talk about 014,
Okay.
since you and I are trading horses. Would you be okay with,
It's probably a bad pun in this situation.
you're in a bad position or I am?
But pun.
Oh.
Horses.
A pun. Yeah, I agree. Would you be okay with 5 there instead of 2?
For which?
014. I mean, it's just a few more tags.
Yeah.
Where are you at? What would you? And then we'll negotiate.
I'm at 10.
You're at 10?
Yeah,
I'm
10
at
roughly.
5. Could we go to 8?
sure.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else want to negotiate with Mr. Schroeder? I feel like I'm going to have to buy him lunch. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank
And
you,
these
Madam
names,
Chair.
these numbers are still on the table, so.
There's so much going on here.
Mhm.
I just have to make a quick
Okay.
comment. Look, I understand how, the one thing that we all have in common is concern for our wildlife.
Yep.
It's a common thing. It's a commonality. And I've watched the department really take a lot of hits today. And it's been hard for me to watch simply because I haven't lost trust with them. Okay, I know these guys. I've known Mike Scott for pushing 40 years now, and I know you're not that old, Mike. I get it, but I've known a lot of these guys for that long, so I know who they are. I've been around them. I know what they're I know what they're about. It's been hard to hear the loss of trust. You know, what dog do I have in that fight? Well, I care about conservation. I care about this agency. I think it's really, really detrimental to sportsmen and to the department. So I hate to see it happen. It's really big, but I find the irony is so thick that we're putting Cody, especially, he's fallen on a couple swords here. And Cody, I appreciate you stepping up and saying, hey, here's where, we could have done better. That's not easy for anybody to do. And I'm not surprised that you're up there saying, hey, this is where I think things might have, that there might have been some other ways or things could have gone better or whatever. So I appreciate that. But now we're relying on those same folks to say, hey, come off of where you're comfortable to make things better. And I'm wondering where the give and take is in that whole conversation in general. And I appreciate that you're trying to break through with something that we can work with. But Cody's told us where he was comfortable. And because he's the only, it's kind of like this negotiation. It's a little hard for me to watch. It's a little hard to be part of because I guess biologically I'm not too worried about it. I am going to, bend to where Cody's telling us that there could be issues. Area 6 is a good example, but I think it's a lot to ask for Cody to come off of his convictions and his science and what he believes is the right way to go to fix a problem that's really ours. And there's some social aspects to this too. And we're kind of asking Cody to help us with those social issues that are hard to talk about. And that's tough. I just wanted to throw that out there. I do appreciate the effort to find a path forward. We have to do something. We have to talk about it. So I appreciate that. But Cody, I appreciate your willingness to have the conversation and to find some room to work. I really do.
Sure. So I just wanted to point out that I think I did gloss over a few, and I would be remiss if I didn't point them out. So there was Carson City also had a recommendation for muzzleloader 192 to increase from 7 to 10. I'm okay with that. It's that's a minimal number. And then Mineral County also had some alternative recommendations for an illegal weapon. 202, 205 to increase from 35 to 40.
Mm-hmm.
And in the muzzleloader from 5 to 10, I believe, for 202.
Mm-hmm.
And then for archery, I think they actually wanted to increase from 2 to 10 in 201.
Yes.
Maybe all the Mineral County units actually.
Yeah, all of those.
So the only thing I will say about that is, since I'm fighting for some of these others to keep ours, those are pretty small herds, and our objectives there are really on the low end. We're at 20 in Mineral County. There are not a lot of deer in Mineral County. There is an interstate herd, that's true. But I don't know. And these primitive weapons, it probably won't result in a lot of extra dead deer, but it'd be disingenuous for me not to say that we should stick to closer to what we're recommending for those as well.
Okay.
And not increase them, at least as drastically as they want to.
And
the 35 to 40 is probably pretty minimal on the 202 illegal weapon.
Okay, but you're talking about specific, I've got archery open. So would you prefer to stay with the recommendations on archery?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then on muzzleloader, I don't see that they had any recommendations. Oh, wait, yes, they did. They were going from 5 to 10 in muzzleloader. You'd rather stay at 5? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much all. I do have some concerns on area 10.
Okay.
Because if we do end up dropping the juniors, we're going to be losing some opportunity there and probably not hit our objective. which we're already at 35.
So in
I
area
would, I would ask
10
if you at least consider adding some tags to muzzleloader, like 100, 110. That would give us equal buck kill.
Okay, so muzzle loader in area 10 would be, we're at 110. You'd want to go to what there if we're taking them from juniors?
Like 220.
220? Okay. And then you're okay staying at 450, the 450, or do you want to adjust that on the juniors?
I would like to go to like 600. I think that is a good number. 810 is probably way too high.
Okay,
But again, we're going to lose some doe harvest and some buck
Right.
harvest. So I'd like to keep the equivalent deer on the ground.
okay. Well, because we just, yeah, we just dropped that.
And
doe.
450,
Okay.
we didn't have, I mean, that's less than what we had last year for
Mhm.
juniors by quite a bit.
Okay,
Excuse me for a second.
sure. Are you crying?
I am feeling a little bit under the weather if you haven't guessed that already. So I
Yeah.
apologize for the
No worries,
Nose.
me too. So we'll just muddle through this as best we can. Okay. Anything else? And I agree, in some parts with Commissioner McNinch. You guys put a whole lot of effort and work into this, and I appreciate where you come in, but we've always negotiated these numbers. And I just, if at any time you're uncomfortable with, I want you to speak up.
Sure.
Because we're just trying to come to a middle ground possibly. And so if you're really uncomfortable, just tell me. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't want to wade into your horse trading here, and I'm not trying to shape the outcome of what may transpire with any motion or any vote, but I've been just jotting a few notes down as I sit here and kind of observe what's going on, what's being said, who's saying what. And I just want to go through this list of things that I've observed and just kind of share for what it's worth. But this isn't about quotas for us. This isn't a hill to die on. We're going to be fine. We've taken our licks at this very meeting since the beginning of the agency. That's not what concerns me. Removing that opportunity from people who want to get out in the field, that's not going to help us as sportsmen and women. It's not going to help the future of our sport. Cutting tags in many of the ways that we're doing this isn't going to result in and of themselves in population growth. And when we talk about tags, one tag is not one deer. When we look at that success, and even if we assume it's 40% success, we're talking about less than half a deer per tag, but we throw those quota numbers, and we're talking about taking a quota of 2 down to a quota of 1, and we're 4 tags here and 2 tags there. So we're talking about 1.5 deer, maybe 2 deer. But saying the department has been slow to respond in White Pine and Nye County in particular, our harvest data supported those quotas for multiple years. It wasn't until this year and the survey data. So I understand that part of the role and responsibility of CABs, to provide that input. We have a long history of the overwhelming majority of CABs asking for reductions, asking for cuts. And if the ask is, cut often enough, long enough for years, at some point, you're going to be right. But the harvest data in those areas supported the quotas that were there. To point to a lack of survey data, and say that, well, we want to cut because we don't have survey data. But we have survey data in a lot of areas, and we have had survey data in a lot of areas for a lot of species, and we have the exact same discussions and the exact same debates. So to recognize that yeah, maybe that's a point that creates some uncertainty, I understand, but there's an irony here to undermine the department's science, undermine those recommendations for deer, but then tell everybody else it's the best data and the best science when it comes to bear quotas is ironic. And so we have to be cognizant of what we're saying, and to have the coalition request a legislative audit to me is amazing. The department presently has 5 simultaneous audits being undertaken right now. There's been 30 audits of this department since 2006, 27 since 2013 alone. We average 3 audits a year. Just a couple summers ago, we had 7 simultaneous lawsuits. Public records requests are unprecedented volumes. I had some conversation with the outgoing director of Idaho Fish and Game before he left, and he told me that during his career, he watched his agency go from 250 people to 500 people to 750 people when he left. 25 years ago, when I started with this agency, we had 226 people. Today, we have 253 FTEs. The work continues to grow, but our staff doesn't. We need help, not in the form of more audits and more undermining of the agency's credibility. It hurts us all, and it hurts our ability to conserve wildlife. So it's troubling for me knowing the exact same thing that Commissioner McNitch pointed out in terms of the professionalism, the purpose, the passion of the individuals. If we disagree on the quotas, let's disagree on the quotas. But to undermine the science and the credibility and the responsiveness of the agency and call for audits hurts us all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Cody's, for the record, Cody Schroeder. So I guess one thing I will just add, sort of in vein of what Tony was talking about, is I know we're negotiating, and some of these quotas, if we get reduced, we're probably going to be over what we're looking at for next year. And I would just ask the commission to provide us direction for the next year and the years past on how you want us to manage these deer herds. I'm hearing from a lot of sportsmen at this meeting and others that we want more bucks. We don't want our numbers. They want more numbers, better quality. You know, what we heard, 4-point or better isn't a good metric. Well, that's what we have. I mean, we could certainly collect main beam length. We could collect mass, Boone and Crockett score. We have done that. We've collected age data in the past, and it actually correlates pretty well with 4-point or better. Yes, you can have a 2-year-old that's a 4-point. On law of large averages, it plays out that those are mature deer, not trophy quality record book deer. If you guys want us to manage for that, or want us to manage for a higher buck to doe ratio, or change the units that we're managing for standard versus alternative, then we can certainly do that and come to you with different quota recommendations for next year. I'll just throw that out there while we're in the midst of this.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Do we have a motion? I'd really like to get us through 1331 and 1332. I know we're all tired and hungry probably, but I'd like us to finish up deer and then we can take a break. So anybody have a thought? Commissioner Allenberg?
I'd just like to make a comment. I mean, I've heard from Commissioner Perini, Commissioner McNitch, Chairman or Madam Chair East, Director Wasley, and I just, it is a process. It's a balancing act, and we've talked often about social boundaries and biological boundaries. But in my tour of duty here, over the last 6 years, I haven't lost faith in the department from when I started. I have the utmost. People have heard me say it many times. It's significantly underfunded and understaffed. They do a great job. But supporting cuts in some of this is a social issue for me. And it has nothing to do with the representative of the biology or lack of confidence, because that's not the case. I'm always going to check on the science, the biology, and then make my decision on the social. I mean, we have those sideboards to work within. So if I'm making those cuts, it's not because I'm saying, yeah, I agree, with some of what's been, or those comments, because not at all. I have the utmost confidence in it. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is where we're at. We've got recommendations. And Cody's been very honest and transparent with us about what he agrees to. So do we want to go with what we've just heard? And I can walk through the units? Yes? Okay, I'm seeing yes. All right. Okay, Vice Chair Cavilla.
Do we want to, I guess, I think Cody can do it on the computer. Do we want to do the resident first? And then you can automatically adjust the non-resident based off of however we go with the resident?
Yeah, it's not automatic, but
Or, yeah,
pretty close.
it'll take you a minute. You can do it on your computer.
Okay. Okay, so then in resident mule deer antlered, any legal weapon hunt, 1331. I'm gonna make this in the form of a motion, and then we can adjust it if we have to. In hunt unit 011 through 013, go with 50. 014 is 8. 015 is 15. Everything between stands to 035 at 30. 041, 042 at 8. 043 through 046 early would be 80. Late would be 35. 151 stands. The 6s early, stay with the department recommendation of 1150 and late 140. Go down to stay with the department recommendations down to 081 at 40. Down to 111 through 113 early would be 200. Late would be 20. I need a piece of paper. Drop to everything stands between there and 141 through 145 early will go to 270. 151 to 156 early we'll go with 200. Late we'll go with 20. 161 through 164 early would be 110. Everything between there to 205, 202, 205, 208 would be 40. 211 to 213 would be 25. And that would be the total changes. Everything else stands. And that's a motion to approve Hunt 1331. Do I have a second? I have a second from Commissioner Keel. So all in favor, please say aye. Yes. Discussion.
Well, Commissioner Omberg, I appreciate your comments, and that's exactly the way that I feel. This isn't this is managing some social issues for me, and that's exactly where I'm at. I appreciate and trust the department on these things, understanding that there's bumps and stuff in the road, but I have the same exact thought on that. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table with a second to approve 1331 as noted. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay,
Commissioner East, can you just run through these with me real quick?
of course. The 1331, did I go
Yes.
too fast?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have them.
Okay,
correct on here.
so you're right, they're 50, 8, 15. Jump down to 30. 8, 55. I'm sorry, 80. No, 80. You're right there. I'm sorry, Cody. It's 043. Early is 80. And late is 35. And then the next change would be at, sorry, I got to get a piece of paper here. I need a ruler. 081 would be 40. 111 to 113 early would be 200. Late would be 20. Drop down to 141, 145 early would be 270. Down to 151, 156 early, we were going with 200. late would be 20. 161 early is 110. 202, 205, 208 is 40. 211, 213 is 25. And those are the changes.
Okay.
Okay. So now we have to jump to 1332.
Yeah, and I guess we should I need clarification on whether we want to go with the quota of 2 or 1. the
Okay.
Non-residents.
Any discussion on quotas of 2 or 1 on non-residents? Vice Chair Cavilla?
I mean, I'm with Commissioner Almberg. I don't have a problem dropping it down to 1.
All of them?
No, where it works out.
Okay.
mathematically.
That's what I was,
Yeah, no.
excuse me, that's what I was asking is
Yeah.
if we can go down to 1.
Okay.
Where warranted or what I
Okay.
guess some of the Washoe cab wrecks were.
Yeah. Okay. So do you need a few minutes?
I believe I have them here. Let me just scroll
Okay.
through them.
Okay.
Yep. got 'em.
Okay. Do we want to go through them together?
Probably be easier if I just read them off.
That would be great. Okay.
So we've got for 011, 013, 3 from 4 to 3. 014, 2 to 1, 015 would stay at 2.
Okay.
Uh, 04, 035 would stay the same. 041 from 2 to 1. 043, 046 would go from 8 to 6.
Okay.
And the early 043 late would go from 3 to 2.
Okay.
Oh 81, 3 to 2. 111, 113 early from 15 to 2, 15 to 13 on the early, and then on the late would stay the same.
Okay.
141, 145 early from 25 to 23. 151, 156 from 20 to 15 on the early, and 151 late from 2 to 1. 161 early from, that would not change.
Okay.
These are rounded, so 202 stay the same, 2 to 2.
Okay.
211. Actually, I don't think did you do 211 in your motion?
Let me go back to 211. Yes,
Okay, 5 to 3.
5 to 3. Okay, yeah, we dropped it 5. Okay. And that's it?
That's it.
Okay. Any discussion? Do I have a motion? Commissioner Keel.
I'll go ahead and move to adopt Commission Regulation 22-11 for the portion of the non-resident mule deer antlered and illegal weapon hunt 1332 as presented with the following changes. Unit 011 through 013 to 3, unit 014 to 1, unit 041 and 042 to 1, unit 043 through 046 early to 6, 043 to 046 late to 2, 081 to 2, 111 through 113 early to 13, 141 through 145 early to 23, 151 through 156 early to 15, 151 through 156 late to 1, and units 211 through 213 to 3.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I have a second by Vice Chair Cavilla. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion to approve CR 22-11, any legal weapon hunt, non-resident mule deer 1332 with the noted changes, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay, we're gonna hopefully get through these next couple fairly quickly. So we're on to muzzleloader hunt resident 1371. So I can read through what we have so far, Mr. Schroeder, and we can see where we're at.
Sure.
Okay, so I have 014, recommendation of 2. 015, recommendation of 5. 021, 5. 0225. 0335. Jump down to the 6s. 70. 081 would be 15. 101 through 109 would be 220. That was your recommendation, I believe. 151 through 156 would be 9. 161 through 164 would be 15. 192 would be 10. 194, 196 would be 5. Wait, did I do that right? 194, 196, 5, 195 would be 5. The 200s, the 202, 205, we'd go with 10. Oh, wait, I have department 5. Were you more comfortable with 5?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'd stay with 5 there. And that was it for, oops, muzzle loader. I believe. Did you get them all?
So the area 6 was to go with the, I didn't have that as one of the alternative recommendations, I guess, except for the Humboldt.
I had Humboldt at 70. We can stay with the 110. Let's do that.
I would
Okay.
prefer to on that one. Again,
Okay.
we're coming up on,
Sure, on those numbers.
yeah.
Okay,
buck
let's
tags.
let's sorry, let's stay with the 110 in the 6s then. In unit 6. Were you comfortable with the others? We had some go up and some come down.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Any thoughts?
And then I guess for
discussion?
clarification on the Washoe cab,
Mhm.
are they wanting all the way down to 1 or 2 or?
In where? In the non-resident?
Yeah, in the non-resident.
They did want 1 in the non-resident
Okay.
for each 14 and 15, but we're not there yet. So let's just stay with the resident. Commissioner Barnes, did you have a question?
Yeah, just remind me why we made the big jump in the area 10 and the muzzle loader.
Because
I remember where'd those numbers come from?
That came from me.
Yeah.
As a compromise, I guess, for the juniors, because we're cutting quite a bit of junior. Well, we haven't got there yet, but
Okay, that's
if we
kinda
did,
what I was thinking, but as I recall, the the discussion at the Elko Cab, when they were talking, the reason they cut the junior hunts, because they only had 491 applicants last year. And so that's why they brought that, they just were bringing that number down closer to the line to where the.
Sure.
So, you know, for cutting those tags down to the juniors, I think we threw out 600 earlier.
Yeah.
You know, we may not even have that many apply, and all of a sudden we're increasing. So are we going to be overshooting?
You're right. So that we might not have that many apply.
Yeah. So I mean, if you don't have that many apply, then all of a sudden we're taking more deer.
Yeah. And I think that 491 that might have been, well, the quota was 490. So yeah. And we somehow ended up with one extra.
Yeah. Yeah. So I know we're cutting we're cutting the juniors, but are we going to have that many juniors that are going to actually be successful?
Well, it was lower.
So
that was what
I'm just wondering, maybe could this number be just a touch high, I guess?
The muzzle loader?
Yeah. Do we need to jump it up that much?
We don't need to, for sure. I was just trying to get the same harvest that we.
Right. But I'm
ballpark.
trying to think, trying to stay within the same harvest. But, if we don't have that many, there are really not that many juniors.
Right.
And we're at 600 at the moment on juniors. If we aren't going to have that many apply,
we would have even less.
We'd have even less.
Deer
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deputy
presumably.
Director Rob has a comment.
If I can get it on, yes. I don't look at applications. We're fully subscribed at the end of the year on all of our junior hunts. And a lot of people, they put in for 5 choices. A lot of dads and moms put their sons and daughters in for 5 choices, knowing there's going to be leftover tags in 10. So they go the 5 choices they want, and they're banking on that first come, first serve tag or that second draw tag to get their sons and daughters into the field. So I wouldn't look as Commissioner Barnes is looking at applications. They're fully subscribed in the end.
Okay. So Commissioner Barnes, do you want to stay with the 220 muzzle loader, or do you want to, you have a recommendation? Okay, you're good. Okay, anybody else? Okay. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Barnes, or sorry, Commissioner Rogers.
No,
Well, you're all going to share names here soon. It's getting late.
no, thank you, Madam Chair. If there isn't any discussion, I will take a stab at it.
I'd love that.
All right.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 22-11 as it pertains to Hunt 1371 as presented with the noted changes, and those changes being unit 011 to 013 to 2, 015 to 5, 021 to 5, 022 to 5, 033 to 5, and then down to 081 at 15, 101-109 to 220, 151 to 156 to 9, 161 to 164, 15, 192 to 10, 194, 196 to 5, and 195 to 5.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. Okay, we have a question.
Yeah, I just have a question. On when you started it, you cut 011 to 013. Did you mean to cut 014 to 2 from 3 to 2?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same because there wasn't an alternative rec for
For 011.
011. I don't believe.
It was only.
Oh, I apologize.
014.
I was looking
That's okay.
at the spreadsheet and Because I had missed it also, but on the spreadsheet on the screen
Yeah,
there, it
you
shows
have
7-2.
Yeah,
So that should be 014.
right.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
that's where I'd
Was
gotten
that your
that.
question too? Okay. Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? I have a second from Vice Chair Cavilla to approve CR 22-11 resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt, resident 1371 with the noted changes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. The non-resident, I think there were just a few changes. And I don't know how the changes to the resident affects our non-resident. Because we increased some tags.
I mean, it depends on if you want to go with the 90-10 as close to possible or the, 2 versus 1, I guess. From what we've done in the past.
Any thoughts? 90-10, that's our policy. Vice Chair Cavilla?
I mean, we already kind of set the precedent that where we changed it, we didn't mind going to 1, so I think we should just stay consistent.
Okay. Yeah, there's only a few. So 014 would change. 5.
So we want to decrease the Washoe County ones all to 1 is what I'm hearing. Or I'm sorry.
Just the
on
2. Just the 1. 014 would go to 1.
15 as well.
015, they recommended 1, but they recommended 5 on the hunt. So yeah, let's go to 1 there. So I see only a couple changes here, but I have others. 200. 220.
So the area 10 muzzle loader non-resident go from 8 to 16.
Okay,
151 from 2 to 1.
151
150, yeah.
from 2 to 1.
16,
Mm-hmm.
2 to 3.
Okay,
192, 3.
okay,
194, 5.
okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-mm.
No, that one should be
No.
1.
Yeah. So 194, 196 would be 1. Okay. Just 101, 109 change? Yeah, we did. Okay. 61,
And 195 would be 1.
195 is 1,
I believe that's all.
and that's it. Okay, so I have 014 is 1, 015 is 1, 101 to 109 is 16, 151 to 156 is 1, 161, 164 is 3, 192 is 3, 194, 196 is 1, and 195 is 1. Okay.
That's what I have.
Okay. Any discussion on Hunt 1372? Nope. Okay, then I'm going to make a motion to approve the non-resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt 1372 from CR 22-11 as follows. Changes to 1014 is 1, 015 is 1, 101 through 109 is 16, 151 to 156 is 1, 161 to 164 is 3. 192 is 3, 194, 196 is 1, and 195 is 1. Do I have a second? I have a second by Vice Chair Cavilla. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Moving on to resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 1341. We have a couple changes here, so we can go through those. You'd like? Okay. So what I have is 014 is 2. These are the recommendations. We'll just go through these real quick and then we can have discussion. 035 would be 20. The 6s, they've proposed 270. That was from Humboldt. Yep. 101 through 109 late would be 30. 141 through 145 would be 220. That was Eureka. 151 through 156 would be 60. And 161 through 164 would be 50. 192 late would be 20. And then I have stay with the department for 201 early and late and 202 late. Okay, that's what I've got.
I mean, on the last mineral ones, I was just looking at last year's quota where we had 5. It seems like a middle ground would be 5. I know
Okay.
we're,
Now you're horse trading.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to 5.
I mean, those are archery tags, you know.
Yep, they
it's
are.
Probably not going to be a lot of a deer killed.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to 5. Everybody have that? Any discussion? Any other questions or thoughts, Mr. Schroeder? The 06, the 6s, are you good with the 270? Where are we at on 6s?
Well, again,
That's
I
a
think that one,
drop.
just to be in line with where we're at with the rest of them, we
Yeah.
should just stick with
Stay with the
our
330.
recommendations. I mean, archery success
Yeah.
is very low. I can
Yep.
tell you in those units,
Okay.
that one.
Okay, so in the 6s, we'll stay at the 330. And are there any other comments or thoughts there?
Nope. No. further
Nope.
comments.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to give you time to catch up. Any comments from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Allenberg,
I just think I missed the number. You said we'll stick with 5.
on the Mineral County ones, which was the 201, 201 early and late, and then the 202 late. We're going to go to 5 there. Same as last year.
And the next 2. yeah.
They had asked for 10.
Yeah.
Leave. Okay, any other thoughts? Do you have a motion? On archery 1341, Vice Chair Cavilla?
Take a stab at it. So I'll make a motion to
Okay.
approve Commission Regulation 22-11 specific to the resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 1341 as presented with the following changes. Unit 041 will go to 2.
You mean 01.
Oh, 014, I'm sorry. 0142, 035, 20. 101 through 109 late will go to 30. 141 through 145, 220, 151 through 156, 60, 161 through 164, 50. 192 late, 20. 201, 202, 204 through 208 early 5, 201, 204 late 5, and 202, 205 through 208 late 5.
Okay, we have a motion on the table, a second.
Yep.
I have a second by Commissioner Keel. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay. We're getting there. Archery, non-resident. I only see 2 changes, but they may change from the resident.
035,
035. Okay,
3 to 2,
3 to 2.
101 to 109 late, 2 to 3,
Okay,
141 to 145 would be from 25 to 23.
okay,
151 would be from 9 to 7,
7. Okay,
and 161 would be 5 to 6.
okay,
And 192 late would increase from 2 to 3,
okay,
and that's all. I believe.
okay. And I had a recommendation from Washoe Cab 014 would be 1.
Okay.
And I think that covered the other change, so. Okay, any discussion on archery non-resident? No, the motion? Go ahead, Vice Chair Cavilla.
I'll go again. Commission Regulation 22 or I'll make a motion to approve Commission Regulation 22-11 specific to the non-resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 1342 as presented with the following changes. Unit 0141, 035, we're going to change it to 2. 101 through 109 late, we're going to change that to 3. 141 through 145 to 23. 151 to 156 to 7, 161 to 164 to 6, and then 192 late to 3.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yep.
I have a second by Commissioner Keel. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. So let's go back to juniors. Then we'll take a break. Before we're all rummy. Or do you need a minute?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
I mean, in general, I think we're fine with all the junior alt recs,
okay,
except for the area 10.
except for 10, and you're
Um,
recommending 600. Do you want to drop it? Or leave it? Where do you want to go?
I mean, I would keep it at 600. I
600?
think as
Okay.
Deputy Director Rob pointed out, we
Mhm.
eventually probably will sell those.
Okay, so then 141 to 145, I had a note here. They wanted to take it to 190. But then I have a plus 30, and I'm not sure where that came from. 107.
Yeah, I think they added 50 tags from,
Yeah,
they took them from the other,
but did somebody
the
else add
archery, I
more?
believe.
Yeah, and Elko changed, but I was more concerned about the 141 because I made a note. I had 140, I had 190 plus 30, and if we just have 190, then I'm good with that.
They wanted 30 out of.
30 out of, okay,
All
to make up 190. Okay,
The other one, I guess I brought this up earlier, but the 194, 196
Mhm.
junior, I mean,
Mhm.
I think the Washoe Cabs wanted to go down to 8. Still think that's a little much for an alternative unit that is highly popular and is already on the above on our objectives.
okay. And then
maybe
they-
somewhere in the middle.
And then they dropped 195 to 10.
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine. So leave 194 at 20 for juniors. Okay. Okay. So let me go through the changes that I have and then we'll make sure we're good.
Say, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just
Mr.
had a
Rogers?
question as it relates to the juniors, 221 to 223 at 60. Was there a recommendation by Lincoln to reduce that number as well? I thought there was, but
I don't see one. Nope, they did not on the survey. And I didn't write anything down from their action report, but does anybody else have anything from Lincoln?
Okay.
No? Okay,
I didn't have any.
okay. Okay, so let's start at the top, 011 to 013. The recommendation is 30. 014 is 2. 015 is 5. 043 through 046 is 70. 081 is 30. 101 through 109 is 600. 141 through 145 is 190. And 195 is 10. And that's what I have. Does anybody have anything different? Okay.
I thought,
Comments?
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Go
In
ahead.
081, I think,
081.
in that one, they were asking for a reduction of 5 tags, not an increase.
Oh, sorry, boy. Okay, so Elko,
Yeah, that's what I have as well. in my notes. Sorry about that.
oh. Decrease, I'm
Decrease
sorry,
of
so down to 20. Okay. Okay, any comments or suggestions? Okay, Vice Chair Cavilla?
One last one too. White Pine had asked on the unit 111 through 113 hunt that
Oh.
we make if we adjusted the any legal weapon hunt, that we made a adjustment in the junior hunt.
Yes, I saw that too. Okay, so 111 through 113, we did take it down. We reduced, let's see, 5 and 45 tags.
Yeah, probably about 90.
You want to
Just
go to 90?
Back the napkin math.
Okay, we can go to 90. Okay. Are you good with the other changes, Mr. Schroeder?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have a motion? Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I'll move to approve Commission Regulation 22-11 for the portion of the resident junior mule deer hunt 1107 as presented with the following changes to unit 011 through 013 to 30, unit 014 to 2, unit 015 to 5, unit 043 through 046 to 70, unit 081 to 20, units 101 through 109 to 600, units 111 through 113 to 90, and 141 through 145 to 190, and unit 195 to 10.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I have a second by Vice Chair Cavilla to approve CR 22-11, the resident junior mule deer, antlered or antlerless archery muzzleloader or any legal weapon hunt 1107 as noted. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Oh, wow. Thanks, you guys. That was long and hard, but I'm glad we got it done. Yes.
Can I ask,
Oh, no.
I know this is long, but can I ask that two things, we go back to the non-resident
Yes.
antlered any legal weapon, just to go through the changes real fast to make sure I got them.
Okay.
I think I may have an error in here, but I gotta check.
Okay. So this is hunt 1332.
Yes, and then
Okay.
there's a landowner comp tag as well at the very end.
Yes, there is.
And it's just a percentage.
Right.
So. I
Oh,
lost
yeah, we
my-
can we do that under antelope?
Yeah.
After antelope?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just make sure we have everything on 1332.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is how I have it. 011 through 013 would be 3. Then 1.
For 014.
014, yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry. And then go down to 141 or 041, 042 is 1. 043 through 046 early is 8, or I'm sorry, 6. Jeez. Late would be 2. 081 is 2. 111 through 113 early is 13. 141 through 145 early is 23. 151 through 156 early would be 15. Oh, sorry, I'll slow down.
I might have
23.
missed
111 through 113 early
yeah,
is 13.
And what about late? Is that the
Nothing.
same? Okay.
Yep. And then 141 early is 23. 151 early is 15. Late is 1. And then I have 211 through 213 is 3.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Are we good? Okay. Does anybody have anything different? No. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder.
You're welcome. Thank
That
you.
was good. Hard work. Okay, so it's 1:30. Can we get lunch in an hour? 2:30? We'll be back here at 2:30 and we'll finish up. Everything else should go relatively quickly, I hope. Thank you.
It's the guest one. It should just say Washoe County guest.
Thanks, Steve.
Say other. Oh, that one, yep.
Hey, Glenn.
Here's what I have. You guys.
You know, I kind of stuck around here.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It's 2:30. Are we recording, Missy? We are recording. Okay. I failed to take public comment on junior mule deer tags, and I apologize for that. So at this time, we'll go ahead and we'll open it up to cab comment on junior mule deer tags. If we have any cab comment on the junior mule deer. I was
Madam
trying to be
Chairman.
efficient.
Commission, Jim Cooney for the record. Yeah, I didn't, when we were talking the first time, we were going to hold off on that. The Elko cab for the junior, we had, which you already had listed down on the motion that passed. And unit 081, it was a 5 tag decrease, which took it to a total of 20 tags. In area 101, 109, there was a total of, I think the department's recommendation was 810. Our cab voted for a decrease of 360 tags off of that to make that 450. And it was 490 a year ago. So one of the key points that was brought up by our cab, not only was the numbers that were increased in that area, but there seemed to be a conflict or an overlap of the seasons with the 10 late any legal weapon. And there was concern that somebody that had that late 10 tag, it wasn't conducive, or it wasn't what they thought would be maybe fair to have all those juniors in the middle of that hunt, even though it overlaps, I think, a 2-day period or 3. So that was the justification for that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Commission. Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. I know there's some discussion about some of our recommendations. We did want the two tags in 014. We wanted 2 tags across the board, but that unit just this year is down 50%. So the tag should be at least down 50%. That was our recommendation. Also the 011, 013, that area is down 37% this year. We kept it the same. So we'd like that to at least be the same as last year. But the one in question was a 194, 196. The department recommended a 47% reduction in tags for any legal weapon in that unit. But in the juniors, they raised it 5 tags. So we were just doing a 47% reduction from last year's quota. So that's what we'd like there.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any other cab comment in Washoe County on the juniors? Any cab comment from Zoom? No? Okay. Thank you very much. My apologies again. Oh, sorry. Any public comment on the junior mule deer tags?
Sean Shea, Washoe County.
the reason we brought up, like I said, 194, 196 was for, and this was just all residents, just the residents, there was a 47% drop. And there was a 25% increase in the youth. So we were just bringing, I just thought if we'd just bring it equal to everybody across the board, because 194 and 196 is a little different. You know, they get into the supply and demand. 194, 196 is a convenience to the parents. That's what this unit is. And it really is. And there's a lot of extra tags that we heard and, you know, in the rubies and stuff. If you really want to take your kid, there's tags left, and you want to take them out, get them camping and stuff. 194, 196 is not the way to do, because you're going to be spending the night at home. So that's why I had brought that up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shea. Anybody else, anyone else from the public? Public on Zoom? Yes, okay.
Joseph, and if you'll state your last name, please.
Hi, this is Joseph Terry for the record. I just wanted to say I really support the youth hunts, and I see we keep cutting numbers. I know the demand is there for the tags. I remember when I was a youth and I could draw every year, and it's tough to see the youth go 2, 3, 4 years without getting a tag in the area they want. So I'm good if we raise the tags if possible, especially here in Vegas. Units 261 to 268. I would like that to be raised at least to what it was last year, just because that is a convenience hunt for people that live near Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. All right, that concludes our public comment for the junior mule deer tags. So now we're moving on to CR 2211. I believe we're going to antelope.
All right, good afternoon. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. So I'm going to present the antelope recommendations. I do have just a brief, it's very brief, even more brief than mule deer, set of slides here. And then we can jump into the recommendations.
Okay.
So antelope, this is a kind of a long-term portrayal of populations that have been doing fairly well for several decades. But like our other populations, our other species, they are facing some of these drought situations as well. And we you know, our population statewide is probably a little bit misleading, because we have a couple areas where they're doing well and they're recruiting in central Nevada and in Elko County. But across the board, we saw some pretty drastic drops in fawn recruitment. Same unit, well, not exactly the same, but similar units to what we saw in deer. Some of the ones that were hard hit by drought. And our quota recommendations largely reflect those. Talking about horn length, this is something we've collected, you know, for a long time. This is portraying the percentage of 15-inch or greater or better horns. We got a fair amount of comment on this year. We saw a pretty good drop. Probably had a lot to do with drought conditions. However, I will throw out the caveat that we kind of changed the way we asked the question on the questionnaire this year. And we realized after the fact that, you know, some of the answers might have been truncated. And we actually reached out to, I think, almost 500 people after they'd reported to resubmit. Even after analyzing the corrected data, we saw a fairly good drop. The average did increase when we had the corrected answers, but I just wanted to point that out. We don't use harvest or horn length really in any of our harvest recommendations for antelope, but it is something that we just track for, you know, overall age class. So our management objectives are a lot more simple for antelope. We're shooting for $25 per 100 does across all units that are open for horns longer than ears. And then For our dose harvest strategy, we kind of have it broken out into population size. These are just ballpark numbers, but roughly our smaller populations, which we define as below 1,500, is 1 to 10 harvest rate on adult does. And then the larger populations as a 5 to 20% harvest rate on our doe, antelope doe populations. We have only 3 really right now in that larger category. 061, which we're targeting about 14%, and then 141, 143, that's split into 2 units for the horns shorter than ears hunt, but it's modeled as one population. So we're targeting 15% on those as well. And then this is just the kind of the final breakdown of the total numbers, non-resident, resident tags for both categories. Horns longer than ears, and then we only have resident horns shorter than ears tags. And then that's showing the projected 90-10 split as close as we can get it with the non-resident resident percentages. And we're only including our horns longer than ears, any legal weapon, muzzleloader, and archery for those for that 90-10 split. And with that, I will take any questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Schroeder? Vice Chair Cavilla.
So Cody, I did see, and I think someone had mentioned it earlier, but on the any legal weapon hunt, the percentage of reduction is substantially smaller than muzzleloader, and the drop in total tags in muzzleloader and archery are way more than any legal weapon. I guess what's the explanation for that?
Commissioner Cavilla, so in large part, we use the same demand success formula that we do, for other species, and I'm pretty sure it's solely related to that. Just changes in that. We added quite a few muzzleloader tags or seasons really 2 years ago. And there hasn't been a huge demand for them. So, that's why you see most of the non-resident tags are basically at 1, and some of the other ones are less than 5. So for the new ones we hunt that we added, I'm not sure on the archery, I think it is the demand success. We didn't change anything. We didn't try to shift tags to any legal weapon or anything like that. Just kind of the way it played out.
Okay, other questions? No? Okay. So then we'll go out for cab comment on our antelope recommendations. So come on up, cabs.
Jim Cooney, Elko. The only recommendation that the Elko cab had was in hunt 2151 units 078, 105 through 107 and 121, in which we had suggested a decrease in 5 tags. That would go from 30 tags to 25. Primarily, the issue was brought up about the horses and the range condition over there in that particular unit.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Mhm.
Worth Nelson Lander Cab. We happen to live in central Nevada where the antelope are doing very well. We're happy about that, and we understand that statewide it's down a little bit, and a lot of places are struggling and things like that, but ours is not. Yet we have asked that the quotas be cut back more or less the same as the deer to last year's numbers. The reason we were given by the biologist, actually the archery and muzzleloader are all up if we go back to last year's numbers. It's only the any legal weapon and horn shorter than the ears that would that go down. And the reason we were given for such a big increase was because 2 years ago, there was a good fawn recruitment. And so we were told there's a bunch of 2-year-old buck antelope running around, which have horns just as long as their ears. So it doesn't do any good for horns longer than the ears or horns shorter than their ears. Nobody's going to be shooting at them. They're still going to be there, which is another place this youth antelope hunt really might come in handy this year. I know we can't do it this year, but anyway. So yes, I mean, I have specific numbers if you wish that on there. We're looking at last year's archery. The recommendation was 45 this year. Last year was 60, so it'd be adding 15.
Can you give us the hunt unit if you have it?
Oh,
I'm
I'm sorry.
assuming it's one.
Well, they're split. Let's see, for any legal weapon, it's kind of screwy because they're all together and then they're split. Any legal weapon, horns longer than the ears, is 141, 143, 151, 156. They're all combined.
Right.
So that one, as far as archery, I think it's only split for the horn short and ears. So that hunt archery from 45 recommendation back to the 60 that was there last year.
Okay.
Then the non-resident archery from 5, which is recommended, back to the 7 that was there last year.
Okay.
The muzzleloader resident from 4 recommended, back up to 7 from last year.
Hang on one second. 4 to 7. Okay.
The non-resident muzzleloader would stay at 1, which was recommended. It's the same as
Okay.
it was last year.
Okay.
Then the any legal weapon hunt was recommended at 250. And again, the reason for that, we were told, was because of all the 2-year-old bucks running around with horns same size as ears. Nobody's going to be shooting at them.
Okay.
We'd like to take back to last year's numbers at 170. So that'd be minus 80. And then the non-resident, any legal weapon from 30 recommended back to 20. That would be a reduction of 10.
Okay.
And then the horns shorter than the ears. Now this is split, horns short and ears. There's 2.
Right.
Let me get to that page.
And the note we have on our sheet says, so I circled it. Hang on, give me one second. Let's see very well. Okay, it says would like to change it to 500 for area 1415. So you want a total of 500?
For which hunt are we talking
The
about?
horn shorter than yours, 2181.
I have it down as 470, but I don't think we would argue about 500. It'd still be subtracting 100 from the 600 recommended.
Okay.
And also the, I mean, I'm sure winter range and stuff comes into play also with antelope. Quite a bit of their winter range probably involves the pivots from the Filipino ranches, the Tamara ranches, Altamira Farms, Antelope Valley, all of which come to these meetings and they're, well, one of them's actually on the board, completely fine with the antelope on their pivots. And they're very willing to, they don't turn anybody away as far as going out there and hunting. They will actually stop what they're doing and actually help them hunt on these hunts and stuff too. So if they're not griping about how many antelope, then there must not be too many, because a couple of years ago, we fought about that pretty hard on our cab. But
Okay.
anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Hello, Steve Robinson, Washoe. Pretty much our recommendations are to keep most of these areas the same as it was last year. In 021 to 022, have 35 tags, same as last year. 011, 2 tags. The 012 to 014, 5 tags, which is down from 8, but up from the 2 recommended. We think this primitive weapon classes there's not a lot of success, and it's going to give a lot more opportunity. So the 015, 10 tags, 021 to 022, 2 tags. And the archery hunt, same as last year, 021, 022, 5 tags, 033, 4 tags.
Okay.
And then non-resident archery hunt, 021 to 014, I'm sorry, 012 to 014, 2 tags.
Can you go back to any legal weapon?
Yes.
The only change I have listed is the 021, 022 to
021, 022, to 35 tags.
Okay. I thought I heard you say 2 somewhere. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chrissy Pope, Nye County. We were in support of all the units within Central Nevada. We too, part of Central Nevada, so our antelope herd is doing very well. In 25, we would like to disperse some tags. So for 251, the early all legal weapon, we would like to reduce that to 15 tags.
Can you tell us which unit? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Chrissy.
251.
251. You may have said that and I didn't hear it. Okay, you want to go to where?
To 15 tags for
Okay.
the early all legal weapon. And then add 1 tag to the muzzle loader. So
Add
from 1
to
to 2
muzzle loader.
for the resident, yeah.
51 goes to 2. Okay. I
And
had
then
that
the
one.
archery resident from
Mhm.
1 to 5.
1 to 5.
We just
Okay.
wanted to offer more opportunity for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Other cab comment on Pronghorn in Washoe County? Okay, how about cab comment in Las Vegas? Okay.
Tony, go ahead. Tony, go ahead.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Can
Okay,
you
thanks.
introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Tony Gildon, Humboldt County Cab. Just want to say that Humboldt County supports the department's recommendations for all antelope quotas.
All right, thank you. Anybody else, Missy? No, that's it. Okay, we'll come back to public comment in Washoe County on Pronghorn. No, come on down. No, I'm sorry, in Reno. Yeah, we've got people all over the state on our Zoom.
Sure how this all works, but yeah, just a diehard archery hunter.
Can you
all
introduce
my life.
yourself to us
I'm
first?
Jeff McCowitz. Live in Washoe County. But yeah, just looking at you mentioned the archery tags that were greatly reduced. 39% for residents, archery tags have gone down. Non-residents, they've gone down 29%. Why the difference? Why are residents hurt more than non-residents? Rifle, as was stated, only went down 1.57% over state. Specifically, area I applied for this year had 10 tags last year, dropped down to 2. Rifle stayed the same at 30. Kind of a discrepancy there. I've seen this happen in the past. First me I've come to complain about it, but archery seems to be whatever. Rifle is the in thing. I know, big public policy, politics, whatever, but archery is huge to a lot of people. For me, we shoot every day. I shoot every day, whatever. So I've seen this discrepancy before, and I was enough to say this is huge discrepancy, and just is not fair to archery hunters, whatever. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for coming today. I appreciate it. Okay, anyone else, public comment? Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, come back to the commission. Any thoughts before we jump in? Questions? Places to go? Maybe we shouldn't have taken lunch. So, Mr. Schroeder, how are you feeling with some of those asks and changes? Particularly, if I might, the 2181 shorter than ears, the reduction to 500 in those 14, 15 units.
For the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. So yeah, actually overall, I think we're pretty okay with most of the cab recommendations. So, I mean, I would like to try to maintain at least 500 in the horn short of the nears. That's a herd that's been growing tremendously. I mean, we've been harvesting a lot of does in the past 3 or 4 years, and you know, they keep growing. So we're trying to keep them in check. You know, I think they threw out 500, but didn't really specify, you know, we've been managing it kind of 60-40. That's just roughly to spread out the hunters and where the animals are distributed throughout that one big unit group. As was discussed, it is all one for horns longer, but it's horn shorter. It's separated just to kind of reduce the pressure on that. I mean, I would prefer to stick to what we're recommending. Honestly, if we were, you know, compromising, I'd want to keep at least 300 in the big unit and 200 in the smaller unit.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, we don't have a target population objective that we're, you know, trying to keep them at. It's just, we're trying to manage them, you know, within the confines of the habitat, just like we have, and to some degree minimize conflict on some ranches, although there are several that are tolerable. So,
okay. Otherwise, I felt like the recommendations weren't out of line. I guess I was wondering about the archery. Maybe I missed the archery. Is there a change on the archery? That our public comment noted? I didn't see it. Oh, Vice Chair Cavilla?
I had a note on 141, the 141 through 151 units to go to 60, is the note I had. On archery.
But I thought he said he was dropping it to 2. Maybe it's the non-resident. Those.
so I have several, I don't know if I have them all written down, but just on the archery, Washoe 021 increase from 2 to 5, 033 increase from 2 to 4. Lander would be basically staying the same as last year, so it'd be increased from 45 to 60. Mineral County for 205, 208 wants to increase from 3 to 10. And Nye wants to change 251 from 1 to 5, just for archery.
205 went from 3 to 10. Okay. All right, so why don't we take this, any legal weapon first? We'll just lump these. Any legal weapon, then we'll go muzzle loader, and then archery, and then we'll do shorter than ears.
So I got one quick thing.
Okay.
If I may, on the cab recommendations for any legal weapon. You know, I know the Lander cab was, you know, they won't have last year's quota. And I'm a little softer on the horn shorter than ears, but I think the buck hunt, we really should maintain a fair number of tags there. Because it's going to put us way over. And we already were on the upper end of our management objectives, I think, going in. So I'd like to keep that if possible, or at least keep it above what we had last year for Lander County. All the other ones, the any legal weapon, I think we're okay. They're pretty minimal, you know, 5 tags differences.
Okay. Okay. Everybody good? Any questions, discussion? Motion? Motion. Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I guess my general thought, is that on?
Mhm.
Is that some of these changes are pretty insignificant. You know, we can go one way or the other, which is probably easiest. I would suspect that, you know, if I asked if there was biological consequence, you'd likely say no, with the exception of the shorter than ears, which you've already commented on, and the 141 unit in Lander, which you're fairly strong against maintaining that at that higher level. So I would, tend to go that way. I'm not sure I've captured all these correctly, so I'm not in a position to make a motion, but
Okay.
I was going to give you my thoughts on that.
Okay, why don't I run through them real quickly and then we can take a motion. So in Hunt 2151, in 021022, I have 35 is the recommendation. 078, 105, 107, 121, I have 25 as the recommendation. We'll stick with the department, or we can go to the 170, which is 141. And then I have unit 251, I have 15 is the recommendation. Is that what you have?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I guess just adding to the Lander cab recommendation. I hate to negotiate already, but they are, last year's quotas would actually increase some of the other weapon classes. So, if we met somewhere around, 200, 210, we would probably still meet our same objectives because we'd be increasing from what we're recommending, basically shifting some of the demand, but we'd still be dropping any illegal weapon buck tags.
Okay. We'll see what everybody's comfortable with.
Everything else, we're good with.
Okay.
I am.
I know you bypassed the whole archery thing, but I'm looking at all your stats here that showed you dropped archery from 485 tags to 294. Is that right?
I don't know the numbers off my head.
Yeah, well, this is just the reports that I got. That's that there. And the rifle only dropped from 1655 to 1629. This is what I printed off your website.
Yeah, you're correct.
39% drop versus 1% drop. And it seemed like it just was glossed over. I hate to interrupt, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're out of public comment, but
So I'll try to comment on it.
maybe,
since we're
okay,
here,
thank you,
but-
Mr.
These are the
Schroeder.
stats that I
Right.
see.
So
Yeah.
again, to reiterate, we're just following our demand success formula. I don't think we consciously changed it. I suspect what happened was, and I think I looked into it a little bit. When we actually added the muzzleloader tags overall, when you're talking overall, it actually changed the demand fairly significant. Because before we only had any illegal weapon and we had archery. So all the demand either went to archery and then when you throw in muzzleloader, it kind of creates a little chaos in the quota formula and we just used statewide averages before because we were just guessing what the demand would be. So that actually shifted some of the demand from archery tags in general to the muzzleloader now because we have muzzleloader tags in almost all the units. So that's partly why it doesn't, and some of it's success as well. And archery is typically lower, obviously, but I don't know I guess one other point is we did at least float the idea to the commission on policy 24, I believe, on deer to go to fixed demand and shift more tags into primitive weapons like archery and muzzleloader, and it was not met with open arms. So we just went with demand success the way we have been doing it for years.
Okay.
I don't think we didn't try to slight the archers for any reason. You could certainly add tags in there in places. We're already going to be adding some.
We are.
Washoe added some.
Right.
Lander's going to be adding some so there's some opportunity for archers.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I might just add clarification, we throw the term around demand success like everybody knows what it means, and clearly not everybody knows what it means. So the demand that dictates the proportion of tags is based on those first choice applicants. And what Cody's saying is we had a hunt where historically there was just rifle tags and archery tags. And so the 100% of the demand was divided between those two hunts. And we added a muzzleloader hunt, which we didn't have any historical demand for that particular unit. So we used a statewide average as an estimate of where we would be with that demand in the first year of that hunt. Clearly the demand for that specific hunt was a little bit different than what the statewide demand was for muzzleloader, and now we're making that adjustment. But what that results in is a loss of opportunity for archers. But when we talk about that demand, and then the success portion of the demand success has to do with the way that the harvest is allocated to those weapon classes. And so if you look at, so earlier Cody showed a graph, and it was the average hunt success for rifle, muzzleloader, and archery. So when we divide up the desired take of animals from an area, they're allocated by those weapon classes. And if we look at 16% as the average hunter success for archery, then the number of tags per hunter is actually much greater than it would be for any legal weapon or muzzleloader that enjoy a higher success. But it isn't that the department is discriminating against any particular weapon class in any particular area. We're following commission policy on distributing those tags by weapon class and looking at historic success and historic demand for each and every weapon class by species, by unit.
Okay.
Hopefully I didn't confuse that issue. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Are you confused, Commissioner McNinch?
Yeah, always. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, I've heard this many times, and if you don't live it at the department level, or sportsmen or people that are hunting that actually get involved, it isn't that easy to retain year to year. It's not. And I think this is so true with everything we talked about today. You get into this, one-to-one thing. We're going to reduce this 10 animals, and we're going to have 10 more animals on the ground. And that's not how it works. And like Tony was explaining, you make these modifications, and maybe we have an understanding. Well, hopefully we're all kind of having an understanding of what we're doing, but it doesn't translate to the general public, because they come in and I can't say your last name. Your first name was Jeff, I think. So, and I see the pain on him. He's like, whoa, what's going on here? And, it wasn't an intentional thing, but certainly there was a major impact on what he experiences and what he would like to do. And, it's very complex. How do you get past that? How do you get to where you can explain these things to Jeff and other people like Jeff, people like me, that aren't living it every minute of every day, and it's difficult. But I think the point is that it's so dynamic, and there's so many things. You pull on this string over here, and something falls out of the tree over here. And I think the department does their best to warn us of those things. And I'm curious to see what happens with some of our deer estimates in the next few years. But anyway, I'm glad that we're talking about it. I thought we owed Jeff an explanation, or at least a conversation on it. So I appreciate that.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Schroeder, did you have something?
Just the only thing I can think of is we did change the way we round the quotas, but we're trying to be consistent with what we have in policy 24. So I don't think we're rounding up for the primitive weapons like we used to. So that does have, for some, that can have a,
Negative.
5 tag difference.
Okay.
And depending on where you fall on the even or odd number spectrum.
Okay.
But that's it. It's mostly the demand, I think, for the archery.
Okay.
And again, if directed, we can certainly change that in the future and try to, under our, use something different than first choice applications or something like that, like maybe all or a fixed demand for primitive weapons for antelope as well.
Okay. Okay. All right. Do we have any thoughts on any legal weapon? Excuse me, Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move to approve Commission Regulation 22-11 with respect to hunt 2151 resident antelope horns longer than ears, as presented with the following changes to unit 021 and 022. the tags to 35, the quota to 35. Unit 078, 105 through 107 and 121 to 25. Unit 141, 143, 151 through 156 to 210. And to unit 251 to 15.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Barnes to approve Commission Regulation 2211, hunt 2151, antelope horns longer than ears, any legal weapon hunt as presented with the noted changes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay, so then the non-resident.
Get those real quick, hopefully.
Okay.
Hopefully, if I miss one, let me know. I think I got them all here. So for 021, we'd be looking at, that would not change 4 to 4.
Okay,
078 stays the same.
okay,
141 would go from 30 to 25. And that's all the changes for non-residents.
and Lander had asked for 20 there, but you're good with 25. I think it's probably fine
I mean, that would be more sort of in proportion with the
with the,
210.
right, okay. Okay, any comments on
Oh, and then-
non-resident? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I
That's
forgot
okay.
one. 251, I don't think. What was the change there? 15.
It's at 2.
Should stay at 2.
Yeah,
I
it should
think.
stay at 2.
Yeah, that would be the same.
Okay. Okay, so we have 425. So really the only change was to the 1.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, anybody, any questions? Comments, motion? Commissioner Roger? Oh, Vice Chair Cavilion. Oh, okay. Are you?
I was just gonna make a motion. if
Okay.
Everybody was ready. This is an easy one. I want to take it. Commission regulation. I'm gonna make a motion to approve commission regulation 22-11 for the non-resident antelope horns longer than ears, any legal weapon hunt 2251 as presented with the following change in unit 141, 143, 151 through 156. We'll change that to 25 and the remainder stays the same.
Okay, do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Rogers. So all in favor of hunt unit or hunt 2251 non-resident antelope horns longer than ears with the noted change, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay, so moving on to the muzzleloader hunt 2171. And we do have some changes that have been recommended here. They're actually increases. You want me to go through them?
Yeah.
Okay. So in unit
Just to make
011, we have a recommendation of 2. An increase to 2. 012 to 014, an increase to 5. 015, an increase to 10. 021, 022, an increase to 2. And then we go down to 141, 143, 151, 156, an increase to 7. And in unit 251, an increase to 2. And that's what I show on in my notes.
That's what I have as well.
That's what you have. Okay. Any questions on Hunt 2171? Commissioner Keel?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move to approve Commission Regulation 22-11 in respect to the muzzleloader hunt 2171 resident animal horns longer than ears as presented with the following changes to unit group 011 to 2, 012 through 014 to 5, 015 to 10, 021 through 022 to 2, 141, 143, 151 through 156 to 7, and unit 251 to 2.
Okay. And I have a second by Commissioner Almberg. So we have a motion to approve Hunt 2171 horns longer than ears muzzle loader in the antelope hunt. And we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. So does that change much? It probably does a little bit, right?
So none of the non-resident muzzleloader would change. They're all below
They're all
20.
below. Okay,
So they're all one
okay,
already.
all right. So do I have a motion to approve the non-resident muzzleloader? Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 22-11 as it pertains specifically to the muzzleloader non-resident antelope horns longer than ears 2271 as presented.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second by Vice Chair Cavilla to approve the non-resident antelope horns longer than ears muzzle loader hunt 2271 as a part of CR 2211 as presented. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. And resident antelope horns longer than ears archery hunt 2161. And I can go through those real quickly if you'd like, Mr. Schroeder.
That would be great.
Okay, so I have the following changes: 021, 022 to 5. 033 from 2 to 4. I have 141, 143, 151 through 156. Change from 45 to 60. And 205 through 208 from 3 to 10. And then 251 from 1 to 5.
Got those.
Okay, and are you comfortable with these changes? With these recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. Any comment from the commission? No? Okay, do I have a motion? I have a motion. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Rogers. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. I'd just like to make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 22-11, specific to the resident antelope, horns longer than ears, hunt 2161, as presented with the following changes. And that is 021, 022 to 5, 033 to 4, 141, 143, 151 to 156 to 60, 205 to 208 to 10, and unit 251 to 5.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Almberg. So we have a motion and a second to approve the resident antelope horns longer than ears archery hunt 2161 as part of CR 22-11 with the noted changes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Wise absent. With the non-resident,
So I think there'd just be one change for 141, 143, 151, 156, which would go from 5 to 7.
okay, and I had down that Washoe asked to increase 012 through 014 by 1. to 2.
For the non-resident.
Mm-hmm. Does that coincide with? Yeah, it does. Okay. Okay. Those are the only changes that I had.
Okay.
Okay. So the increase. We didn't increase. Yep. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Trying to do math in my head. Okay, any questions on archery hunt 2261? Nope. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion on for approval of Commission Regulation 22-11 as it relates to the non-resident antelope horns longer than ears hunt 2261 as presented with a couple of changes, one being to unit 012 to 014, increasing that to 2. And then also 141, 143, 151 through 156 from 5 to 7.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? A second by Vice Chair Cavilla to approve non-resident antelope horns longer than ears archery hunt 2261 as a portion of CR 22-11 with the noted changes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Wise absent. And finally, resident antelope horns shorter than ears, any legal weapon hunt 2181. And I believe the only change we have there, Mr. Schroeder, is to the 141, 151 lines. And I think you suggested 300 and 200 unless we wanted to stick with the department recommendation.
Correct.
Okay, so any discussion on this particular hunt? This is the antlerless or the horn shorter than ears, I'm sorry. No change, no suggestions, comments? Okay, do I have a motion? Commissioner Rogers.
All right, thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 22-11, specifically for the resident antelope horns shorter than ears, any legal weapon hunt 2181 as presented with a couple of noted changes, one being to unit 141, 143, 152, 154, 155 to 300, and 151, 153, 156 to 200.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Perini. We have a motion to approve that portion of CR 2211 with resident antelope horns shorter than ears, any legal weapon hunt 2181 with the noted changes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. So now, Cody, we need to go check out our landowner tags,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll get
Do you need
that
a
real
minute to do that?
I mean, it'll just take me a second here.
Okay,
It should be at the end, the very end of the deer.
Right.
On your packet.
it's page 32.
Now, the numbers, I think what you will be doing with your motion is just passing the percentage of 2.5%.
Okay,
Because I'll have to do some math if we want these exact numbers. I can tell you we're well below. I mean, we're not even close to being at the cap with our landowner comp tag. So,
okay,
I mean, it's more of a exercise in, I don't know, procedure. But if you would, you could pass the non-resident or resident, non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner comp tag percentage.
the
Of the total.
2.5%.
Yeah, the 2.5%.
Okay, so the numbers that you're showing there, the 473 and the 18.
They'll change a little
They'll
bit,
change a little
not a
bit.
lot. I mean,
Okay.
by a few.
Okay,
If you want, I can take a break and figure it out exactly.
I think we're probably okay at the 2.5%. Yeah. Okay, I think we're okay at the 2.5%. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve the landowner comp tax? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion that we approve the resident, non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags to be equal to 2.5% of the total 2022 deer and antelope quotas that we just approved.
Okay, is that okay?
Yeah, and it's a maximum, so.
It's a max.
It's
at
no more
2.5%.
than
Yeah,
2.5%.
I should have that
Okay,
on there.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Keel. So all in favor of the resident and non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags max of 2.5% for the 2022 deer and antelope quotas. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Thank you very much, Mr. Schroeder.
Thank you.
Mhm. I think we're going to watch a video.
A video?
We have a video.
Oh, no, not for me.
Madam Chair, we'll segue to elk, but before we do, we'd like to share with you a recently completed video kind of highlighting some of the data collection and processing process, and it features Cody McKee prominently. So we thought this might be a good place to kind of insert it into the program here and hopefully refresh ourselves before we dive into yet another species. And perhaps Cody McKee can give us a little background as to what this is, who it is, the genesis of it, as kind of an introduction, and then we'll have somebody tee it up and hit play.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Director Wasley. Cody McKee for the record. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I actually just learned that we were going to play this video today. So I'm little bit on the spot. This is a project that I've been working on for several years here at the department. It kind of was born from what I saw as a need to improve some of the data processes that we have during aerial surveys. How are we collecting data? How are we summarizing data? How do we get that information ready so that we can come to you guys with the most informed recommendations possible? And really what that looked like was collecting data on a mobile device, being able to automatically submit data through a cloud-based services, and then having real-time access to data summaries. This is a project that was funded mostly through the Wildlife Heritage Trust Program. So a lot of you were involved in the approval and helping us get this underway. We have been working on development of a survey app, which is what we've called it, since 2000, the fall of 2000 and say winter of 2021. So over a year now. And we had a prototype version ready to begin use last fall, so fall 2021. And it really went off really smoothly right from the get-go. We had almost complete adoption amongst all of our biologists. And that's with a beta version. So that was a version that we expected there to be some hiccups. And of course there were, especially over time. We learned as we went through the process. The company that we contracted this project with, Environmental Systems Research Institute, ESRI, took a really great interest in this project. They also provided a really awesome discount on the work that was done. So we certainly appreciate that. And I think part of that is so they can promote the work that they're doing too. But this is a project, they sent a film crew out this last winter, and we went through data collection, how we use it on surveys, and it's kind of cool to see us up there to see this kind of come into realization. And again, we still have some work we're doing on this, but I think this is a really good introduction to how we're trying to integrate technology and constantly adapting the work that we do in the field to be better biologists and to come to you with the most informed recommendations possible. As people become less connected to the natural world, we're going to have to tell the story of our wildlife, but we're going to have to be able to tell it in a way that is meaningful to all. I knew at a very early age that going into wildlife management was something that I wanted to pursue. We're advocates for things that don't have a voice. Prior to European establishment, elk in North America were really distributed throughout the United States. As settlement expanded, those numbers began to decline. They were essentially removed from the state. It was through the Nevada Department of Wildlife and a lot of dedicated conservationists that we saw those numbers start to improve. And here we are today with a very bountiful population. Aerial surveys are really critical to the work that we do here. It gives us a better perspective of the health and numbers of the populations that we manage. GIS technology has proved to be very valuable in the way that we conduct operations.
Humans have impacted the landscape. We can't turn back the clock. So how can we best manage for what we have today? Being able to take that step back and visualize your information, seeing those trends across the landscape, that's when you start to be able to make some really powerful decisions. Data is just the backbone of all of it.
We have to be able to see the entire picture. We need to be able to know all of the features across the landscape that could potentially influence our populations. The first thing we do before we go out and fly is we set up a survey event into survey 123. Things like who's flying in the aircraft, what are the weather conditions, and then most importantly is what are the species that we're going to be targeting on that flight. Once we've entered the appropriate information, we can then queue up quick capture. Traditionally, we would take a handheld GPS device and handwritten notes. We're now able to use a tablet. We've essentially completely condensed the process of manually transcribing notes and referencing that to GPS waypoints. Today, we saw a lot of elk well above elevation bands that you would see in a typical winter where we had adequate snow coverage because of this ongoing drought we've been experiencing. I also expect the number of calves will probably be a little bit lower. So it's definitely playing a part in the distribution of animals. At the conclusion of our flight, we can hit submit on our survey and we're automatically pushing all of the data that was collected, flight paths, group observations, audio recordings to the ArcGIS server for immediate and real-time review by both our biologists and our staff. The process of transcribing information, what used to take several months, we now have at the conclusion of the survey. It allows biologists more time to be biologists and not data managers. In ArcGIS Online, we see blue lines that represent the route that the helicopter took during the flight. The dashboard is really important because this provides a summary of the number of animals that we encountered. We can use the GIS tools to review things like mining operations. These operations are often built in places right in the middle of critical migration corridors. We can also look at various disturbances on the landscape, including wildfires and habitat treatments. In some instances, we're classifying over 10,000 animals in certain areas. 30 years ago, the ability to quickly display survey data on a computer would be unheard of. Here we are being able to make real-time decisions and have real-time understanding of some of our populations. And that's just helping us make quicker decisions about how we want to manage wildlife and the things that we want to do on the landscape to improve their status.
I feel like now that we are more involved with not just the field work, but also the higher level decisions that are being made that can really kind of decide the fate of some of these species, in addition to our department making more informed decisions, you're going to be able to make better recommendations because they'll have more data at their fingertips.
All of these things in the grand scheme of wildlife, I think that they're continually faced with growing pressures, but it's the wins that we can secure to help perpetuate those species and populations into the future. That's really what keeps me going. I have a passion for wildlife and I'm here to protect and preserve them. ensure that not just current generations have an opportunity to enjoy their presence and to know that they exist, but that our future generations do as well.
Wow. That's exciting. Good job, Cody.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Cody McKee for the record. I'm kind of disappointed. We don't have as many people here in the crowd today to see that, but probably most importantly for them to see that a staff guy gets out in the field once in a while. There's now video proof of that. But I would point out, certainly sort of the whole production was centered around one person, but that whole project is a collaboration among game biologists, our GIS department, contracts, our fiscal department, Deputy Attorney General Burkett looked at the contract to see that project through. There were a lot of people involved with it, as well as just this video production. There were several people in our Eastern Region office across all the divisions that help coordinate with the film crew, get people out in the field. So it really was a team effort, and it kind of fits in with the theme that I know Director Wasley likes to tout with the department. It's one NDOW. We might be a pretty lean agency, but we all work together towards one common goal.
So it started with elk, but it can evolve and spread out over all the species?
So the survey app itself is for all big game. We focused on elk for that particular effort because the production crew thought that it might be more impactful if we kept that focus to a certain species. And because elk are near and dear to me, I was able to kind of direct them in that way. But yeah, we can use that for all big game species. We also built it with other divisions in mind, other agencies in mind, hopeful that more entities would adopt a platform like that and use that for their own data collection needs.
Fantastic. Okay, any other comments for Mr. McKee? Nope. Okay. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
So we're jumping into CR 2211, resident elk antlered, any legal weapon depredation hunt 4102 is next on our list, I think. So you've got some things you want to show us.
Yes, Madam Chair, Cody McKee again for the record. I'm here today to talk about the status of our elk herds.
I see you've added moose to your title though.
It's been there for a while. We're
Okay.
slowly kind of getting people used to that concept and maybe what that means going forward.
Okay.
But yes, today I'm here to talk about our elk population status as well as our harvest recommendations. I do promise that this is going to be a pretty brief presentation.
Okay, thanks.
So currently almost 95% of our populations or individually managed elk herds are at or below objective, with the notable exception of the Spruce Mountain herd in 078. That's a herd that's, the status of that herd is kind of complicated because of the amount of private land that occurs within that unit group. We have both the Long Canyon mine operation as well as the private Big Springs Ranch. And elk, as you guys are probably aware, really like private refugia. And when we can't put hunters there or use other means to haze elk out of those properties, they tend to concentrate. And so a large portion of this herd that's over population objective resides on lands that we're really unable to do a whole lot about. And so that right now is going to continue to be one of our challenges, our management challenges. You'll notice that our antlerless quota recommendations are well below historic highs. They were well below last year and they continue to go down. That's one, because we are, again, in compliance with most of our population objectives outlined in individual subplans, but also we're also experiencing below average calf recruitment. And so we're not seeing the number of individuals being recruited in the population year over year. And so we don't need to issue the same amount of tags to maintain stable populations. And then as I usually point out, our harvest metrics for antlered elk continue to be exceptional. And not just exceptional for Nevada standards, but really anywhere in the West where you have elk populations. So this is a very complicated graph that I usually show every year. The gray bars here represent our population estimates over time, going back to 2005. Our current estimate is about 12,500, which over the last 4 years, it's fairly stable. We are down from a high of 18,000 elk in 2014, 2015. And at that time, that's the time when we realized we were above our management objectives. We started harvesting a lot of elk and we've gotten to where we are today. The dashed line that's erratic, that's a smooth 3-year average calf ratio. The reason I smoothed it is because calf ratios are erratic year after year. It's easier to detect trends when you've smoothed your data. And it's probably something that you're familiar with from a lot of the COVID graphs that have been produced over the last 2 years. Essentially, what this is showing us is since 2014, 2015, we have experienced a declining trend in calf ratios, but that's actually complicated because of the high level of cow harvest that we had. So as we remove fewer cows from the population, we actually saw higher calf ratios because there just weren't as many cows there, right? But the last 4 years, we have been below the long-term average, which is 40. And it does seem to be ticking downwards. Now, the one caution that I would, or the one, in interpreting this, I would caution in thinking that there's a catastrophic decline or declining populations. Elk herds, because they're long-lived species, even populations with calf ratios in the upper 20s can still be growing. So even though the most current calf ratio seen here in the winter of 2021, 2022 was at 36, and it also happened to be the second lowest in the last 20 years. Those are still calf ratios that are capable of maintaining stable populations and even increasing them. And so again, low calf ratios, we did lower our antlerless recommendations in response to that. We're not currently concerned about those low calf ratios. However, as time goes on and potentially drought conditions persist, that the impact of those environmental and climatic changes may be more pronounced there. As I pointed out, our antlered elk harvest continues to be very strong. We operate off of 3 harvest objectives for our bull quotas. We are targeting 25 to 35% of 50-inch main beams or greater in the resulting harvest. The reason, again, that we use 50-inch main beams is years and years of elk antler length data, as well as tooth data, shows a very strong relationship between length and age up until about 7, where we see that relationship start to flatline. Essentially, a bull with a 50-inch main beam is highly likely to be at least 7 years of age, if not older. So we're using that metric to ensure that we're maintaining adequate age structure within our population. And again, to maintain that Nevada expectation for elk quality. For our alternative areas, we target 35 to 45% 50-inch main beams. Again, because it's an alternative area, we've increased the quality, the expectations for quality. Those areas are area 11, unit 091, and then unit 078, 105 to 107 and 109. So that's Spruce Mountain herd that is currently above objective. And then we also have a few non-standard areas, and that the reason that we have non-standard areas is there's certain populations where the abundance of elk is so low that it's difficult for us to adequately survey those populations and obtain a sample size that would be that would actually give us a valid calf ratio or bull ratio to inform our population models. So we use harvest metrics and statistics to inform the direction of those quota changes for non-standard areas. The figure on the right shows the long-term trend of both the 6-point harvest in our elk herds as well as the 50-inch main beams. The trend line on the top, the solid line, represents 6 points or greater. We are, our long-term average for 6 points or greater and our elk harvest is about 70%. This last year, we fell just above 70% at 71. So we're continuing to operate right along and with respect to what our long-term averages are. In our 50-inch main beam, the lower trend line, which is dashed, you see the flat line that represents the average 50-inch main beam, which is 31%. We hit 31% this year. So we were right on our long-term average. One of the things that I'd like to direct the commission to, if you look back to 2008, 2009, you'll see that our 50-inch main beam, as well as our 6 point or greater metrics, were actually well below what those averages are. We actually maintain this data set going back even further. The point that I want to make here is, in a lot of cases, I will talk to members of the public, even internally amongst our staff. Those are the years that a lot of people reference as the good old years for elk hunting in Nevada. Compare that to 2021, where we are today. We're well above those points in the past that are often referred to as some of the better elk hunting in the state. We see that over time, we have increased conservatism in our harvest strategies. People are killing older bulls year over year. And really, that's what our data is showing us. So to kind of boil that all up into what our quota recommendations are this year, we're offering 16% less antler and spike tags. The majority of those reductions are being seen in our spike quotas. The reason for that is we have low calf ratios this year. We don't expect there to be as many spikes on the landscape. And really that spike harvest isn't to drive spike elk into the ground. It is so that we can help address some of our areas where we have high bull ratios. And so we're being very responsive there. A 5% decline in our antlered elk recommendations. And again, those are adjustments based on some of the harvest metrics that we've looked at, as well as maybe changes in the status of the populations. And then where the big reduction is being realized, again, is in our antlerless elk quotas, where we're going down 19%. So overall, we're offering just under 4,000 tags this year, and it's an 18% reduction, which I believe out of all of our species, elk is experiencing the largest declines in quotas this year. So with that, I'll be happy to take questions from the commission.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Any questions for Mr. McKee? No? Okay. All right, so I guess we'll just jump in. So we are looking at Hunt 4102. Would you like me to process this the same way as I did with Mr. Schroeder?
That's a good question. We have, I would say, probably mostly minor alternative recommendations for elk. So we could try and take all recommendations at once if you would prefer. And then I've also summarized those alternative recommendations, at least based on what we've received from the cabs
so far
on the PowerPoint. So we'll be able to see what has been submitted, at least based on the cab quota recommendation forms.
Okay. Okay, so then we'll open it up to cab comment on elk quotas. If you have comments on elk quotas, please come up and we'll take those recommendations now.
Jim Cooney, Elko. The primary recommendation that the Elko cab had was within Hunt 4151 in units 104, 108, and 121, early and late. That season has been split. And when we went through, big question was about hunter congestion in there. I believe that the department had recommended 45. And our cab said 35 and put 35 in each of those hunts. So it reduces the congestion and accomplishes approximately the same thing. So thank
Okay.
you.
Was that it for you? We're gonna go through all the elk. I have muzzleloader too for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go through everything like we did on the others so that. I think I only had one more, and that was in muzzleloader unit, hunt 4156. You had
Yeah,
recommended.
4156 in that hunt area, 104, 108, 121, which we'd like to see a 12 tag increase in each. I believe that's for the early and the late.
Okay,
Bring the totals back, tags back to 20.
okay, and
right.
I think that was it.
I think so.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Cooney.
I'm back. Hi, Steve Marcus, White Pine County. We're pretty close with Elko. What we're recommending is 104, 108, and 121. Being as it was split, we went with 40 tags early and 40 tags late. But the tags we want to take out of there, we will put into the muzzleloader hunt. Would you like me to do that now or at the end?
Yeah, let's jump to muzzleloader.
Okay, so we would like to put 18 tags in that hunt. And that unit, sorry.
Okay, so that's 104, 108. You want 18 tags?
In the muzzleloader.
So that would make it 23. Okay.
Okay, yeah, to 18 tags total.
Oh, 18 total.
Yeah,
Okay.
not 23.
Not 23.
Yeah,
Okay.
um,
Thank you.
Okay, and so in 111 through 115, we'd
Mhm.
like to reduce that to 70 in the early and 70 in the late.
Okay.
And we would like to move them tags to also 20 tags into the muzzleloader hunt. Total.
Which, okay, that's a split unit there.
111, 115.
Yeah, it's split up. No, am I looking at something? Hmm? Oh, where am I? Oh, that's Amarillo. Sorry. Okay, muzzleloader. Okay, so then that would be 18. Sorry, 20. You're right. Gosh darn it. Okay, got it.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
getting there.
And our last one is 221, 223. Reduce that to 60 tags for the early, 60 for the late. And and then move muzzleloader tags to 16, 221, 223.
Okay, got that.
And then adjust the non-residents to reflect the changes accordingly.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Gosh, I was getting confused.
Chrissy Pope, Nye County, Cap. First off, I'd like to say that was an awesome video. Good job. It's good seeing stuff like that. The only thing that we had for a change was on the depredation in area 251.
Okay.
We would like to see an increase for the resident elk antlered from 7 to 10 tags. And then on the depredation hunt 4107 for the elk antler list, you want me to give you that one too?
Yeah, let me get there though. Seven. Okay.
For unit 251, we would like to increase that from 10 to 15 tags.
Okay.
And if we can disperse those tags to the Tonopah residents, that'd be great. No, I'm only joking. Nobody can seem to fill these tags, but we know where they're at. I'm only joking.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. You're coming back.
Spike.
Come to the podium. Yeah.
All right, I forgot about the spike. Steve
Okay.
Marcus, White Pine County. We would like to revisit the definition of a spike. The way it's written now is it appears it could be up to a 3-point instead of just a spike. I think it states it's any antlered elk with more than 2 points above the top of the ear, which if you got a brow tine and 2 above the ear, that's a 3. Correct?
Yeah.
That's
I'm
the way it
getting nods.
appears.
Yes.
So a
Okay.
spike to us out there is a spike.
Right. 1.
So we were wondering if we could get that revisited. So,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other cab comment here in Reno? Okay, I don't see any. Do I have any on Zoom? We do have cab comment on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Dan Gilbert with the Clark County Cab.
Okay.
We had just a fairly generalized recommendation on the elk hunts with the aggressive harvest that's been taking place the last few years between cows, depredation. Obviously you've got a feral horse issue that's exacerbating some of the issues. We felt that the tag quota should not exceed the 2021 limits. A lot of what Elko and White Pine County cabs are saying is echoed in our meeting as well. And that was about all we had on the elk hunt.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you.
Anybody else on Zoom? No? Okay, then we'll open it up to public comment. Public comment on our elk.
Sorry. No, antelope hunting, to me, I go every once 8 years.
Go ahead and introduce yourself again.
My name is Jeff McCallitz.
Okay.
Antelope is most of the issue was the bow hunting issue, archery. Elk is my passion. I have to go out of state. As you know, all out of state is getting harder and harder to get tags. Wyoming, Idaho. I lived elk hunt. Nevada is an incredible spot to elk hunt. We have 6 kids, 14 grandkids. I love taking them hunting, mostly all archery hunting. And I see that just kind of tanking across the board. Just an example, non-resident tags for cow, for archery, they were 27 in 2021. They have raised to 32 in 2022. Explain that. Resident archery tags for cow, 262 in 2021. They have dropped to 164 in 2022, the proposal. Why? Why are non-residents, when every other state I'm getting cut? Why are we increasing our non-residents when you're decreasing, what is that, 40%? So what's going on? You can compare again archery to the rifle season. Rifle season is dropping 7.64%, muzzleloader 44%, and archery is dropping 23%. Why the discrepancy? What's the politics going on here to keep? I understand the demand thing. I have a degree in natural resources a long time ago, but I've took on the wildlife courses, did the wildlife studies, I understand a little bit. I understand the demand. I demand, but I've also been archery hunting since I'm 12. I understand what it means to archery hunt. I understand that there is more. I need more time to really harvest an animal. I need more opportunities. That's just the nature of the game of archery. I want to take my kids out. I want to take my grandkids out. And the way the archery tags are getting cut, like I said, antelope, yeah, but archery for cow, we used to do it every year. You know the story. Can't even get a tag anymore. A lot of my kids have 3-4 points, and they still can't draw a cow tag. Just so I can go out hunting with them. They can't go out of state because they have 3 kids under 5 years old. So I can't go with it. So the opportunity to really hunt with my kids is getting tanked. And in response to the rifle hunters are going steady or very minimally going down. Archery hunting is going down. Is there a equity here because of the demand versus success and all the politics that are involved in that? I understand that. But I also
Okay. Thank you.
Jeff,
Sure.
did you have a recommendation?
Yeah, I do. Sorry, a guy came up to me, very helpful. He said, recommendation, area 161, where we typically cow 161 to 164. Typical cow hunt dropped from 20 tags down to 5. Non-residents stayed 2 to 2. Why? How can they have almost, and the other brings up the other point, non-residents, if you, policy 24 states 10% of tags, archery tags, they're getting 32 in archery. And what is it? We have 164. What's the percentage there of non-residents compared to resident archery tags? Huge discrepancy, nowhere near 10%. Wyoming's known for 20% archery giving it to non-residents. Where are we at? Way above that for archery tags for cow.
So can you give me a number?
Yes, I would propose it to 5. Let's go to 8. Pick something. So
Okay.
it's, but yeah. So
We hear you.
all
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you.
So we're going to 8 on that one as a proposal. Okay, any other public comment on elk?
Worth Nelson, Lander Cab. To Mr. Marks' point about spike hunts, he's correct that you can shoot a 3-point because it does say 2 visible above the ears. And if you have a brow tine, it is a 3-point. But I think, and I could be wrong, if it, I don't know if it went through this commissioner, if it was just NDOW. The problem was something similar that you had with the sheep when you had novice sheep people going out and hunting sheep, and they had to be a certain age or they had to score a certain amount. Somebody would shoot a sheep, and once it's down, and once they get close enough, once they start figuring it out, they're going to be in trouble because it's not old enough or it doesn't score well enough. That sheep might get left in a ditch somewhere. Similar with the spike elk. Many of the spike elk have a tiny split on the end of that spike. Very difficult to see from any rifle distance, away before you get there. And I think that might possibly have been how you ended up with the 2 above the ears, to save some of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, do we have any public comment on Zoom? No? Okay. All right, we'll come back. So we have some recommendations. You want to walk through those?
Cody McKee for the record, staff specialist. Where would you like to start? Would you like me to address the spike question?
Yes.
Would you like, okay.
Yeah, let's
So
go there first.
I think maybe Commissioner McNinch and maybe Commissioner Barnes were on the commission the last time that we talked about the spike elk definition. It's been probably 6 or 7 years now, maybe more. There was a concerned sportsman that had a spike tag. I believe his name was Darren Elmore. Our previous definition was a true spike. And while he was in the field, he had experiences where he saw a lot of 1-year-old bulls, but they were not true spikes. They had forks, they had brow tines, etc. And so there was a lot of conversation and back and forth amongst the department, the commission, and sportsmen about what an appropriate spike elk definition would be so that we're harvesting the appropriate age class animal while making it more equitable, more fair in the field so that somebody doesn't have, as Mr. Nelson pointed out, inadvertently shoot a spike that has a 1-inch fork at the top that they didn't recognize from 300 yards. That's really where it came from. Now, I couldn't agree more with Mr. Marks, Mr. Nelson. I think that definition needs revised. There's a lot of ambiguity to it. We get a lot of questions in the fall about what exactly a spike is under our definition. And I know that I have given different explanations to sportsmen than our law enforcement has. And I think that's troubling. And in my mind, now, from a management standpoint, we're just trying to target young bulls. And so whether it's a 3-point bull, a 2-point bull, or 1-point bull, that's fine. But I think we just need to make it clear, no more than 3 points, no more than 4 points. what the commission is comfortable with, as well as the department. I think that would probably be a more clear definition for hunters in the field than the current definition of, well, how high is their ear? Is the brow tine below the ear? Is it above the ear? Does it curl up above the ear? Those are all the questions that we get. And to be honest, it's a bit of a gray area. And I think that also can create some challenges with enforcement in the field.
Okay. Any comments or questions on that? I think it's probably worth revisiting.
Agreed.
Okay. Down the road, not today. Okay. Okay, so we have a number of recommendations on the table. Let's start with the depredation hunt 4102. And we've got an increase in unit 251 to 10. Okay.
So Chairwoman East, members of the commission, I've presented the recommended changes from Nye County here. You can see what their recommendation is and then what the change is from what the department's recommendation is. So Nye County's recommended 10 for the antler depredation hunt. That's 3 more tags than what the department had recommended. And then I also included antlerless depredation because it kind of, in my mind, they went together. They go hand in hand. And again, the Nye County board has recommended a 5 tag increase.
Okay. And are you comfortable with the increase?
So area 251, according to the Central Nevada Elk Plan, is a de-emphasis area. So it is a zone that's been identified to at least keep elk numbers, their abundance down. This hunt was introduced to do that. The harvest metrics for the bull hunt has been really good the last few years. So, you know, we discussed and debated about whether or not we should go higher than what our recommendation is. And I think 10 was one of the numbers we kicked around. So I think 10 is appropriate. Now, as Ms. Pope pointed out, for the antlerless hunt, we've offered this hunt for several years and we have yet to have a cow elk harvested. And so I guess my caution to the commission is, do we want to increase quota for a hunt where we haven't had harvest yet? In fact, it's one that we have discussed whether or not we should offer it next year. Whether or not we go up to 5 or go up that 5, I mean, it's probably not going to hurt anything, except there's a potential that there might be 5 more unhappy sportsmen because they were unsuccessful. And again, I wish there were more people here because they could have heard me say that I'm not as comfortable with more tags, because that's not always the case.
Do we know why there's no success there?
So Chairwoman East, we've asked some of our supervisors and biologists to come in and provide comment on some of these types of questions. Southern Region Supervisor Joe Bennett is here, as well as Hunter Burkett, the biologist out of Tonopah, and would certainly welcome their input on this, especially with respect to the low success or lack thereof in 251.
Okay.
Chairwoman East, members of the commission, Joe Bennett, Southern Region Game Supervisor. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I don't talk in front of the commission every day. So
we won't bite you.
To answer your question, we had quite a few trail cams placed. We got quite a few reports. Even the bull hunters this year saw quite a few cows. We don't know why there hasn't been any success. They're in Hawes Canyon, Eden Creek, Breen Canyon. I mean, every time I placed trail cameras, there were cow calf groups. And so, you know, like I said, the bull hunters are seeing cows. One of the local guys was hunting with a bull hunter who was successful with where the bull was with a group of 9 cows. We've had discussions if we should continue this hunt because of the lack of success, but with that being said, I don't know why we're not getting any success. I mean, there's some cows in there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Okay. All right, so we could probably take a couple of these together, couldn't we? Just to make it easier. Yeah, okay. So let's move into Hunt 4151.
Chairwoman East, before we get too far ahead, there was a question. I'm sorry, I forgot the gentleman's last name. with respect to why we offered proportionately fewer archery tags this year.
Okay.
With respect to the reductions, and
Okay.
there is a couple things going on. We've talked pretty extensively about the demand success formula. One of the other things that we've seen in our archery hunts is increasing success. So as we have a smaller and smaller proportion of demand for those particular hunts, and then we see success go up, that ends up just essentially reducing the number of tags year over year. That's kind of where we're getting at with some of our archery areas. Technology is getting better and our hunters are getting better. The other thing that we did this year is we attempted in our cow hunts, any of our non-resident hunts that had one tag, we automatically bumped those up to 2 for that party hunt conversation that we had for mule deer. So I did make some adjustments if we want to look at that again. Overall, the statewide breakdown on quota as it stands where we recommended tags is spot on. 10% non-resident for our antlered elk tags, and 9.9% of the tags are going to non-residents for our antlerless elk. So we've done a pretty good job keeping compliance with Commission Policy 24. The breakdown over the weapon class is certainly different. And again, there's a lot of things that go into that. And we're certainly not perfect in getting those numbers right, but we try to let the data tell us what those quotas should be.
Okay.
Now, hopefully that was enough explanation there. I guess I'm conflicted. So Mr. Mark's recommendations for changes in Area 11 and Area 22, they subtly reduce the any legal weapon hunts. So it's not a 1-for-1 shift from our 4151 hunts to the muzzleloader like we've done in the past. I can dig my heels in like I've done before. Or in the interest of time, if the commission wants to go with those recommendations, biologically, they're not going to have an effect on the population. I expect we'll see higher quality, higher success, et cetera. And it really is a handful of tags.
Okay.
Now, if you want me to dig my heels in, I do have some points that I can make, but I know we're running late today and I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Well, I appreciate that.
I would prefer to hear it.
But yeah, we are here for one day only to do this. And so let's hear them.
So I guess I'm going to take my hat off a little bit and speak on behalf of myself, the state staff specialist. And I believe I'm carrying the torch for a lot of Nevada sportsmen and women as well. These reductions are very minor. And I do support the CAB, and our local biologist, Cody McGeaney, supports the reductions as well. Now, I don't know if he's going as far as to voting with him, but I know that he was fine with it. And there's a legitimate concern about the potential effect on quality with the quota recommendations that we made. One of the things that I'm constantly reminded of is I'm not a native to Nevada, but I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. I grew up in a state, changing hand lines, bucking bales, spent a lot of time in the outdoors, town of 300 people, and I graduated with 16 people in my high school class. I'm very, very connected to the outer world, and hunting was a huge part of my upbringing. So with that said, I have a slightly different perspective on the Nevada hunt experience. It's world class. And in my opinion, I would like to share that with as many people as I can. As I've gone through the quota process the last few years, there's been two things that have really stood out with me. The process is layered in conservatism. From the moment we step out of the helicopter, the decisions that we make along the way are so that we are balancing the risk with reward and ensuring that the recommendations that we make do not tip populations over the brink. As Commissioner Cavilla pointed out earlier, we've gotten some things wrong, but we don't always hear about the times when we get things right. We seem to be getting more and more conservative year over year. And as I pointed out in the graph earlier, 15 years ago, the expectation for 6-point bulls and 50-inch bulls was probably a little bit lower than it is today. We've identified an acceptable range for 50-inch main beams, 25 to 35 or 35 to 45, depending on the area. We've outlined that in our harvest management objectives. We've been very transparent with the commission and the CAB on where and what quota recommendations will do depending on where we fall within those ranges. But our recommendations that we make within the department, as well as the input that we're continuing to get from the public, puts us on the upper end of the range year over year. As you'll see, if you look through some of our harvest metrics for area 11, it's 44%. So the very upper end of the 35 to 45% range. For 22, I think this last year, I believe it was 39%. So that's 4% higher than the identified range for area 22. So we're already operating on the upper end of what our desired management objectives are for elk and what the commission has approved. And this might lead to a discussion that Mr. Schroeder brought up earlier. If we need to change that target, that's fine. Let's talk about it. And maybe we can work that out next year. Maybe we just need to start targeting older age class animals within our elk populations. One of the points that was made at the very beginning this morning is about the data that we use for inferences. We're very much data driven. I'm intimately familiar with the process by which data is collected. We called hunters this year. We had our call center, again, one NDOW. We had our call center call hunters to make sure that we got antler lengths right and horn lengths right for pronghorn and elk. We got up to 70% reporting rate this year, which in my mind is phenomenal. And it really did provide a lot of insight. So our elk data, had we not done that, would have looked down. And unfortunately with pronghorn, that follow-up still showed that there's a strong suggestion that this year, the quality of horn lengths was not what it has been. And I truly believe that's probably drought driven. Based on the aging data that we collected in 2020, our average bull age last year was 5.8. I took the antler lengths that we collected from this year and plugged it into the same model. The average age this year statewide was again 5.8. That was the highest average age since we started collecting teeth in 2003. So in short, the commission can choose to accept the subtle reductions. Again, they're very subtle. And I'm not here to argue or anything. I just want to lay out kind of some of my thoughts with respect to these changes that are being proposed. We can go with those changes, and I suspect that we'll see a slight bump in the quality, and that's great. Anybody that has a Nevada elk tag should have a great hunting experience in the field. If we keep the department's recommendations, maybe we missed the mark. But what does missing the mark mean? That 40% of the bulls had 50-inch main beams in area 11, or 35% of the bulls had 50-inch main beams in area 11? I don't know what that answer is. I highly doubt that the 20 or the 15 tags that we're talking about right now is going to make a huge difference in what that resulting harvest metric will look like. And again, as I mentioned at the very beginning, this slight reduction, and I have utmost respect for the cabs and the public that have come here today and provided comment. I'm sure that if we could sit around a campfire and hash it out, we would have some great conversations. Certainly would like to tell them more about my story, and I'm sure that they would like to tell me more about theirs. These slight reductions are not biologically meaningful, but it is meaningful to the handful of guys that won't be getting elk tags this year. As we lose this participation year over year, as we subtly cut, we make slight reductions in the department's recommendation, despite the strong harvest metrics that we're collecting year after year after year. The future of our way of life, the passion that we all share, hunting, fishing, exploring the Nevada outback, it's going to grow murkier and murkier. And that's really what I have to say about these reductions. Again, very minor, but I truly don't think that they're necessary in the context of the status of our current elk herds. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. McKee. Any questions? Thoughts? Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, just a comment. Thanks for your commentary on that, Mr. McKee. These changes are so minor. We've had really good discussion and really good input from the cabs that I can easily go with the department recommendations or the cab recommendations wholeheartedly across that. And it's a bit different. We had the discussion with the mule deer earlier with the elk. It seems a lot easier to me because you guys have been able to manage the elk within the objectives across the state with the exception of one unit. And as we've made management changes throughout the years, the elk have responded either up or down. So, honestly, I'm probably open just taking the department recommendations at a whole at this point, but would love to hear from the other commissioners.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Commissioner Allenberg.
Just what do those numbers look like, Cody? How long does it take you to, because you're just adding success, right? Am I correct on the muzzleloader portion? Is that what you're talking about?
Commissioner Allenberg, Cody McKee for the record. Typically in the past, we just swapped tags. So it would be a subtle reduction in any legal weapon and we would move those tags into muzzleloader. The only two areas where there's a reduction, overall reduction, would be in 11 and 22. As you can see here on the table I've presented, in area 11, if we carried forward with the white pine recommendations, there would be a net loss of 20 tags. And in area 22, if we carried forward with those recommendations and shifting tags into the muzzleloader, there would be a net loss of 15 tags. So again, we're splitting hairs, really. I'm not here to put up a fight either way. I would definitely like to kind of continue with the tradition that we've experienced in the past where tags were moved into muzzleloader. I know there was a lot of conversation about the lack of muzzleloader tags this year. And the reality is it's because we really do expect tags to get shifted around when it comes time for quotas.
Do you have any thoughts, Commissioner Allenberg?
I was just trying to wrap my head around where we're going to we would add those numbers back, because on the success portion of it, I mean, obviously when we go from a higher success rifle hunt, any illegal weapon hunt, to a lower success muzzleloader hunt, those automatically increase.
Right.
It's not a direct swap.
Right.
And we haven't, I think, my recollection is in previous years, we actually did add when we did the muzzleloader, we didn't do a direct.
Okay. Anybody else? I think I'm feeling the way that Commissioner Keel is feeling, that some of these are so insignificant that it just really doesn't make a huge difference. It might make a difference to who's recommended it, but on the landscape, it probably doesn't. And so I would be supportive of probably an approval as a whole, but I'll let everybody else talk, and if they have a question, if they have a comment. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've really, you guys have noticed, I've really tried to just sit back today. And, I just really feel like there's a lot of, obviously there's a lot of thought going on. I agree with Commissioner Keel as well. I've often advocated, or I've often been the one that supported the increases in these tags, because it doesn't even equal one animal on the ground most of the time. And, but I can't help, I was pretty worked up earlier today, and I don't see the difference between the input that we've had here and the input we had on the mule deer earlier. And I'm going to bring it up when we get to the bear. Director Wasley kind of mentioned it. I've had a note, been kind of laying on it all day. But I'll be curious to see how we process the concern that we hear from the public with the bear hunt. I doubt that it'll result in a decrease in bear tags. And I feel the inconsistency, and we really are trying to just, what are we truly trying to accomplish? I'm struggling today. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we're talking about not a lot of animals on the ground, up or down. We're really dealing with social issues. That's what this is all about. And that's why That's why it gets so complicated and so difficult. So I'm on board with leaving the department's recommendations in place. I'm totally fine with that. If you guys choose to make some reductions, I think all we're doing is throwing some opportunity out the door. I appreciate Cody's comments about the loss of opportunity. There's, I don't want to be the one that advocates for opportunity. But there it is. That's what I think we're losing out on more than anything. So.
Okay. Anyone else?
Chairwoman East, if I may,
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, and then I
oh,
looked
sorry.
up.
Yeah, I thought you were talking to someone on the screen. I would certainly advocate for that shifting of tags like we've done in the past. For area 11, there was 80 tags we've recommended 80 tags for the early season and 90 tags for the late. If we shifted 10 of those late tags into the muzzleloader, that would bring the muzzleloader quota up to White Pine County's recommendation. The same goes for 104, 108, 121 with the White Pine County recommendation. There was no loss of tags. It was a shift from the early and late any legal weapon seasons to the muzzleloader hunt. And then for 221 to 223, if we went to 65 early and 65 late and moved 10 tags into the muzzleloader season there, I think that would be pretty amenable, a fairly even trade-off between the weapon classes and making sure that we're providing some opportunity in other areas.
Okay. Commissioner Keel?
Sure, appreciate that feedback, Mr. McKee. I think if everybody's ready, I'll take a stab at a motion and certainly open to amending if I forget anything, but
Okay.
I think we can all move to approve Commission Regulation 22-11 as presented with the following changes. In Hunt 4102, Unit 251 going to 10 tags. In Hunt 4151, Units 104, 108, 121 early going to 40 tags. 104, 108, 121 late to 40 tags. 111 to 115 late, 80 tags. 221 through 223 early to 65. 221 to 223 late to 65 as well. No changes to Hunt 2551.
42. 4251?
The non-resident antlered
Oh, yeah,
illegal
4251.
weapon hunt 20, or I'm sorry.
Yeah.
4251.
Okay.
So Commissioner Kill, we would shift, there would be a shift of tags out of the 4251 hunt as well.
Okay.
And those would be added on in the muzzleloader season.
For any legal weapon?
For any legal weapon, that's correct.
So maybe I'll go through the resident stuff first.
Okay,
and then we
that's
can make the
perfect. That
corresponding
would help me.
changes. Okay.
Yeah.
So strike the Hunt 4251.
Okay.
So resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4156. And the following changes would be 104, 108, and 121 to 18 tags. Units 111 through 115, 20 tags. And units 221 through 223 to 16 tags. Resident elk antlered archery hunt 4161 as presented. Guess we can do non-resident elk antlered archery hunt 4261 as presented. Resident elk spike, any legal weapon 4651 as presented. Resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon hunt 4181 as presented. Resident elk antlerless wilderness only, any legal weapon hunt 4181 as presented. Non-resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon hunt 4281 as presented. Resident elk antlerless muzzleloader hunt 4176 as presented. Would there be changes to the non-resident based on,
So there would be Commissioner
no.
Keel, Cody McKee for the record, there would be some changes in the non-resident any illegal weapon and the non-resident muzzleloader. The other,
but not antlerless.
but not antlerless. There was one recommendation to increase the archery quota in 161 to 164 for antlerless elk. I think from
5 to 8.
5 to 8. I don't.
You're
And then
not-
I suppose the other comment, and maybe if we want to keep resident, non-resident separate, would be the 2 versus the 1 tag for non-resident hunts, where we had bumped up non-resident antlerless elk hunts from 1 to 2 because of that party hunt potential.
Mhm. No, just keep going.
Okay,
I think we're
non-resident
good.
antlerless muzzleloader hunt 4276 as presented. Resident elk antlerless archery hunt 4111 as presented with a change to unit group 161 through 164 to 8. Non-resident elk antlerless archery hunt 4211 as presented. Resident elk antlerless any legal weapon depredation hunt 4107, unit 251 to 15 tags.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. We have a second from Commissioner Barnes.
Good luck if anybody-
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do you need a few moments?
For the non-resident quota, yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind, I'd take a quick look at the non-residents. see where
Okay.
we're at.
Yeah, Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so while we're going, maybe I've just never noticed it before. Maybe I haven't brought it up and just doing it again. But on the resident elk antlerless any legal weapon hunt 4181, the wilderness only hunt has a 4181. It's the same hunt number. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Commissioner McNitch, Cody McKee for the record. I've noticed that recently myself. I think next year we'll just put them all in as just call it a wilderness hunt and the regular 4181 table.
Okay. So while we're waiting for Mr. McKee, does anybody have comments on the motion? Okay, so everybody understands it. Okay. You? Nope. I'm pretending. Are you good? Okay. All right, once we get through this, I think we'll take just a few minute break before we jump into sheep and goats.
Chairwoman East, would you mind taking a break right now and I can pull this up really quick?
Of course.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, let's come back at 4:45.
Yeah, and
Does that work for you?
it'll take us 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, how about 4:40?
Okay.
Okay, we got 7 minutes.
Tommy, I'm having issues changing it, so Laura's on the phone with them now to try to get that done. But for whatever reason, I was able to change shades, but can't change yours.
Oh, great.
Right?
get the last. Yeah, you might have got the last one.
Don't, please don't jinx that. I have too much anxiety. Did you get a text? Your boyfriend? I did.
Oh, good. Thank you.
That's fine if I gotta go in the morning, other than tomorrow's Mother's Day.
Oh, yeah.
It's not fine.
You might, yeah, if you can, if not, you might as well just keep staying.
Looks like you will be visiting family.
Yeah.
At NDOW. Let me see where it goes. Hey, maybe a guy gets lucky, somebody's asleep at the wheel and can get it for, yeah. 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 And that's kind of where my head was at too. And I watched it and I watched it and watched it and I was, you know, and then there it went. And I went, no, that's it. Yeah.
No, I just,
Yeah.
I was
exactly.
just gonna go with whatever the recommendation.
They were right.
So I didn't have I've got it now. Okay, good. Yeah. I can be hairy. Just moving tags in
real fast.
tricky.
But nothing until.
One thing to stay.
2025. Yeah.
But it's
That was the
sorry.
earliest of everyone that I talked to. So, I mean, the prices were just crazy. So, yeah. Since we're not gonna draw any
I think they got it.
Yeah, right. So, yeah.
I think they, I mean, it's unbelievable. So I think they got it.
Scary. Anyway, you've been doing all right? Good. Appreciate your comment today. It's tough. I hear what you guys are saying. I mean, drastic times call for drastic measures. And we've got.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good seeing you. Oh, is it really? Jeez.
Okay, I think if we can all take our seats. I believe Mr. McKee is ready for us.
Yes, Madam Chair. Cody McKee for the record. I do have the shift of non-resident and illegal weapon tags to the muzzle loader. So I can go through the reductions for any illegal weapon. If you would like, you could make a motion on those, and then we could do muzzle loader. We could do them all at once.
So I think we have a motion we just need non-resident.
Okay, well, we can go forward then. So
Okay.
for any legal weapon, non-resident, 4251, for 104, 108, and 121 early, the quota would go from 6 to 5 tags.
Okay.
For 111 to 115 late, the quota would go from 10 to 9.
15 late, 10 to 9. Okay.
And for 221 to 223 late, the quota would go from 9 to 8.
Okay, 9 to 8. And that doesn't affect 221 through 223 early. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then for the muzzleloader, non-resident muzzleloader hunt, 4256, the quota in 104, 108, 121 would go from 1 to 2 tags.
Okay.
In 111 to 115, it would go from 1 to 2 tags. And in 221 to 223, the quota would go from 1 to 2 tags.
Okay. And those were the only changes, correct? To non-resident?
For non-resident, that's correct.
Okay. So Commissioner Keel.
So do I just need to continue my motion?
Yes, I think, can we continue the motion, Dag? Okay, yeah.
All right, so I'll move to approve the non-resident portions of Commission Regulation 22-11 in respect to the antlered any legal weapon hunt 4251 adopt as presented with following changes to unit 104, 108, 121 early to 5. Units 111 through 115 late to 9. Units 221 through 223 late to 8. And for the non-resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4256, as presented with the following changes to unit group 104, 108, and 121 to a quota of 2. Unit groups 111 through 115, a quota of 2. And unit group 221 through 223, a quota of 2.
Okay. This is the second amenable. The second is amenable. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm not going to go back through it with the noted changes. Commissioner McNinch.
I don't mean to drag it on, but you did get the non-resident antlered archery already. You did include that on the first go around. Okay, I just didn't mark it off. I just
There
wanted
were
to
no
make sure.
changes. And then the rest of the. I think we did, actually. Okay, yes. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is everybody clear as mud? Okay, all right. All in favor of the motion for the elk portion of CR 22-11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Thank you, Mr. McKee.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to sheep and goats. Right there. Okay.
Good early evening to everyone. Mike Cox, statewide bighorn sheep and mountain goat staff biologist. Madam Chair East and commissioners. I'm going to be pretty quick. I'm not going to show all my slides for the initial PowerPoint, so we can continue to move through this. But just want to highlight some things happening on the landscape. Come on. All right. Just want to show this picture on the left quick. We want to see this productivity of mountain goats. That through the spotting scope is a nanny with a yearling from last year and twins from the current year. So
nice.
Start off with population and survey information, survey information for a desert bighorn sheep. The area graph is the survey sample size from our helicopter surveys since the early 1990s. So we've had fair high number in sample size about 5-6 years ago, and we've reduced that a bit, but still getting good data. The blue lines and dots are the ram ratio. We know it's a bit biased, but it's been pretty steady, slightly declining over the last few years. The critical part of the graph is the red line and dots. That's the lamb ratios. And we have had record low lamb ratios the last 2 years in 20 and 21. So it's been harsh out there. It's been real tough for our desert bighorn sheep. For California bighorn sheep, again, the red dots and line are the lamb ratios for California bighorn sheep from our aerial surveys, and been pretty steady just with an ebb and flow over the last 20 years, but last year was significantly less. So it was below 30 for the first time ever on aerial surveys, reflecting really challenging conditions out there for our California bighorn sheep herds. So that data is reflected on the slide with the population estimates since the 1960s. So we peaked in 2019 statewide for all bighorn sheep subspecies of 12,500. And we eclipsed 10,000 desert sheep. But since then, we've been on the decline. And unfortunately, we've lost 2,500 bighorn sheep statewide in the last 3 years. So pretty hard for me to stomach that, but that's reality. I was just trying to show on this screen some of the the general trends in the hunts to basically show that we haven't really seen anything dramatically tanking or declining, or in the case of hunter harvest, average hunt days, we haven't seen that blow up for deserts, but it's been pretty good. And basically, with 6.9 years of age last year, was one of the highest average ages of rams harvested. Basically, great metric telling us we had the mature rams in our desert hunts that were available, but that is changing as of this year. And then California bighorn, we did see some increases in hunt days, but overall the average age and the scores have been holding a little bit, but slight declines in some of the horn metrics. The ewe hunts, we had 3 units last year. We have 2 units this year, the Muddy Mountains and Toquima Range or Mount Jefferson. That was the tag numbers we had last year in the hunter success. And just want to bring up, this is a decision that was just made a few weeks ago. And we are going to be accommodating the state of Utah in late June to share the Muddy Mountain bighorn sheep with them to start their nursery facility. So we did reduce, you'll see the ewe tag quota for the Muddy Mountains a little bit to accommodate approximately 30 sheep that will hopefully provide to Utah in the end of June. We started doing water hauls in 2020, both our habitat and game division. We did a fair amount in 21, and Joe Bennett tells me that they're starting up next week. So it's been rough. It continues to be challenging out there, and we'll see if Mother Nature can give us a reprieve at some point this summer with monsoon rains, but they've been pretty absent the last 2 summers. We still have many desert bighorn herds that are being impacted by disease in the form of pneumonia, and primarily the lambs have a higher mortality rate. And so that has been anywhere from 1 or 2 years to 6 or 7 years. And we're seeing huge decline in some of those herds that are on the screen. So not only is the climate and the lack of moisture and the drought impacting, we've got pathogens on top of that. This slide just giving a shout out to mountain goats. We peaked in harvest. The red is nannies, the blue is billies. Right prior to the pneumonia spillover event that we had in 09-10. You can see the huge drop. And things are looking up for mountain goats. We had a record survey last year in the rubies, and we'll talk a little bit about the quota increase there. So overall, this slide showing the percent change from last year for most of our ram tags for deserts. It's a 12% decline for the anti-lethal weapon, 33% decline in the U tags, again, primarily accommodating the state of Utah. A couple tags increase in the archery being recommended. We have the new one-horn ram hunt, California bighorn, slight decline, and Rocky tags just dropped by 1. And yeah, we're excited to see some positiveness in the mountain goats. And just a reminder, the footnote, the Bighorn Ram Seminar, although there was interest in getting it to become mandatory, it is still voluntary. We need to have that change put in the NAC, and So we may revisit that this summer with yourselves, but for the 2022, it's still voluntary, but we strongly encourage it. I have to share this slide of something I do on my own time when I'm not working for NDOW or WAFWA. I volunteer my time for the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands. Madam Chair East knows a little bit about that coalition. We started that about 3 years ago, trying to bring awareness and to educate and try to advocate for proper horse and burro management. So this slide is trying to educate people about what's been going on with horse and burro numbers relative to all of our native ungulates. So the blue bars is the equivalent biomass of all of our native ungulates compared to a horse and burro. And so trying to compare apples to apples. The red, orange bars are the actual horse and burro numbers estimated by the Bureau of Land Management on their surveys, and then some guesstimates on what the Forest Service has, how many are on private land, how many are on tribal lands. So you can see the what happened in the 2014. We were, BLM was doing a fairly good job of maintaining populations, and then the lid got blown off. That green line is the appropriate management level statewide for just BLM land, 14,400. And with all the horses estimated on beyond BLM on all the other private and public land, 61,000 horses in Nevada. And that's almost 3 times as much biomass of all of our mule deer, all of our elk, all of our bighorn sheep, and all of our pronghorn combined. So I just learned about a little film evening at the Patagonia, downtown Reno, next Thursday at 7 p.m. And it's going to be a series of films that the American Wild Horse Campaign is going to be showing. And I think throughout today, we've had a lot of misdirected energy. And I would ask if you care about wildlife and you care about our native ungulates, we should attend that venue. And if there is an opportunity to speak and set the record straight, maybe keep the propaganda machine honest, is show up and show your support for wildlife. So just a little plug for that. All right, so let's jump into looking at our quota recommendations. So we have desert bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon, hunt 3151. We did have a couple alternative recommendations. One was for the White Pine, Quinn, Grant, Duckwater Hills, unit group 131 through 164, and the Wasix or Mount Grant. And I'll just quickly speak to both of those alternative recommendations. We did feel we had some challenges in the 131, 132, 164 hunts. In the past, we had a different unit group structure last year, and we did have pretty good hunter success in the end. And we only had one unsuccessful hunter, and they only averaged 3 days in the field. But we feel like there's still issues with pathogens and disease in that unit group. So we did reduce it a tag. There was a recommendation from White Pine to reduce it another tag. And I believe there's enough mature rams in there to support 4 tags, but I don't have any sword to fall on there. The Wasik range, we did reduce that 1 tag from last year. We feel like the unfortunate ram roadkills that we've had on Highway 95 have slowly crept up and caught up to us. And along with a little bit of lion predation that we weren't seeing actually on aerial surveys, the mature rams that we normally do that we had last summer. And so, we probably can accommodate 4 tags, but we felt that we do have a reduction in the total mature rams in there. And then the non-resident is a 10% of that total. So I would ask you to consider a motion for those.
Okay. I have one quick question. In 268, when we're thinking about dropping that U number down to, how many rams do you expect to take to Utah out of 268?
Probably just three or 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're definitely ram heavy
Mhm.
in the muddies still because of the U harvest.
Is 33 enough in 268
For
rams?
we unfortunately had some mortality
Okay.
in parts of the muddies the
Okay.
last couple of years. So there's still a strong contingent, but we did feel like it was time to start reducing the rams a little bit in there in terms of expectations of those in the past for the muddies.
Okay. Okay, so we need to take some comment. So why don't y'all come up and give us comment on sheep and goats so we can make it efficient. So do we have any cab comment on our bighorn sheep species and our mountain goats?
Steve Marcus, White Pine County. We just commented on 131, 132, 164. And reason we did is we're out there quite a bit. There are rams out, like I was out there last week. There's some rams in 131, but it's not the quality that we feel should be out there. We feel most of the rams are going to come out of 132 if they do get rams. It's not a good hunt. That's
Okay.
best I can say. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Did you have any other comments, Steve? I don't think you did. No, that was it. Okay. Thank you.
Worth Nelson Lander Cab. Our cab agreed with the California bighorn sheep quota of 5, which is just on the north rim there, just north of Battle Mountain. The only comment that was made from somebody was, is there, I don't think it can happen right now, is a possibility of limiting one specialty tag kill out of that area. And then once that's done, you got to go somewhere else. Because in the last year or two, I think we've had some pretty good sheep and everybody gangs up on them there. But I don't know how you do that, but I'm just a suggestion from them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Cab comment in Reno? No. Okay. Zoom? Yep. Okay.
Mr. Gildon, go ahead.
Tony Gildon, Humboldt County Cab. We would ask that California sheep for area 035 be the same quota as was last year. Similar to Lander's concerns, there's been some good quality sheep harvested over the last few years in that unit. And it's kind of, we suspect it's caught the eye of the specialty tag holders. So that's kind of the reasoning behind that. And then comment on the mountain goat. Our discussion kind of centered around, how unique and how precious that herd is to Nevada and the opportunity that it presents to Nevada hunters. And we were wanting to know the carrying capacity or the state's maybe estimated carrying capacity of that mountain range, and that information wasn't provided to us. So I guess in the spirit of just being conservative, we had some concerns about the 2022 quotas. So I guess if that could be addressed, I'm not sure if it can at this point, but something we're interested in hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Gildon. We have someone else. Okay.
Yes, this is Dan Gilbert with the Clark County Cab for the record. More of our discussion was centered around, I wouldn't say it was curiosity, but definitely questions that we had. First off, there was a significant increase in the Unit 102 goat quota. It went from, and the answer that was given by Joe Bennett is that there was a pretty conducive conditions to be able to do a detailed harvest survey or detailed population survey. But is there a reason why 102 was, increasing in population versus the 101 and 103 units? Or does that give any pause to the department on why they're recommending a greater harvest in that, if there might be some disproportionate survey data on that one? The second question we had was in Unit 114 with the Rocky Mountain sheep, there was a reduction in the quota by 1. My understanding from people that have actually hunted that and other data is that population is quite robust. Is there a reason why that's being reduced? And if it is being reduced because of the presumption that there's a lack of mature ram quality, does the department have any idea why that is the case? And that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Gildon. Or that was Gilbert, sorry. Do we have anyone else? Okay, any public comment here in Washoe County? Okay, no public comment or on Zoom. Missy, do we have public comment on Zoom? No, okay, thank you. All right, so we'll bring it back. Do you want to address those quick questions? Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Mike Cox for the record. I guess I'll start with the mountain goat.
Okay,
The population we did have some great conditions on survey. We classified over 170 mountain goats. It was a record number. The population estimate, and that is in the Ruby Mountains, Unit 102. That population is, we estimate, about 330 and doing very well. Last year, just a kind of a freak combination of people maybe not putting in as much effort as they could, along with 2 hunters who didn't even go in the field. And so we had 4 unsuccessfuls last year. We've never had that. So there's 4 goats that are still out there. And with that record survey, I mean, it's been our biologist, Scott Roberts, and others before him, including our director, they know that sometimes good surveys are hard to come by in those mountains, East Humboldts and the Rubies. And so it was really good to confirm that things are doing really well in the Rubies. And so with things being real positive on numbers, having 4 unsuccessfuls last year, and it wasn't anything about they weren't there. We clearly documented that on aerial survey, that we felt we could increase it by 5 tags. Yes, there is a huge difference between those 3 herds. The East Humboldt's is still, we hope, finally getting over the hump of the pathogen spillover that has impacted them since 09-10. We reported on that we think we may have lost the last chronic shedder carrier in the East Humboldt mountain goat herd last year. So, but we still have a very weak number of billies in there. And then the small herd on Pearl Peak is just always around 30, 40 animals. So that's why there's always going to be a disparity. The rubies are just more landscape, more real estate. So area 114, unit 114, that tree cover, we've talked about the challenges of finding sheep. Commissioner Cavilla knows firsthand, it's really rough. And we continue to have challenges there, having harvest. So yeah, we feel like until we get some more information, what's going on, change something up, we just don't feel like it's fair to throw somebody out there or any more than we have to. So let's see, the Muddy Mountains. What was the question again?
You answered mine.
I think the question was on the Rocky tag and in
114.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a,
I think there was one more, Mike, I think it was 035 on the California, the concern with the specialty tag.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely, well, I wanted to say, yes, thank you. That there is a new adopted program for accommodating specialty tags in the field. So it won't kick in until 23, but we'll be able to communicate with the specialty tag holders, and there'll be a limit of how many they can harvest from each unit. And that once that sub harvest is approached or hit by the specialty tag holders, then there can't be any more specialty tag holder harvest from a particular unit, whether it's deserts or California. So that'll definitely help. Yes, the Sheep Creeks has been a Superman, and so there is an emblem on its chest that people love to go. And now the Jacksons, there's definitely a lot of interest. So we still feel that there's enough mature rams to add a tag and even accommodating an extra specialty tag, but again, no sword to fall on if you feel like going back to last year's 7-1 quota recommendation or tag numbers is you feel more comfortable, that's fine with me.
okay.
Yep.
Questions for Mr. Cox? Vice Chair Cavilla?
I can't talk about sheep hunts and I not have at least one.
I know.
So I do have to bring it up because I wasn't a fan of it when we adopted it, but on the archery hunt, we increased those hunts. You get 2 additional total tags. And, this was my kind of complaint when we did that hunt, and going through from the information in the status book, we had over approximately 12,000 applicants on the illegal weapon hunt. We had 153 for archery. It's 1% of applicants. We're taking away tags from the illegal weapon hunt, and we're going to give the archers that are they're a tiny minority, more tags. I just had to bring it up. I personally kind of have a problem with that, but I may be the only one. But I mean, that's a huge disparity in the number of applicants. And they had a pretty good success rate. We had 78% success last year on the archery hunts versus 82% on our illegal weapon hunts. So yeah, I couldn't not bring it up.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Cox? Any comments? Dialogue, motion.
Do you want to just take deserts or do you want to do everything? All the subspecies?
Well, why don't we do deserts real quick? Should we do that? I'm not sure there's going to be that many changes, to be honest with you. But if it's easier for you, we'll do deserts.
That'd be great.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Mhm. Vice Chair Cavilla?
I guess. I mean, I'll tell you where I'm at. I guess we can see where everybody else is. As far as the deserts go, other than the archery, I'm fine with those quotas. Myself, I would like to kick those 2 tags back into any legal weapon. I don't know how everybody else feels on that. Just purely off of numbers.
Which, can you tell us which ones
So
on archery?
like that, so we bumped up the tags in 182, full
Mhm.
44 to 4.
Yep.
And I would just flop them up into the any legal weapon hunt would be my preference.
So take the 2 out of archery and put it into any legal weapon.
Correct.
Okay,
That would be my preference.
that's non-resident, so we gotta go to resident. What number was that? 182. Okay. So that would be 18?
Correct.
Okay,
And I mean, for me, beyond that, I would go with all the other department
recommendations.
recommendations.
Okay, do you want to make them?
I'll make a motion. If
Let's
nobody else
get
can.
moving.
All right. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve Commission Regulation 22-11. Resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, as presented with the following change. In unit 182-044, we're gonna bump that up to 18. And then the non-resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 3251 as presented. The resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep hunt, any ram archery hunt, 3161 as presented with the following change. And 182-044, take that back to 2. The resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep management, one horned, any legal weapon hunt, 3171 as presented. The resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep, NEU, any legal weapon hunt, 3181 as presented. Non-resident Desert Bighorn Sheep, NEU, any legal weapon hunt, 3281 as presented.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. I have a second from Commissioner Rogers. So we have a motion by Vice Chair Cavilla and a second by Commissioner Rogers to approve that portion of CR 22-11 Bighorn Sheep Unit or hunts 3151, 3251, 3161, 3171, and 3281 with the noted changes. Everyone understand? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Weiss absent. Okay. Next, we'll look at the California Bighorn Sheep. I think we can take the Californias and the Rockies together. Any questions or comments? No? Okay. Go ahead.
I'll go again. Could have just
Okay.
took them all, I guess.
Yep.
I mean, I'm completely comfortable with the department's recommendations, so
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion for Commission Regulation 22-11 pertaining for approval with resident California Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 8151 as presented. Non-resident California Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 8251 as presented. Resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 9151 as presented. And then the resident mountain goat, any legal weapon hunt, 7151 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Rogers, do you have a question? No, you're second. Okay, we're moving. Okay, we have a motion and a second for that portion of CR 2211 for the hunt 8151 8251, 9151, and 7151 as presented by the department. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we buzzed right through you.
No, that's all right.
We don't always
We
buzz
should, we
right
should
through you.
all of us staff should have what I had today. My hat's off to my compadres.
I agree. Everyone did,
Madam Chairman,
did great.
can I make one quick comment before Mr. Cox steps away?
Yes.
And I talked to him about this earlier, but about a week and a half ago, I had a discussion with one of the leaders in the sheep industry, the domestic sheep industry.
Oh,
And he commented to me that how much he appreciates working with Mike on the domestic sheep and the bighorn sheep together, and feels they're both on the same page, and they have the same goal. So I just wanted to pass that on to everybody that within our industry that people are appreciating what's going on. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes.
Nice. All right. Okay, I think we are done with 17A. Yes, okay. So we're moving on to agenda item 17B, which is Commission Regulation 2209, Amendment Number 1, 2022 Black Bear Quotas and Harvest Limits. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. The commission will consider adopting the 2022 hunting season dates, open management units, hunting hours, quotas, harvest limits, special regulations, animal sex, legal requirements, hunt boundary restrictions, and dates and times for indoctrination courses for black bear. Thanks.
I'm going to switch it up a little bit. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Mike Scott for the record. Pat Jackson is not here today, so I'm going to be presenting this agenda item. And I believe I still have Cooper Munson here, and I have Deputy Director Rob here to help me answer any questions that may come up.
Okay.
So we have no changes from 2021. It's the same harvest limit recommendations, which is 6 and 6 and 8 in those 3 unit groups. Unit group 192, 194, 195, 196 is 6, 201, 204. I'm sorry, 201, 202, 204, and 206 is 6, and 291 and 203 harvest limit of 8. Each one of them also has a female harvest limit recommendation, which is 3 for the unit area 19, 2 for area 20, and then 3 for 291 and 203. So recommendations, again, this is all stayed the same. Half hour before sunrise and half hour after sunset. We have a 1-800 number that successful hunters must call in order to report their harvest. Each successful applicant must attend an indoctrination course August 20th or September 4th. 1 to 4 p.m. via Zoom. And the Zoom recordings are well, the Zoom indoctrination courses are recorded so that if we get a first come, first serve, if somebody turns in their tag and we get somebody that actually acquires that tag later, they can attend the course later via recording. So the 2022 bear seasons, this is the 11th year of the hunt. Last year we had 1 female and 13 males harvested. The mean age for males was 5.8 years. Mean age for females was 13 years. 7.1% in the female harvest, And then, so we have these parameters. What that indicates, percent harvest in females indicates light harvest. You know, I can answer any questions or try to answer any questions here, but we did have only one female harvested last year. So the mean age was 13 years. Obviously, that's one animal. So she was 13 years old. And the mean age for males of the 13, the average was 5.8 years. The 3-year average, 33% females in the harvest, which is a stable, indicates a stable population. Mean age for females was 6.2 years, which indicates light harvest. And mean age for males is 7.6 years, which again indicates light harvest. And I will be happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have questions for Mr. Scott? We do, Commissioner Keel.
Sure, I'll give him one and put him on the spot, but so year over year, the quotas are the same, but can you remind me, what's our population estimate year over year? We're still seeing bear growth population?
That's a very good question, Commissioner Keel. We basically have 3 population estimates as we go. We have our population estimate, which is using our spreadsheet model. We have a population estimate from what is the gentleman at UNR? Sedinger. That population estimate. And then we have a new population estimate, which is kind of based off of, I believe it's Project 45 that gave us another population estimate. Which is an integrated population model. So the newest population model, I believe, is the lowest, but it's also got the highest confidence intervals. And so we find ourselves in kind of a challenging position having these 3 population estimates, but all of them indicate a very healthy bear population. And the most recent one with these people from Montana State and I believe Oxford University, one of the comments that they made is that with the California population and the Nevada population, they indicated that it's their term is a waterfall of bears from California into Nevada. So I'm assuming that there's a churn. You know, we don't just end up with additional bears. Obviously, it's an open border and they go back and forth. So
sure. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, do you know, can you tell us how many bears were killed by vehicular collision in the last year? I've heard a number of about 45 to 50.
I believe it was, I want to say it was 46 bears that were hit by cars.
Okay, about 46. Okay, thanks. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Vice Chair Cavilla.
Last year, Mike, we had the fires on the border there. Did we see any noticeable, do you guys believe there was a noticeable impact to our population due to those fires?
Commissioner Cavilla, Mike Scott for the record. Yes, I would believe that. It only makes sense that with those burned areas that those bears were seeking habitat in Nevada. And we just saw additional bears movement. Not to mention we also, obviously it was a very poor year for berries and mast and you know, things in the wildland. So my impression was that bears were coming out of California into Nevada, seeking food and were crossing highways, crossing roads. So yes, I would say that we did end up with more bears just because of that.
Okay, other questions? Okay, we'll open it up for cab comment. Do we have cab comment here in Reno?
Thank you, Commission. Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. I'm at the Washoe Cab. The public was in 100% support of the bear hunt, and we voted unanimously to support the bear hunt. With the increasing population, there's discussion that we may want to increase tags next year. And California just passed unanimously to support the bear hunt in California due to the increasing population and lack of evidence that the hunting is negatively affecting the population in any way. As the eastern extension of that population, we are also seeing an increase in the population of bears. We're seeing bears in areas that we have never seen before. The difference between our ideas on the deer and the bear is the deer are precipitously declining. And the bear population is increasing. Now, if we had evidence that the bear population was dropping from 1,600 to 250, like the deer have in 014, I would be right next to Commissioner McNish yelling about dropping these numbers down to 2 tags like we did in 014, and I would be just as adamant about it as I am with the deer. That I promise. So the only change that we would like to see is, I've been talked out of it the last couple of years because it's in NRS, but we would like to see the change to using all edible meat from the bears. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cab comment?
Chrissy Pope, the Nye County. We support NDOW's recommendations for this hunt, and we hope that it continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cab comment? Okay, we'll go to cab comment on Zoom. We don't have any cab comment on Zoom. Okay. I have a letter that I need to read into the record from Stephanie Myers, and then I'll open it up to public comment. She says, "Dear Chairwoman East, please read this comment into the record for 17B Black Bear Hunt. Thank you. Many people oppose the black bear hunt for several reasons. One, there is no stated wildlife management objective. We don't hear the Nevada Department of Wildlife saying this hunt is for health of the herd. Instead, it is always that the population can sustain these losses. No one is confident of how many black bears we have in Nevada. How can quotas be established? Number two, wildfires have damaged bear habitat. Bears are already under pressure just to survive. A new wildfire season is about to begin. Number three, the use of hounds is destructive and against any semblance of fair chase. Even in exercising the dogs, they harass wildlife. Fair chase. The hounds wear GPS collars, so the hunter simply follows the collar location to the bear, now probably in a tree, and perhaps it is a female who has hidden her cubs, who then become orphans and often die. Problem bears can be dealt with separately by moving them away from civilization and also educating residents that bears will follow the scent of food to trash cans that are not secure in wildlife-proof garbage containers. They should be mandatory in bear country. The 2018 Nevada Wildlife Values Report presents the fact that only 13% of Nevadans support the bear hunt. What better reason to discontinue this hunt? The public is showing an increasing and vocal interest in wildlife and animal welfare, which could make the commission appear archaic and unresponsive. Please limit the take to one male or discontinue this hunt altogether. Thank you, Stephanie Myers. Okay, do we have public comment here in Reno? Please come down. I'm sorry, but we're really running late. So if you could come down and be ready to jump in. We have 3 minutes per person on this. Okay, thanks.
Chrissy Pope speaking for myself. I'm just curious, do we have any, are we ever going to go in the direction of collaring bears to kind of get a more, where are they going? What kind of food are they looking for? I've seen videos that are the bear going to become an, predator management, eventually going down that road. I've seen videos of the bear chasing sheep over on Mount Grant. I know that this probably happens other places and stuff within Nevada that we're just not monitoring. If we're getting more and more bear over from California, what's this going to do to our sheep population, things like that? Because we do have evidence of them chasing sheep over on Mount Grant. That's all I had. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Pope. Next. Don't be shy.
Kathy Smith, Washoe County, for the record. Thank you for the opportunity today to speak for the voiceless. You are about to make the social decision on how many bears can be killed next season. Even to have a hunt at all is strictly a social decision. You use terms like wildlife resource, harvest, etc. All terms that remove yourselves from the act of killing, because right or wrong, objectively, that's what you're condoning. But not only the killing, but how it can be done. Swift or slow and painful. I used to think these terms were used for the benefit of non-hunters. They sanitize the act somehow, but now I think they're used to help the hunters. There's definitely internal conflict demonstrating a lack of comfort with some of these decisions. Why do so many comments start with, I don't do it, but why do so many hunters strive for a quick kill, yet accept pain and suffering when done by others? Maybe it's just species specific. For centuries, it's been taught to us that empathy and compassion are weakness when shown to animals. Somehow it seems stronger to be able to strangle an animal without remorse, without emotion for its fur. It is, after all, just a resource, and historically, it was important for survival. I understand how this evolved. Is it easier to kill when we don't consider suffering? I think so. We all live at the expense of something else, be it plants or animals. Is it our responsibility to minimize that cost? Or as a dominant species, is it okay to take what we want, how we want, within the confines of law? You are making a social decision today on a bear hunt that uses an unlimited pack of dogs to chase bears to their deaths, either shot from a tree or shot on the ground, potentially fighting dogs on the way. It is a method not even most Nevada hunters were against, and less than 15% of Nevada's surveyed supported. It is simply done for entertainment of hunters during a time when bears are just trying to make a living for hibernation. This hunt is not for population control, and there is no valid statistical way to accurately assess this small edge population. Interesting that larger numbers of ungulates were not considered statistically significant, but somehow 13 bears are when you're talking about a matrix. Look, I understand that tribalism and group loyalty are really strong motivators in this room. Consequences for going against the group can be severe, up to and including death threats. I understand what I and others are asking you to do if you identify first and foremost as a hunter. I understand. But if you want to talk about strength and integrity, that's it. I'm going to give you a number because you've asked for it earlier. Please place the quota at 1 because deep down, you know it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Sean Shea, Washoe County. I am in full support of this and have ever since it started. I think the bigger concern here is vehicles. I mean, what are we doing about this? I mean, for our deer and verdi, all along 395, all we do is talk about it. You know, then we got this, all the people that come in and talk about it live in bear habitat, you know, about not having a bear season. Well, they've pushed those bears out of habitat that they should have, that they live in right now. So, and one thing is, most people don't realize the bear population is moving east. And I'm going to be honest with you, last Monday in the granites, I caught a big boar. I didn't put out on him, I was lion hunting, and they caught him in the willows, which was a big surprise because there's never been one ever recorded in the granites. The week before that, I caught one in 022. Accidentally, you know, I just let him go. But I just want to let you guys know that it's just, this thing is just, it's irritating. But I think we really start to have to really think about the vehicles on this thing. I mean, because it's getting ridiculous on how many are getting killed by vehicles. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Shea. Any other public comment in Reno? Okay, do we have public comment on Zoom? Okay.
Mr. Bolts, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon again. Fred Volts for the record. From the sketchy documentation available to the public for this very controversial, unpopular, and unnecessary bear hunt, we continue to see no management plan for this species. The wildly fluctuating and guesstimated population numbers over the years give no assurance that the total number of bears killed by NDOW, hunters, and car collisions are not leading the Nevada bear population toward extinction. We have no certain knowledge fire-affected bears didn't go elsewhere in California, not Nevada. Another dimension that sound biology would ordinarily include is the number of bears who die in the wilderness. either from the botched killing efforts of hunters who do not immediately kill them, or only injuring them to the point of eventual death, or those who die off naturally or unnaturally in the wilderness due to disease, attacks, age, wildfires, or lack of forage. Yet we see no overall guesstimated population numbers in the documentation to justify this hunt, especially juxtaposed against other mortality factors and the 10% decline threshold biologists supposedly use as a benchmark for sustaining a species. What we are left with is a feel-good trophy bear hunt geared toward placating killer licensees and their well-paid guides. They always must have ample chances to kill, regardless of the impact on this species, right? It is another example of subjective decision-making completely unrelated to science that regularly governs most of this commission's decisions, and ignoring what a majority of Nevadans have clearly expressed as to how they want their bears treated. And to speak to the issue of cars and bears, the reason there are so many collisions is because humans can't contain their trash properly. And there is no governmental will either from NDOW, the state, California, its counterpart in the wildlife department, to do something about this, which would mean going to some place such as the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and imposing a mandatory wildlife-proof trash containment process throughout the Tahoe Basin, and by extension elsewhere in Nevada where there are bears. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. Do we have other comment? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lesbrance, go ahead.
Thank you. Jonathan Lesbrance, Washoe County, speaking on behalf of the Nevada Sporting Dog Alliance. We are in support of this agenda item as written. And speaking on now behalf of myself, I'd like to just concur with Mr. Shea and his comment about vehicular mortality. 46 bears is a significant loss, and that's, pushing 3, maybe 4 times our annual harvest rate for the sport hunt. Speaking with respect to the popularity of the hunt and social values, this is one of the most popular hunts and the most sought after tags in our state. And when it comes to social values, people do vote with their wallet. And if we're having trouble with trash, which we still are, the people that are occupying bear habitat, living in bear habitat, and continuing to provide an anthropogenic food source, but not paying for the proper means to secure that attractant, I think that speaks to where people's values might actually lie, rather than just say they're against the hunt. Appreciate your time. I know it's been a long day. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lesbrance.
Jana, and if you'll say your last name, please.
Jana Wright, Clark County. Madam Chair and Commissioners, we heard today how poor the habitat is in most of the state. And this is a major metric on the foundation of healthy wildlife. We continue to have severe extreme drought in the state. Wildfires are still on the horizon. Because of these reasons, the bear hunt should be canceled. And if that is not a legal option, the female should be removed from the quota recommendation. Most Nevadans do not support the hunt, yet a season continues to be approved by the commission. I don't understand why, but that is a discussion for another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana.
Joseph, and if you'll say your last name, please.
Joseph Terry for the record. I wanted to say I do support the bear hunt. Saying that, I would like to see more research done by NDOW as far as collaring, trail cameras as they have done, hair snares, I know they've done, but I would like to see some more research. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
Mr. Gilbert, go ahead.
Hello, this is Dan Gilbert for the record as a private citizen. I wanted to I guess voice my support for the bear harvest that's occurring right now. There's no reason to reduce tags. The 46 vehicular mortalities, along with the 14 bears that were harvested in 2021, is more than an indication of a healthy population matrix. And there's no reason to discount it just because of the difficulty in being able to effectively survey the population out there. That's a strong indicator in itself. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. All right. So I'll bring it back to the commission. Oh, I'm sorry, one more. We have one more. Oh, that's okay.
Ms. Richards, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. I wanted to, Janelle Richards, Washoe County. I wanted to speak on behalf of the bears. This hunt, I've been talking about this ever since it started. I've been against it. Everybody I know is against it. I did much of the tabling events for the bear organization, and everybody was always against it. I don't understand why this has to be such an issue. It is every year, and it's an issue where you are trying to please a few people when the many don't want this. And so I continue to be against the bear hunt. It should be abolished, but of course, if it can't be, then the quota should be 1. You work for us, and we don't want this bear hunt. So it should be either abolished or reduced to 1. You cannot please the few at the exception of the many. And we that don't want it have as much right as those who are having their way with it succeeding and continuing. So it should be abolished, or the quota should be reduced to 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? You're sure this time? Okay. That does it for public comment. Okay. Bring it back to the commission for consideration, comments, thoughts. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's rough to have this at the end of a long day.
Yep.
And so, you know, I've said it for a long time. I always hate feeling like I go home on an empty note. But to be quite frank, we kind of got off to a start like that. So maybe I'm just feeling that way throughout the day. I don't know. So maybe my tolerance is going to be a little higher for feeling poorly today. I don't know. Mike, so did you provide us with an estimate? What was the estimate of that new system, that new program?
I'm sorry, Commissioner McNinch, I don't have that in front of me. I believe it was 435.
Jack Robb, for the record, I know it was in excess of 400. It was lower than the Settinger population, and it was lower than the population that Nevada Department of Wildlife has displayed in the past. But when you look at the 3, and you know that the low end, the most conservative end, is 400, and the waterfall effect, and colors have been brought up. We have more callers per animal on bears than anything else. We've got in excess of 25 callers putting out signals right now, and it shows a lot of movement between Nevada and California.
So, and I guess that's my next comment is I've asked for a conversation about immigration and emigration many times. And, you know, basically the conversation comes back to this waterfall conversation where it's just a retraction of an expansion and retraction of the California population. So do we know what the population in California is doing currently? I'd heard that we'd had a retraction, that there was actually decrease in numbers, but I don't know.
Commissioner McNinch, Mike Scott for the record. I haven't heard of a contraction. My understanding, and somebody can correct me, I have heard the number 40,000, but I believe it's in excess of 30,000. So Obviously, they have the lion's share of bears in that entire population.
Okay. And I guess I'm kind of going down a rabbit trail, and I don't mean to do that. I've heard the talk. I guess, I hear today that there's going to be a proposal for an expansion of the hunt next year. Based on what? What's the limit? What's the trigger going up or down? I mean, what is it? These numbers haven't changed drastically since this bear hunt went into place. I don't believe. If we went back, I don't think that the bear numbers have increased much at all. I think it's been right around that 400-600 range pretty much the whole time, give or take. I don't remember exactly, but anecdotally, I've seen bears in my neighborhood where I hadn't before. So I can tell you, I don't disagree at all that there's an expansion of bears, or that there's more in my neighborhood at least. So I understand the concept, and I understand that argument, but I'm really struggling with where's the trigger. Here's my main concern, Jack. You were bringing it up. This is turning less and less into a biological issue for me. I guess I had concerns. I still have some. My main concern is it's so unpopular amongst the general population that it will, in my opinion, lead to the erosion of support for this agency in some fashion. That's what I worry about. The public, these are those trigger conversations that it only takes one issue. It doesn't matter what else is going on. And there's a segment of the population, and I think it's a large segment at times, that on these highly emotional issues, or these real socially driven issues, I think over time the potential for it to add up and erode support for the agency is high. Obviously, I'm not going to support the bear hunt today. And Steve, I invite you to come sit with me and stand. I don't suspect I'll ever see anybody from out in the audience necessarily to come and see. I understand your perspective, and but I don't. Well, it's an island, and I'm not sure that you'd want to try to make the case that I'm trying to make. It comes with a lot of consequences. Kathy spoke to it. You get a lot of interesting comments and input, just driven on this one issue. It's not. It's a difficult place. We heard a lot of concern in 014 today, and with mule deer, especially in Washoe County. And we figured out a way to jump to quiet that social driven conversation, because it really wasn't science. There's a number of people that believe it was science based, but it's not. It's no different than this. It's the same exact thing. And we were very quick to start figuring out ways to smooth the waters. And I'm hoping that there's an appetite for it here with this today. I understand your guys' perspective. I'm going to leave it at that. I don't suspect there'll be a lot more conversation, but I'm going to leave it there.
Okay. Any other comments?
Commissioner Rick Ninch, Mike Scott for the record. If there is a proposal to increase tags next year, it will not come from the department. And I will assure you that if I felt that the metrics looked like we had a declining bear population, I would suggest that we have lower quotas or close the hunt. But I'm not seeing that. We're seeing more of an expansion, both in numbers and in the geographic areas of Nevada. We're seeing bears show up in places that we haven't even heard of for a century. So I understand, and I just feel like the science, we spend more time, more effort on bears than we really do on anything else. And so if I was seeing anything, or if my staff was, we would certainly react to it.
Mike, I believe you. I do. And that's why I'm trying to walk back some of my science stuff. I guess some of this I'm still interested in, just to better understand and know. So that's why I'm walking back some of the push that I've made on some of the science stuff, because I do believe you. I do believe you. And anecdotally, I see it too. I do. I'm not there's no doubt that I've seen more bears over the last 10 years in Nevada than I had prior, for sure. But there's definitely that social component that's really driving my decisions at this point. So I believe you, Mike. I do, honestly.
Okay, other comment, Commissioner Perini?
I just wanted to mention a couple of questions, or at least wise answer some things. You know, in California, there was 1,700 tags that they are actually bear that actually get a tag that's already tied up on them. You know, all the people they want to, they get as many tags as they want. California, they want. But within that period of time, with 1,700 have been shot, if you want to call it that. And some of that's how come they call them, each one of those people from then on, and say, it's over with that. And I think that some of those bears have left from California, or at least by telling them that the numbers have gone down. The reason of that was a lot of the fires. That was really a big problem. And every time when that happened between Nevada and by Douglas County on the other side, was very concerned about that, because a lot of those bears were bringing over to our area, but there were some bears on the California side that probably were injured a great deal of time. I think a lot of people don't understand too much about bears too awfully much. I don't have a major problem with them. I really don't, although that I've had to have some of my law enforcement people have had to put them down. Sometimes they get into houses and they destroy it inside of that. They bring it to the cars. Sometimes they really do a problem with that. And every time that happens, our people have to go and take care of that. And most of the time it doesn't say, let's just grab him, put him about 10, 15,000 miles away. Will they ever come back? Yes, they do. They know exactly to come back in Nevada. It's that way all the time. I had a woman one time that was at a ranch, and she didn't have a telephone. It was kind of weird. She didn't have it. But her job was there to take care of the ranch. And I told them that one time. I said, well, how's the bears doing? She says, well, we got lots of them here, and it's okay. And about 2 days later, she called me about midnight and says, I need you to come over right away. The bears are trying to get into my house. I don't have, actually what happened was ran out and tried to get somebody with a phone to call and say they're tearing my house up. I went over there and looked at it, and they actually did that. They destroy some of the sheds, they do inside the house, and from then on, you have to put things down. I think a lot of times we talk about that. I'm not really so much about bears as far as going hunting with such a thing, but I think that's what we do for people that are hunters. They like to be outside. They want to have that opportunity to have that tag and be able to use that. And if they do, and they absolutely take that bear and they bring it and they eat it just like you would with anything else, a deer or anything like that, it still should be allowed to happen on that. I think that's one thing a lot of people, I think, don't really realize, but people do eat it and they take that, and that's really a big thing. I wanted to mention also is the dogs. I hear nothing but complaints about dogs. I think I don't have a problem with that at all, because you have two ways to do it. One, you can suggest the idea is that if I bring my dog to that and all of a sudden I get the bear and I bring it on top of the tree, they have an opportunity to say whether or not it's a female or it's a small one, a baby one, if you want to say that. If other people say, well, I don't really think the bears are right, but I still want to hunt. Well, then just don't do that. The problem with it, if it is, that's a choice whether or not they shoot something at a long distance and they find out it's a small one and it also is a female, that doesn't feel very good. So it's a choice of a hunter that really wants to do that. I kind of think that there's a lot of states throughout the United States and America that have bears and allow this to happen. And I think it's not that big of numbers that we have where we actually take those and those about 19 or 6 of them or 10 of them at that particular year and they're over with it, that's fine. If we look at it, it gives an opportunity for people to have that ability to go after the bears, have a great time, be outdoor, be able to do whatever we want to do from then on. I think a lot of people look at them at a distance and they think, oh, they're the greatest things ever was. But I always go back to things sometimes about even coyotes. And I get that along with it at the same time, because people say, well, the coyotes are so nice. How many times do you think we had to deal with the fact is that they went into their own dogs and they get hurt and they die? How about their cats out there? They're yelling and screaming at us saying, how come that's not being done? I think people don't understand that sometimes those animals get out of the way. That's not good. And something like a bear situation, I feel the same way. If that's what they want to do, they want to get a tag, I think should have the opportunity to do it. And I think with the numbers of bears that are going to be in Nevada, I think you're going to have more problems and you're going to have some issues. And I know somebody else mentioned about a car. I've had cars actually destroyed because they walked out in the middle of that thing and they're big. Some of them are 400 some odd pounds. So, I mean, we're trying to keep things down to a measure. And I think it's a lot better that way. I want to see it happen again. I think it's a small kind of a program, but at the same time gives opportunity to see if they can do that for being hunters and want to do some outdoors. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. Any other comments? Okay. We have a motion. Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, based on what I've heard today on the stable harvest and stable populations, I'll move to adopt Commission Regulation 22-9 Amendment number 1, the 2022 black bear quotas and harvest limits as presented.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Cavilla. So we have a motion to approve CR 22-09 Amendment number 1, 2022 black bear quotas and harvest limits. Everyone understand? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-1 with Commissioner Weiss absent. And that concludes our business. For the most part, we have agenda item number 18, and I know we've got some folks trying to catch a plane, so maybe we can be fairly quick here. Agenda item 18, future commission meetings and commission committee assignments, Secretary Wasley and Chairwoman East for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for June 24 and 25, 2022. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the date, time, and meeting location at this time. The chairwoman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed. Secretary Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly, June 24th, 25th at Battle Mountain, we would like to host a meeting beginning at 3 p.m. on Thursday, the 23rd at the Lander County Commission Chambers to tour the most recent acquisition of the state of Nevada, the Licking Ranch, and have a barbecue event in association with that. Bring some mosquito repellent, maybe long sleeves. We'll try to corral the mosquitoes in advance, but no guarantees. The items I have include Wildlife Heritage Committee and report, Finance Committee and report, Commissioner appreciation as that June meeting. We tentatively have commissioners terming out cab budget requests, duck stamp and upland game stamp projects, those restricted reserve accounts and the associated projects, upland game and fur bearer seasons and limits. Those are set in even numbered years and amended in odd numbers years. So we'll set those this year. Also, wildlife heritage tag vendors and organizations will be determined. That's amended annually. With heritage proposals, extensions, and reallocations that will occur at that June meeting. Upland game release plan, which is actually set in odd numbered years and amended in even years, will potentially be reviewed. Awarding of the Wayne E. Kirch Award, CGR 501, 505, and 507 will move forward. We will have a possible CGR for junior hunt tags and CR 2205, the heritage tag vendors will also be discussed. That concludes the list that I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have anything in addition. Policies will have to wait till another meeting. Okay, so agenda Number 19, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Do we have any public comment in Reno?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Gerald Lent, past chairman of the commission. Transparency is the best form of democracy. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I was appalled earlier when the director criticized the coalition, Joe Blakesley, for requesting an audit of the predator fee account. Auditors are only to improve the functioning of an agency. NDOW doesn't always have a good history with audits though. The tag draw system was so corrupt that at the time it was the worst case of corruption by a state agency. As a result, when I wrote the bill to privatize the NDOW big game tag release system, it was the biggest scandal in the history of any state agency. The director then, just like now, threw his arms up and said, audits were too many and too time consuming. He was wrong. My son, who showed how the computer was being used, got recognized by the legislative concurrent resolution for his testimony. It was so accurate. I remember how the director and the commission so vehemently denied anything wrong and cursed us out when we presented to the commission the problems. The director threw up his hands and said how honest it was and invited the legislature audit subcommittee to come to his office and show them how he was going to show them how it worked. The audit subcommittee says, we're going to order a full-blown audit and you can show the auditors. Well, just like the current director complained and said this morning, he testified no more audits. He was opposed to audits. We were so close to a grand jury investigation at the time, which would have probably meant jail time for some. That's how bad it was. Another audit showed NDOW lost thousands of sportsmen's dollars due to the lack of internal controls, including a theft of cash by employee embezzlement, the audit showed. All of these are here for an agency to help them do their job. Audits are good. Regarding computers, I am denied every year to observe the tag drawn process in Texas, as I have done for 18 years. Transparency doesn't exist there. Years ago, a state of Nevada welfare employee was fired for computer tampering. He developed a system to provide inside information on computer records to an outside source.
Thank you, Mr. Lent. Your time is up.
To discover this. So their audits are good and they should welcome, but if you don't have an audit, you'll never discover discrepancies in agent, and so audits are good. So don't let anyone tell you audits are bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lent. Any other public comment in Reno? Do we have public comment online? Okay.
Mr. Gilbert, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to push the button.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Missy? No? Okay. It looks like that concludes our meeting then. Thank you, everyone, for all of your hard work today. It's been much appreciated. Go home safely and we'll see you in June.
Thank you,
Dr.
Madam
Wasley,
Chair.
did
Thank
you
you,
have anything?
Commissioners. I just ask folks if you're going to converse